Good morning, Kansas City at the Hy-Vee Arena. Welcome to day 2 of the HSEL Nationals. We're starting it off once again with Valorant. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me, none other than the phenomenal Zobi. Zobi, we had 4 games of Valorant yesterday. So much competition going on only in day number 1. And with what we have unfolding in front of us in day number 2, we get to step into the quarterfinals in the second half of the day. And we still have more matches to start us off going forward even more with Hebron Varsity going up against Redlands High to start the day. There's so many things going on. There's so much competition happening right here, right now.
For real. I mean, we've had kind of our top dogs kind of start to emerge from Group Red and Group Gold with Adlai, East Stevenson High School, and St. John Bosco, the previous reigning champs. And then for the Red Group, these are your top 2 undefeated teams right now with Redlands High and Hebron High. And personally, I'm excited for this matchup, right? These are your second and third place teams from last year. Redlands obviously falling to St. Bosco, but Hebron High, they were denied their return to the grand finals when they won the HSEL Nationals 2 years ago. So this is one of the teams that they said in there through the lens that they wanted to repeat and go up against to try and get retaliation and hopefully advance. So they get an early strike, an early opportunity here during the group stage to do just that, Sam.
And this is a final hurrah for a lot of these players, right? We saw it yesterday during the Through the Lens with Oakley that a lot of them are seniors. A lot of them, this is their last chance, their last opportunity to be able to write their names in the history books of HSEL Valorant and to inspire the upcoming high schoolers who are going to be entering into those specific esports programs of those high schools.
Mm-hmm.
So not only is that a lot riding on the shoulders of what you have looking forward to in the future, but it's also what you can inspire others to look forward to as well. Not only that, but there's also that massive prize pool that these high schoolers have a chance to be able to win, right? First place is going to get a nice big chunk of $5,000 and then it descends from there. It's still a lot on the line. There's so much to look forward to. And this is one of the big things that we saw coming out of yesterday, right? We had 4 games, right? And only one of those was a 2-0. The rest of them was 2-1. That one of them ended in a 36 round overtime on Ascent, right? You
Yeah,
were there to bear
I was
witness
there.
to it. So we've had insane competition. We see the hunger, we see the drive, and we see the passion from these teams to want to take everything that they have and put it out there for us all to see.
For sure. And like you mentioned, Redlands was one of the teams there in that matchup against Mira Mesa. That, yes, there was the 36 rounder, but they also went to OT in another map as well. Like they are a consistent overtime visitor for that squad. And I'm expecting to see similar results here against the side of Hebron High. I think my only kind of outlier fact is that when you look at the Plano West team, maybe not the top seed in this group, but it's a great comparison point between these two teams. It was a 2-0 victory for Hebron High versus after a very close overtime loss, 15-17. Redlands had to go to map 3. Then they 13-3'd them on that map 3, granted, but it still shows that maybe Hebron High might have that edge. They might have, Minty, who may be newer to the squad, and the one that's going to be carrying on that torch to generate a difference between setting these teams apart.
And I mean, a sophomore in the varsity squad for
Yeah.
Hebron High, hanging out with the seniors, learning, getting the knowledge, and it was a big storyline coming out for this team yesterday of passing the torch to him and building probably the next core around what they have been able to learn and what they've been able to do. And it, again, a testament to this program that we
Mm-hmm.
have 2 Hebron High teams in here: Hebron High Varsity and Hebron High Black. And for the varsity squad, again, you're looking at them wanting to regain that chance to get into the grand finals and to be able to earn the title back of the national champions. Then you look at across the whole board, right? You still we are seeing them going up against the Redlands, second place from last year, and that's not even considering the top dog of St. John Bosco.
Mm.
But It's enough about yesterday and a little bit of a taste of today. We're going to send things over to the stage to welcome everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of HSEL Nationals 2024, sponsored by Oakley. We have quite the matchup to kick off the day. There's some history behind these two teams. These two teams met last year in Kansas City with Redlands taking down Hebron, ultimately taking second place. Hebron's looking to get revenge. Redlands is looking to show that last year was no fluke. So, enough preamble. Let's get these teams onto the stage. Please welcome Redlands from California and Hebron from Texas.
Big thank you to that for David. Hey, you know what? We got to see the players. Now we're about to get into the game itself. Zobi, things are really starting to heat up, right? It's that storyline. These two competitors going up against each other in the seeding stage to determine this is kind of like that grudge match that's going on, right? You're not going to get knocked out, but you definitely want to give yourself that step up and lock eyes with your opponent and know that you are the better one.
Oh, for sure. You want to test the waters, test the opponent before you get to that knockout stage of the playoffs where it is do or die. And I mean, like I said, these two teams, I have no clue who's going to have the edge. Like, there's differences, like I said, with these new players getting introduced, namely Minty into the mix and some new compositions, new patches, new agents, even that they can lean into choosing. But we should probably go over our battlegrounds for this grudge match, our map picks, and bands are ready to go. And there they are. We're going to be starting out on Bind, headed to Sunset following that. And if we make it all the way, it will be Ascent. And Sam, I want to talk about these picks because the tactics were quite different when approaching these for both squads, all right? For Bind, which was Hebron's pick, they just picked the weakness of the Redlands. That's been their only loss so far in the group stage, is a 15-17 on Bind. And then for the side of Sunset, which is Redlands' pick, they picked their strong suit. They are 2-0 on Sunset right now. And with statement matches, I'll say a 13-3 and a 13-6. So kind of shows you exactly what we said, a grudge match where Hebron going to be choosing Redlands' worst map, hopefully. And we get to go into agent select here already. Sam, and what are you seeing?
Oh, I'm seeing a lot of crazy things going on here. Hebron Varsity, the double initiator, leaning towards the double controller, now confirmed. A Viper and a Brimstone with a Gecko and a Breach starting off on defense. That's going to be kind of nuts looking to see how they handle it again. Like, right, we saw last night how not having a Cypher can sometimes impact you. But if your team is good enough, if they're quick enough, it doesn't really become that problem that you have to worry about. Whereas we see over on the other side for Redlands is that they are going for that more standard stock composition, the double controller with a Sky, a Raze, and a Cypher.
And we talked about, the stall potential of comps without a Cypher. And I think that's where that Breach comes in versus the composition we looked at yesterday had a Reyna. And they don't have those fault lines or those flashes that kind of force you to have a full-on stop or at least a moment to question. Even an Aftershock, right? They don't allow you to claim space. So they do that same kind of effectiveness of just holding down a site when you're on the defense. But they'll have to worry about that now, right? They're starting out on the defense here for Hebron High. And it's going to be the Redland Terriers over on the attack to kick off our first matchup of the day here. We might even be getting a early exchange outside of Fountain, but they were wary, and they should be here.
Oh my goodness, you get out of there, Rascal. They are hunting you down. Koyan's holding on for dear life. They're wanting to get back and take the fight even more. That's a quick engagement that Hebron High is going to back away from inside of Showers. Reinforcements is going to come through inside of the TP. You've managed to activate a weak spot against this team. And the aftershock a little early, thinking the timing was there, but off just by a nanosecond, it feels like. Now you're going to try and fire inside of the smoke. Cypher's going to win the engagement inside of Lamps before being traded out by Minty, but the numbers are still leaning towards Redlands High. It's a spike that's been planted. Minty at 26 HP. Over on the other side, their Viper. A quick fault line to go out, now following it up with a flashbang. A little over on here on the other side. Fried. They're gone. They're out of here. And so is Minty. Redland High putting up the first pistol round.
Yeah, a little bit of a disjointment there at first from Redlands, right? Not expecting that form of aggression out of Hebron into showers. And even the teleportation was a little late to truly punish that, but once they ramped up, once they accelerated into sight, and like you saw Cypher claiming that space into U-Haul, they did a good job clashing the rest of the rotations that came through from the B site for Hebron High. So, like you said, first pistol goes in Redland's favor. Now they get that standard buy up here. Spectres across the board, one Guardian, hopefully for this hero player that has emerged. But in the meantime, these aggressive eco strategies, look, they're already pinching, they're already flanking.
Benefits of having that Cypher there. You're able to protect your flank from anyone coming up on you quick. The site's been kind of given way towards Redlands High. Hebron electing to give it up and playing together as a squad to get back on in there. Maybe try to isolate some of these ones with the full power of the team. That's where the issues start coming in. You're separated. You're gonna have to go into the firepower of players like Bowie with a Guardian.
And congrats, you found the one player with a Guardian, right? They were holding down one of the longest angles here in this post plant. But now tucked away, there's an opportunity, I'd say, which I think is why they've disengaged, right? Trying to distribute these players across the board. I like the support from the Breach, but Rascal's not going to try and expose himself to Hookah or Long where these Hebron High members are coming. And in the meantime, you have the correct response. Flip the map, extend into CT, and at this point, Hebron High just looking for picks, looking to deny, but it's still going to be a flawless bonus or forced up round here for the Redlands. And while they may have lost Bind yesterday, they are showing no weaknesses so far.
So far, so good. And that was possibly the best scenario that Redlands High could have ever hoped for. Hebron just gave it up to them. There was no defense. There was no resistance towards actually getting on the site. And then that forces Hebron to actually have to get on there to go through the weaponry that is being packed by Redlands. There was just no chance for them to fight through that. So hopefully here on the defense, now that they actually have the Vandals and the rifles, may be able to do something. It's like Ritzy was close with the Phantom, but the sheer amount of utility is going to push them off behind the smokes.
So for now, again, this is where that stall utility I mentioned come in. You have a mosh pit, you have that Breach that's rotated over Minty, holding down U-Haul. That's why they're going to try and force their agenda through using this Viper utility, these visibility blockers. This has been the best adjustment. I like where the Poison Cloud gets placed in this post-Viper nerf, is it's just to immobilize and divide the player in U-Haul from the rest of the site. Still, though, they feel like there's more players, more initiator utility than they want to handle at the moment. So, going to try and disengage, maybe sell a fake so that one or two players would leave the site. But in reality, they are setting up to re-engage with a split attempt aggression that could come out of showers. It's going to have to be arrowless, though. Very little time left, 40 seconds and counting here. You see even the Cypher trying to pull rotations over to the B site, but it's only pulled the Rays.
Ritzy had the drop. It was almost there. Ferv walks inside of the smoke. The closer range nature of the Spectre working out for them. The Spectres are firing across the board. Nice new shiny Guardian. And the opportunity to abuse the range is given to them. Mania is finally going to give Hebron that first blood that they were looking for on the side of their team. At this point, you've already lost two, and you have to go for the retake against Redlands that has been undeniable in their impact and in their approach. A bonus round accomplished. Deadly form, as always.
Getting that bonus round is huge, and it really did come out of just perfection on that time that I said could slip away. I said it was going to require no errors, and that's exactly basically what they were able to achieve there. So at this point, again, HHS not off to the best start on their map. pick, going to be contemplating how to get this deagle buy into a victory. We don't really see that same kind of fast approach, gamble stack that an eco strategy sometimes entails. They're just going to see what players they can isolate when the site hit is coming in. It's interesting though, they don't really have an initiator playing towards this B site like you typically have, like a Gecko with a flash, or I mean a Dizzy or a Sky with a flash. So instead they have to play contact here, which is what those jiggle peaks are. And they still somehow will get away with their life, but that's when the speed up comes through from the Redland Terriers.
Out they go. Quick on the site. Cypher's there. It's all swarming. It's all Redlands high. Spike now planted. That's a full 5v5, so the retake is capable and it's going to be possible. It's having to go once again through this Redland high defense. That's what makes it so difficult. And go out, quick guiding light. Hebron high, finding some of that difficulty. Cypher has only 2 HP. The aftershock right in front of them. Didn't know where to go. Surrounded on all sides, and this is actually looking phenomenal for Hebron. The firepower that they were using with the guns that they have. Quite good enough, but there's still 2 alive. Those 2 have weapons that could possibly change the narrative of everything that's happening here, especially with how close the timing is on this. A spray through the smoke, and now the time has run out. As impressive as Hebron looked, it just was not good enough to stop Redlands.
That's going to start differentiating these teams. In the past, Hebron High against other squads, other teams in the red group, they would be able to pull a fast one, a thrifty like that. But what do you see? You see the composure there from Hexagon. Even when a Moss is in their face, the spray down from Toyin, the incendiary from Bowie, all just to deny that prospect. And like you said, it was a great attempt out of Hebron, getting some weapons out of the Terriers' hands. It doesn't matter. They know that it's not enough. They know they need to start getting these rounds on the board, which is why this timeout has now been called, right? You lose this round, you're looking at an 0-5 and another eco round. So try to discuss how to make the most of these rifles, how to make the most of that Thrash, and I mean, I don't even see any other ultimates that could come online this round unless Mania gets an orb and gets some opening frags, so that could be later in the round, but that would require an ounce of aggression, which is another choice they have to make, is where do we draw the line? Should we send our duelists forward? I mean, we have 2 initiators. Those are great for facilitating Mania and seeking out these initial first bloods.
The last time we saw that kind of aggression from Hebron was in the 2nd round after the pistol, where they pushed out of hookah. But the crazy thing about that strategy was Redlands was at long, right? They completely sidestepped it. And then we got it again in the 1st round where they got the first blood, they ran away, and they tempered the aggression a smidge, but it just wasn't good enough. They got traded out, so the numbers were even, and it was still in Redlands' favor for the attack to get back onto the site. Controllers were alive, and that covered them perfectly fine. So now we're going to see another opportunity here, hopefully for Hebron, to put something together after their time out. It's going to be a quick paint shells towards lamps, see if anyone's hiding out there. It's close. Now the smokes are going to come in at one way to deny the vision of Redlands. This shower play could be important. This could be the whole linchpin of success for either one of these teams. If Mania is able to stop Rascal, or if anyone dares to peek out from there, Rascal could be that determining factor. Ritzy's going to go up. Someone's got to try and grab it. Right. Oh, whoa. Ritzy was looking at a completely different direction and flicked right over, eliminating that Viper. And now you don't have that wall to scale up with.
Great first pick here, and I think that's why there's a little bit of a stall out now. A short instead waiting for the rest of the squad maybe to rotate back so you have that extra ounce of aggression, since like you said, you don't have the element of surprise with that visibility now wide in the open. So what do you bring? Extra firepower, showstopper in, Dizzy to try and deny, but they still are able to find Mania. Now you feel like you just have to respect this site, wait for the rest of your team to come through, or you can throw in your own firepower. Thrash invested, but you have a player swing Brimstone before the tank goes through, and it'll cost them their life.
And Cypher has no choice but to take these fights stuck where they are. Get a TP, but no, the aftershock goes in with the mosh pit. It's going to deny just a few of the seconds. They're vulnerable by the snake bite, but I think just enough time to be able to play it. It's Cypher, you undeniable force of nature, just saved this round for Redlands. Fried. That was a valiant effort, an attempt that was almost accomplished. But give it up to Cypher, using their ultimate in that round and already has 4 ult points going into the next one.
Yes, obviously the spotlight on Toyin there and the frags they were able to protect Bowie in that plan, but also Bowie just weathering all of that utility, trying to play the objective, understanding that they're couldn't teleport, couldn't rotate, clock was about to expire, and then they still get the final frag after that fact too, after their HP had been, you know, drained from Molly aftershock as well. Now, we said the worst potentially coming out for Hebron. They lose that round, they're back to a save, and again, they're just trying to see what sticks. So this round, you swap the Breach last round over to the B site, now you add the Raze into the mix. See what a 4-stack can do. Unfortunately, they've gambled correctly. All of the RHS members coming at you, and you're gonna get your first blood opportunities from multiple Deagle shots.
Oh, good lord. This is like poetry in motion, but Mania is putting some fight back of their own. They do suffer the loss of their own life in the midst of using the Showstomper, but you've maybe made enough of an impact. And if Ritzy can pick up a new weapon, could salvage this round for Hebron. It is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. You see where Redlands is hanging. They're hanging at Gardens. They're making sure that these weapons aren't going to be given up to the player, and they're going to take up every valuable second to prevent Ritzy from letting that happen.
Like you mentioned, I think that's why the rotation didn't occur. They don't want to give these weapons over. But my issue is they could have the element of surprise tucked in this corner. And there's some ounce of awareness from Rascal, but here it comes. Gonna try and isolate these fights. They find one. They know where the second is, and they still have a lot of utility to invest. I want to see the Mosh force them into that corner, force down the clock, and Rascal recognizing that's a possibility, instead dropping backside, playing that objective, understanding it is a danger zone.
Oh, oh, little buddy. He ain't going on site, not today. All right, it's a Sheriff.
Oh,
It's
no.
the Vandal. He's in the middle of the reload. Rascal wins these. It's now a 6-0 half for RHS. Hebron so close. In the past 2 rounds, it just hasn't been able to formulate the success that they're looking for. This operator from Mania is gonna have to be the difference maker that this team needs.
So now it does seem like RHS, like you mentioned, 6-0 running away with things. They also have every single ultimate online. So we expect to see a continued dominant streak here, but there's that operator we mentioned that could play spoiler on Truck. Is to hold off Toyin and try and wait for this lurk from the Viper or wait for some sort of execute to come in, but unfortunately, again, it's going back to this B site, and we've also had that kind of step back for Hebron as well, where they had the breach on the B site instead of the Brimstone, and that was the closest they got in my mind to holding around, because then they had the breach alive later on for the retake after the hit had come through. Instead, they revert to just the double controller on the B site. Because of that, some disrespect could come out here. That, or I think it's going to be a teleport play. I mean, you have 2 lurk players over through showers and a Viper Spit. This is either a really good fake or it's a teleport play. And with that player falling, I think they had to commit to B.
I've got your trail.
Ritzy just had an inkling of information with the cage coming up. Didn't realize that a Viper's Pit was about to be used. Cypher completely misses Fried sitting right next to them. They may have been caught by the Seekers, but they've sought their target. And they've gotten the elimination there. The best chance that we've seen from Hebron so far to be able to clutch out a round, but the spike is planted. The reconvening of the forces have now happened. Bowie set up for the lineup. Instead electing to use that orbital strike instead. The second they hear the ping of the spike. That early initial point of contact here. Ritzy is going for the defuse. Not going to be able to do it for too much longer. Didn't get it to the half. So this is still looking good for Redlands. And they're winning out on a war on all fronts. Anyone who tried to go inside of Gardens or inside of Hookah is going to be their in. But Minty's got to do something. The Molly may have done just enough. Enough time wasted. And Fried toasted on the last possible second. A clutch moment for RHS.
They make that save diminished as well by forcing down that clock as deep as possible. For right, you do die, but you die a hero, taking a gun away from Pride as well, essentially, at the delay that you provided. I will say, if I'm looking at the ults and I'm like, this could be a round that could be a thrifty, right? Since you have that Rolling Thunder, you have that Orbital Strike, but then again, maybe you save them for a surefire round when you have more rifles online. I mean, RHS used every ultimate minus that neural theft last round. You save up for a similar attempt here at a retake that can throw chaos to the win. But speaking of chaos, we've seen them take ace type, but not with 4 players through showers. So Terrier's continuing to innovate, continuing to try and keep Hebron high off guard, and Ritzy's about to get caught off guard there. First blood drawn, sight secured with basically 0 effort, 0 utility, and that's the issue right now.
They have to expend basically nothing to get
They
everything.
walked on.
They walked on. Where is Hebron? On a completely other side of the map. The bright side is that they do have 3 ultimates to work with, but time is running out. They've done so much to get over here, but feels like so little has been going on at the same time. And it's getting further and further away. Any of the chances are slipping out of their hands. And they haven't even been able to look at the spike. The Molly is just going to be the surefire, the insurance policy to make sure that there is no chance for Hebron. Pride is looking clean. Doesn't matter how clean you look on that sheriff if you are still not able to get these rounds.
That is 8 on the board. It's perfection out the gate. Like you said, those frags, yes, may keep the economy in check, but sure isn't keeping the score line to that same bar. And I mean, I'm looking at this composition, right? And it feels like they have so much post-playing utility, right? They have the Viper Snake Bite, they have the Incendiary, they have the Rays, Nades, and Satchels, which, reminder, that'll be going away. There's not going to be knockback from the Satchels afterwards. So this composition will be inherently weakened, so cash in on it while you can now, like at the HSEL Nationals here. But for now, a different approach. HHS not giving up, continuing to innovate, and this could be their turnaround.
There we go. This is the signs of life that we needed to see from this team. Being the first ones to strike against RHS. Get in their face. Stop letting them get away with everything. And now you're up right behind them in their business. Finally, after 8 rounds in a row in this entire map, the 9th is going to go to Hebron High Varsity. But it took 8 rounds, Obi, to make that happen.
I mean, the 180 from RHS getting to walk onto site without seeing a single person, to then HHS taking the fight to them seconds into the round short, it may be showing them what they need to do necessarily to get a round like this, or get a half like this back under control. And even under control would be a best at 8-4. And we mentioned it, right? They don't have a Sentinel. They have this aggressive double initiator combination. So what do? Leverage that. Again, showers control being taken. You said it almost worked on the pistol round. Why not try it again?
Try again. I'm gonna try something here. It looks like that strategy isn't gonna work this time around, especially with the lighter firepower that they're working. Ritzy is unbelievable at firing through the smoke. It's always these minute amount of information that they're able to piece together the whole picture, and that to me is next level play that comes from them. It just needs to translate into more beyond that. And this is a dire situation for Ritzy. Sifra has that, oh, wing, little buddy, no, you can't do that to them. Oh, well, okay, all right. Little buddy came back around for another go. This is not gonna, they're not gonna fall into that trap. They're not gonna fall into that play. Toyin's been seen by the Thrash, detained, and enough of a moment here for Ritzy to capitalize. Good jiggle peek here. Quick shoulder peek over up on the high ground. Mania is going to rip the head off of Bowie, then over into the back lines. Sifra's finally going to get a chance to move on from this Bucky. A 1v3 and 34 HP. Hope, a dream, and a boom bot, but the spike is going to be defused. Even high, putting up some even more numbers.
Again, if you cannot get around, get those frags, get that damage, which is exactly what Cypher's able to get. Now they get their showstopper back, but was a little bit of a weaker buy. I mean, you saw that Bucky. We'll see what they're able to do towards the end of this half. But again, Hebron High, they're the ones in the spotlight. So the fact that they're able to start getting these rounds accrued towards the end, they've shut down a 13-0 prospect, advancing towards an 8-4, where once they switch sides, their comp, I would say, is favored. So much firepower with that breach execution, with that rolling thunder. Could be the great turnaround that they need, and some stability from the Viper's Pit's a great way to start out the round, especially when you can now, with that Boombot executed, know that RHS wanted to commit to that B site. Concerned about that showstopper again, you send a Boombot, it chases down, you chase it down with a bazooka.
Exactly. Fried giving the team some legs with that Viper's Pit, but knowing what's going to be coming their way. Oh, the Seekers are right there. It's perfect to help Cypher figure out where the targets are and gain maximum value out of the showstopper. With the Viper eliminated, the pit was already going to come down, but it's just that little extra safety measures that you're looking towards and letting that happen. Now Mania is going to use a showstopper of their own. This time, though, no Seekers to help guide them in and find any way to fight back. But sometimes that's where raw firepower has to come through. That's always what you can rely on Mania and Minty for. Again, it's this nuisance of the Brimstone, throwing in those mollies to delay for as long as they possibly can. It's over on the other side. Here comes the smoke. Up and over. Buoy. The 1v1. Thankfully, with the loss of Toyin, distracting enough for Buoy to capitalize of RHS this 9th round.
Yeah, I was worried for a second. Hebron High, I feel like they had that read pinned down to a T. They'd understood. They'd cleared everywhere else out. Boombot to make sure that no one was wrapping around through elbow while they held down the correct angle. I'm not too sure if they could have had, you know, maybe a stick come out from Minty while Mania took down those duels, but they had enough time to take it together, and unfortunately just the wideness from Toyin's swing couldn't get tracked, and perfect distraction for Buoy to clean up, like you said, that clutch. But we've seen what works for them before. It's the early aggression, and it's a 1-for-1 trade to open up the last round of the half.
Feeling the pressure here for both teams. Scramble is going to come back. The Viper's Pit inside of CT is going to make things so difficult. And Buoy's going to push through to gain control of Heaven. The second they walk in, but the shots weren't there. Minty is horrifying how they were able to accomplish that. In fact, exit to HHS in the blink of an eye going through utility like that. RHS wanted to meet them. That proves to be their demise. Defuse happens. Hebron High scrambling together 3 rounds to give them a 9-3 first half. It's not as disastrous as it could have been. And Toby, if last night is any indication, right, 9-3 can really mean anything.
Ooh, yeah, don't remind me. But you know, it's you talked about how fast that fell apart, and I hate to point fingers, but I feel like it's just the night and day from Buoy, like careful, methodical, walking to get that timing, and then Ferb just running through, and then that's exactly when you see exit strike from within the Viper's Pit. It was just so funny. And it just, like you said, it's tracking, and then it just all collapses inward. So great way to kind of, like we said, end that spell of momentum that was those 8 rounds in a row. Now, though, like you said, win your pistol to cement that curse, to start staging that comeback. Otherwise, RHS looking at double digits, likely in 11th round, unless you force up on that second. But even that's a gamble. Speaking of gambles.
They've had a small gamble there. They wanted to play off the back of the flash, but they were a little too early to be able to do anything there. Buoy pushed away by the aftershock, but going to put down the stim beacon. Give them that little bit of extra juice to get it in there. Let's take the fight. Standing tall. 3 kills, Buoy. And the ones keeping RHS afloat right now. And even with the spike being planted, they have the numbers at their advantage. And it's just going to be sheer numbers to overwhelm Exif. In 1, 2 different directions. And that is Redlands High School making their mark on the second pistol round. Not only that, but double digits.
And here comes that question mark. Will Hebron High force up? Would be a huge gamble, but if it pays off, it would handsomely. It looks like decision's been made. Just follow the standard economy flow here. Ensure that they have a fighting chance to play the long game, play this comeback. But there will be very little room for error. It's going to be 11-3, assuming a Thrifty isn't pulled out of left field. Get 1 blip on your record, and then it's a no-go for any other mistakes or this map. Your map pick is going over to your rival.
Cipher. Electing to use the Marshall. Buoy. Up close with Spectre. Needs to be aware of what happened last time around. Can't be flushed out by the aftershock again. Gain maximum value out of this if you possibly can. They've had clean plays so far off the back of that stim beacon. You saw it happening with the sheriff. Ooh, they go for the jump peek, but Hebron High is perfectly hidden. Not hidden enough though for Cipher to gain maximum value off the back of that Marshall. They've scaled up over onto the other side, but the second that wall drops, Hebron High is gonna follow them. Flawlessly executed like lambs to the slaughter, corralled in there and dealt with just as easily. RHS, it's 2 more rounds to victory on map number 1 of Bind.
This is where you might see, or want to see Hebron High take their second timeout. But if they want to stage a comeback, they understand that they're going to need 8 rounds to tie things up. 9 to get us to OT, so just gotta take each round as it comes. In this round, you have the advantage. The issue is, you had the advantage last half as well, and it still was ideas, plans like this that caught you off guard. First blood drawn, a trade to follow suit, but that's one of your major initiators gone.
And that's kind of what you need off of these buy rounds, is playing off the back of some of this aggression. Pride has been seen by the Trailblazer, but walking up behind them, no one had control of showers. But look at this, no one has control of the flank. They're seeing the arms just enough. Toyin's gonna walk their way through. There's really no other option. There's no flashes or anything to make that happen. Toyin is putting in the overtime work. Still a 2v1, and instead of planting the spike, instead of taking the TP, instead they're rotating through CT to get the spike planted on B, completely circumventing Zobi, the Cypher tripwires.
I mean, I would like this idea, like I said, because you can't make any mistakes. You understand that Toyin was on the flank, but now you have to, like you said, be careful about these trapwires. It gives so much information and comfort to Redlands, to Toyin on this retake. They're like, oh, they're not Hexagon. Oh, they're not Hookah. Because of where my trap wires are, they're confined to elbow and back sight. That's exactly now what they're going to start clearing.
It's a soft clear.
Yeah.
They looked in that direction and then looked back over and didn't realize Mania was there quick enough. And that's kind of, that's where that tripwire was placed. You know, Garden is safe, you know it's going to be fine, and it's just Mania wanting to play into that idea of the Cypher. So Hebron's able to deny the bonus round of Redlands this time. But it's still a 4-11 scoreline, 7 rounds that they need to accomplish to tie things up here. Not an enviable task, to say the least.
And again, rifle round. Mania, at least with their heroics, showstopper, reward, a tool for later. Rascal, we've seen them play aggressive here. They wanted to try again off of this poison cloud. Fortunately, spray down response to clear it from Hebron means that they have to fall off here, instead hold the site. But I like the proactive rotation from Cypher in this situation. So 3 members gonna be here to receive this. Unfortunately, you're a little bit too close there, but when you see a rocket launcher coming at you, what do? W key at it.
That's the nerves of steel I wouldn't have had, Zobi. I would have been gone. I would have been out of there. This is what the difference is between these competitors. They know what they need to do to find that success. Spotted out inside of showers and a molly to buy as much time as possible. Redlands playing the defense as well as they possibly can under the circumstances that they are in. They know that showers hasn't been pushed just yet, and if footsteps are any indication how close they are, they know the rotation is going to be happening here to go up through main. The big crux is Viper's still alive, so the wall can come up here. Bowie's in an island. Decide to push through that smoke. Their aim is going to have to be on their side when out in these engagements. There we go, the early initial one. Ritz is going to throw out Dizzy eventually. Again, stuck in that corner is Bowie. Going to have to look up in the air. Cypher's taken down by Minty. Like I said, Bowie stuck in that corner. It's going to be their final resting place. Sprite alone in a 1v2 with time working against them. No time to enter into the teleporter. And it's done. There's no chance. There's no time. There's no way that they can win this round. RHS giving us a good look at patience, a good look at discipline. Redland High, 1 more round to go.
And we don't know who the IJLs for these squads are, but whoever's on camera right now, definitely talking up a storm there, trying to remedy some of these issues that they had, or maybe even discussing how you finally got that nap point on your opposing. Besides choice. So now let's close it out strong here. Let's get over that finish line and head to our map, our strong suit of Sunset. At this point, if I'm Hebron, I would be terrified as well. I mean, 12-4, you had to win 8 rounds flawlessly. You have some tools charging up like that Thrash, but you don't have the buy to support it, to back it up. Only that hero rifle here, potentially for a player or two. See how they leverage it. Oh, Toyin knows.
Toyin knows. Toyin heard that. Toyin definitely knows now if they didn't know before. The sheer amount of utility that's being dumped on their head, but Bowie is going to give a chance with the orbital strike. They have been seen by the Thrash, but it didn't detain them. And that's the big important thing for Toyin. They're going to swing out, instead seeking safety inside of Crate. They knew they couldn't take it. There's too many players in front of them. Final stand is gonna happen right here, right now. Fried with Justice Sheriff, 39 HP and a dream. Redlands High, though, turns out to be the nightmare of Hebron High, continuing over and over again. This team reminding us that what happened last year in Nationals was not a fluke.
At least it isn't for map 1. I mean, we've seen, 13 4s and then 4 13s happen. So who knows what Sunset will hold, but for now, they stole their opponent's map pick here. Redlands Terrors looking ferocious, playing with their food at this point. And this time, the 9-3 curse circumvented successfully by the Terriers. Just, again, that concreteness. And we've praised this composition prior. I think when we saw it, a very similar one on Split, when there is that breach, there is that gecko that works in this conjunction. But I feel like we've learned, I think, this past 2 days, Sam, it's that maybe you should still have a Cypher. This new meta of abandoning your Sentinel, both teams have lost the battle in the end. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? You look back, you see not being able to have a Cypher and what it does. What is Cypher? It's not even just like having the Cypher to stall out the site or to be able to lock down a site. It's just to be able to play those mind games, because you know that your opponent is now going to have to constantly think like, what is the Cypher doing? Where is that Cypher going to be? How are they going to impact the round? And then at the same time, you're also going to have to commit players to looking at your flank to make sure that's being defended, where they could be in a much better position to withstand the onslaught that's coming out through CT or that's coming out through different directions on bind. And that's where I always see the value of having a Sentinel like Cypher on this map. And that's the other issue too, is that the tempo from Hebron just wasn't quite fast enough versus what we were seeing last night, where you saw teams being able to gain success just off the sheer amount of speed that they're able to put forth, like what we saw from AESHS. So I think for Hebron Varsity, if they want to go without the Cypher, they got to pick up the pace a little bit more, or at the very least meet and match up against these teams when they are having to be in these aggressive moments on their own defense, right?
And again, Redlands doing a great job, that map in particular, just the coordination, the secureness of the execs. And that was one of the differences as well. We saw during the defensive half, HHS trying to make these adjustments to their defense, right? They had the double controller on B side, it wasn't working out, and they really couldn't hold A because Showers was weak spot. They either had to fight for it and win that fight, or you would see the entire Redlands squad walking through and getting access to that site, versus once the side swapped, just the security there, those 3 players, specifically Ferv, was doing a great job gathering information on if it was Showers and pivoting between that and Short. Loved to see it from this squad. And I can't wait to see Sunset, because like I said, fairly dominant on it. 13-3, 13-6 so far. We'll see what HHS has up their sleeve.
And we're going to see what they have up their sleeve, because it has to be something massive for this team to be able to stop Redlands High on what so far has been a dominant map for them. We're going to find out all of that and more after this break.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this, invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HSEL Nationals presented by Oakley. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is Zobi, and we got a treat from Hebron Varsity and Redlands High of map number 1 on Bind that Redlands High were able to take in a very convincing fashion. And now we look towards map number 2 of Sunset, the map choice of Redlands High. And Zobi, after what we just saw on Bind, I'm a little scared for Hebron Varsity.
I am too. 13-4, just dominance, denial of a 9-3 curse, all in one package to kick off our day at HSEL Nationals presented by Oakley. And as we move on to map number 2, I'm more scared for HHS, a map they haven't even played on LAN yet for Sunset versus a team that has clearly shown their dominance with the composition, the meta of old for Sunset, with a 13-3 against Plano West and a 13-6 against Mira Mesa yesterday. Redlands off to a great start into the series, and I think they have a really great opportunity to close things out 2-0.
And what a way to be able to do that, right? Against a team that you went up against in Nationals last year, knock them down into 3rd place to put yourself in the grand finals and remind Hebron Varsity why this is a squad to be reckoned with. And why in Hebron Varsity, it's just a reminder to them the struggles that they have against the teams out west, right? They've been so dominant in their region, and they showed some of that dominance again yesterday. Sure, they lost out on a map, but if they lose here against Redlands High, this is going to be their first loss that they've suffered in the entirety of this season. And it'd be happening here on the national stage at Kansas City at the Hy-Vee Arena. Now we get to take a look at the agent select here. Hebron Varsity, it's a very similar look to what we just saw out of Bind, but exchanging some things out here. We got an Omen, and hey, this time a Sentinel.
I'm actually seeing flashbacks to the Redlands Mira Mesa game from yesterday, where it was 13-6 in favoring the Redlands, and it was again this battle of old versus new meta compositions on Sunset. So I'm hoping to see maybe some trickery or some more mastery over this Gecko pick, because that could be make or break for determining if Hebron High has a chance. I mean, I will say over on Bind, Ritzy did as much as they could. We've seen huge uses out of the Dizzy from them yesterday, and then we just didn't really get to see that as much on Bind. Like, they held their own, but there wasn't as much facilitation of your duelist, of the rest of your teammates in taking these joint fights. So clean up that coordination, and I think we're gonna have a true map on our hands.
Hopefully we do. I got to see that fight here from HHS. Gotta bring something to the table. I also do like seeing the fade once more from RHS. Ferv, unclear command of what they've been able to do in the previous map of Bind. Ready to bring it out here for RHS once more. Starting out on the attack, RHS versus HHS on the defense. Map number 2, series point. Determine we're going to that map 3. RHS is able to beat a rival in the Atlantic region once more. Whoever's going to peek out of the cage, even with all of the information coming their way. Minty just could not withstand this player. Little buddy, not going to be able to clear that corner, so they get to chill out here and still have all of the space inside of mid. They can wait for the lurk, they can wait for someone to come through. Didn't have their knife, didn't have their weapon out, only the knife. It's easy as that. One is going to suffer a loss, but it's Ritzy at 5 HP. A clean right click from Bowie. Make it one more. RHS, another first pistol round to them.
And they are flawless on their pistols so far in this series. 3-4-3 so far. The Spectre squad, at this point, they're saying, we don't need a Vandal, we don't need a Guardian to get the job done. No risks needed in terms of forcing up higher weapons. They think that this arsenal, this amount of firepower will get the job done. I mean, they're starting on a side where I love the Breach pick. And the Omen, and obviously that Paranoia is going to do great. And Ferv in their own right, I think when we saw them on Sunset, I was curious to see, right, we were comparing them to a Gecko pick. And Ferv was just dominant in their own right, able to be a solo sight hold. I think that's why we're seeing HHS feel the pressure to get active, to seek out and maybe even already flank. But at this point, the Terriers have already staked their claim on the B side. I mean, they're Cypher Tripwire, so what are you to be able to find, Mania?
Exactly, and that's the whole big crux of this, is that they don't need
Ritzy,
to
actually
separate off on towards the rest of the map. Ritzy's going to separate themselves from the rest of the team inside of the spawn room. Look back over. The rest of the team is trying to inch forward, but again, you're dealing with utility. Rascal's been flashbanged their own teammate. It's okay, though. No one's going to be able to capitalize off the back of that until Minty takes forward with something off of this Sheriff. Anyone who tried to go for the defuse of the spike is met with a hailstorm of bullets. It's finally the last gasp of life from HHS is gone. Redlands High putting in the work and taking the second round, but it was relatively bloody for them.
True. Because of that, you know, only going to be getting these deagles and sure they can buy for next for the Redlands squad. But I want to point out for Hebron, we said during Agent Select, right, that it looks very similar to what we saw over on Bind, but there were a slew of role changes just so that Minty could pick up that Cypher, right? You don't have Ritzy on the Gecko, you have Fried on the Gecko. Ritzy now on the Raze, Mania picks up the Breach instead. So a lot of these just to accommodate for the meta composition on this map, but
Whoa.
Ritzy, that is not how to make your Raze debut here at HSEL.
That shouldn't have been possible. Cypher is dominating with a Spectre and utility against rifles from Hebron High. Now they get to pick up some shiny new weapons and get away with it scot-free. Sure, they've taken some chip damage, but at this point, and you're under half health, but you've gotten 2 frags and you're still alive, and look at where Rascal has gone. Undeniable the presence that RHS is giving us and the impact that they're having continuously on these rounds. And they're on track to get their second bonus round done in each of the maps.
That would be an insane way to make a statement against people, a team that called you out in there through the lens as a team they wanted to face up against and are quite frankly getting steamrolled at the moment if they do win out this bonus. Time, numbers, disadvantage, nothing is on their side at the moment other than maybe these 2 rifles in hand. At this point, they're even making the call to save them, right? We saw this loss of this 3rd round spiral into a 9-3 half over on Bind. They don't want to replicate that, you know, blowout here. So a chance now, hopefully, off of these 2 players maintaining these weapons. But again, Redland Terriers, they gotta feel confident about the successes that they're finding here on Sunset already and in this series.
This is starting to spell trouble for HHS. If history is starting to repeat itself again, gotta find the success somewhere. I wouldn't be opposed to a fairly early timeout if RHS takes this next round, Zobi. They need to get the mental sorted and they need to get some form of strategy set up. Because at this point, RHS is running away with this and it feels like almost for free. I mean, Cypher getting away with a double kill using a Spectre at long range against a Phantom of all things. In no dimension should that have happened, but we were the ones to be able to witness it here. And he's been caught by the fault line into the Paranoia. Finally, Cypher's not going to get too much out of this, but the space has been gained. And I don't know how RHS is able to see through the smokes. Maybe they have X-ray vision that I'm missing out on, Zobi. But they continuously get frags with no information whatsoever.
Those kind of frags are continuously giving them control and access to this B site and this post plant. Nice joint utility here from HHS to try and reclaim this space, but Ferv disrespects all of it, right? Even on the tail end of the Paranoia, they get away unscathed. And that's some of the issues that we're seeing from HHS on these retakes.
And they're running and gunning with a Guardian, Zobi. Yeah. A Guardian of all things. But it's all starting to fall apart. The string has been pulled. And HHS, this is something that they needed. Hebron High, putting themselves on the board much quicker, much faster than what we saw on Bind.
For sure. Great turnaround there with a less than optimal buy. And I think it came out of the fact that they tried to just give up that site. and utilize numbers. The filtering in off the Dizzy out of market there. And the crowding of the players. They just did a good job isolating each of these individuals. We talked about, yes, Ferv getting away from that cacophony of utility that got dumped on them from the staircase, but then that splintered them off from Rascal backside, right? So then that's 2 individual fights that you can take 3-on-1 and win. So now, things up in the air. A chance for HHS to battle back and make this series a lot closer, and that's enough confidence for them to go for an aggro play here off the paint shell into A main. And Ferv, chip damage, they're getting caught off guard. Rascal's trying to bail them out, and they at least get one, but it's a dying wish.
You get your teammate there, but again, Ferv is hemorrhaging right now. They're bleeding. But here's the kicker. HHS is backing away from this A site that RHS is ready to go for the hit on. Gathering the information, they look towards mid, and they don't see signs of life there. Still holding up. The smoke may be good enough to make them think that something could happen in mid. All the action is going to break out on A. It's the early initial fault line, but again, don't really know what's happening just yet until that. The smokes have come up, the nightfall is through, and aftershock of the generator, but no one's here. Site is empty. Playing for the retake instead. Ferv being fairly careful at the generator, making sure not to get aftershocked out, but it looked like it may come sooner than they thought. Spike planted, A, 4v4.
And I mean, they have Showstopper online here as that kind of insurance policy to tap into, but how forward Cypher's playing, yeah, with Minty finding that frag. That's a neural theft delivered, and at least information to figure out where these post-plant positions are for these remaining players. Fault line online here, though, for the breach towards main. It would be a great investment. Get these players off the spike, but Dark Hover fades, and that's a bloodbath in the making. HHS winning out their duels. Just like that, we are 1 round separation here on Sunset. You know, get the nerves out maybe. First map of the day type vibe, Sam. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? The big problem that you saw that Redlands was running into was not having that Cypher, right? With Rascal being taken out early on in these fights, he didn't have that flank safety, and that's why you saw Toyin looking behind them a lot, and that kind of stopped them from being in the fight. Then you layer on the neural theft, and once the smokes dissipated inside of Elbow, it was just being met with a firing squad from HHS. Perfectly executed round from them. Helps another round on the board to give them some of that sturdiness that they're looking for. Out goes the Thrash. And if it didn't work before, they wanted to go for aggression again. Cypher not letting their comrade go unavenged, hungry for blood, hungry to even out the numbers. They get away, play for safety. Now Cypher being poked at through Boba. Elimination comes in, and now Ritzy has a showstopper of their own, used to much greater effect this time. And a flawlessly executed round for HHS. Brings us for the first time in this series, a tied map, 3-3.
Mentioned revenge and avenge, and yes, I got the B site, but then out of left field, Ritzy says, I got a showstopper as well, and they use that as the re-entry tool. And I've liked these aggressive trap plays. That's kind of what we wanted to see more of over on Bind that we never got from their defense, right? But the issue here is I don't think the Redlands are going to get caught off guard by that every single time. They're going to learn. They're going to adjust. They're going to wait instead, you know, disengage, play a little bit deeper towards spawn to wait out that pressure. And then that's when they're going to execute. So the question is, how many times can HHS reinvent the wheel? How many times can they reinvent where they're getting aggressive, where they're taking the fight to the Terriers? And it looks like this time, the answer may be through tiles.
All right, Jess. Trying to gain this space as fast as they can. Leave Hebron high reeling. They've been dealing with aggressiveness from this team. Are they going to realize how far Ritzy is pushed up inside of tiles? Toyin. I don't know how close you came to that, buddy. Now they're running inside of mid. Ritzy should be able to hear the footsteps. Maybe even think that more is leaning in this direction, but they're still unaware just how many players are around them. Bosco wins that. Out! The knife! Ritzy gets it all done. May be able to gain another off the back of that through the wall of all things, through the box. Ritzy with that double kill. It's just nothing here that Redlands can do. Final player left standing, Bowie and Odin. A god in their own right. But even gods bleed. HHS now in the lead.
Yeah, just great practice there, right? You get the numbers advantage, buddy up, play your buddy system, don't leave their side, and you won't allow players like Cypher, who typically get those hero moments, to isolate and frag out. Beautiful trades there, and Odin, great attempt at that. You know, you can straight transfer from one to the other, but no dice here, and HHS has claimed the lead here. With an eco round coming up, we'll have to see them leverage some of these ultimates if they want a chance at pulling a Thrifty out to tie things up, but I expect them just to see, maybe go out on a limb and search for an opening pick or two, an upgrade will come their way, but otherwise...
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Like I said, waiting for a glimmer of hope, right? That's a surefire nice shot in the dark.
What did I say, Zobi? Like, spamming through smokes in RHS is insane. Over and over, this team has been able to make miracles happen with just an ounce of information. Cypher did a little something there. But you're dealing some damage. You're making HHS sweat a little bit with a site that is yet again just gone. There's no one here. Once they clear it out here, they can go and be able to plant the spike itself. Paranoia, it's all just about making sure they want to be aggressive, though, and they want to try and meet the retake before it actually happens. Rascal's going to pay with it for their life. Now you've lost out on the Cypher yet again.
Ooh, but we may see RHS starting to decide how this postman's going to go. If they reach that tick mark on the timer, maybe we'll see the ripcord pulled out that Rolling Thunder. But for now, Uwe, Stinger up close and personal, the most expensive weapon they had, now gone. Retaliation in tow, but it's still a 2v2 as things boil down. Unfortunately, the players were divided. Cypher, I said it before, you've been placed in hero positions before, and with that Vandal collected, the 1v1. Pain Shell online as well, so you don't even have to peek this, Sam.
No, they don't. It gets to the half. Minty, 50 HP, a couple of bullets. Cypher sees them, goes for the duck. The bullets dodge them, but they have to go for the defuse. They go right back into it. Cypher is just built diff. Clutching it out for Redlands High. This map is giving us a competitive look. Hebron High, Redlands giving each other a run for their money.
And
Timeout now being called.
Well, I think we have a little bit of a delay from the cameras. I think that clap was for the timeout getting called by Hebron High. So they know that clutch, that thrifty has shaken Hebron High to the core, right? They had the rifles. They figure out that they thought they had the right strategy there for that retake, and it's just Cypher, right? And that 3K, chilling them to the core. A great job there, and now they have their ultimates. Now they have their weapons. So HHS, this is a breather, I think, and also just to maybe figure out what primarily went wrong in that round so it doesn't happen again, because they felt like they were starting to mount these successes in those 3 rounds tied together, 4 rounds tied together, and it's just an early one for a discussion, because like you said, we may be in for a wild ride, a long ride here on Sunset.
The sun may be setting, but it's not happening anytime soon for either one of these teams, it feels like. HHS, more signs of life, though, meaning the round number that they had on Bind. And this time, I'm going into the second half, 9-3. RHS struggling on a map that they've been so dominant on. Even if we take into account what happened on the last round, it was still close affairs. It was still skirting by the edge of their seats through the efforts of Cypher being able to save that round for them. It's a 1v2 at the end of the day, playing just from the spike itself. Prowler goes in, exit has been caught, the Rolling Thunder through Market, almost into Boba, so really only exit is going to be inside of there, but even throughout all of this, Cypher's still going to pay for it with their life. Not going to be able to do anything here. Now it's back with a Nightfall, the complete other end of the spectrum. But as always, you come a knocking, no one's answering.
And I mean, now they're definitely going to answer. RHS takes the site, expects that form of retaliation to come through on the retake, but it's going to be a 2v3, and this breach utility could just be the difference maker. That delay tactic that they need, but nonetheless, gotta take the dive at some point. Nice pre-fires, but again, so much utility on the Terrier side here. You have a seize, you have a falling, you have an aftershock, all for the name of buying down this clock.
So the moment that we need here for RHS remind themselves of the dominant force that they are. Even losing out on Cypher, the star player who clutched out the previous round. It's again a team that is able to weather the storm, even if it feels like the ship is sinking. Redlands High, back in the lead. The question does crop up again, Zobi. For how long?
True, true. It was 3. And I mean, there was 8 on the last map, so Redlands, the rhyme or reason to how these streets get made, just the calling from this squad, feeling like they have Hebron's number down. And at this point, they're also trying to diversify their strategy, right? This is the first time we've seen them go for an all-out mid expenditure. And for now, HHS doing a good job tracking and handling, whether it's this Omen one-way that now is clearly not a one-way with those tiles frags. It's a great first blood.
That is a great first blood. Problem with that one-way is if you're on tiles, you can see the feet if you're below the stairs, but their own one-way works against them in that direction because they can't see the players in tiles. That's a disastrous moment here for this team. Losing out on one of their smokes and the opportunity to deny vision. Well, on the flip side, guess who is alive? RHS's Omen. They get to put that down. Bowie, feeling fairly confident in handling this again for their team. And at this point, if you're RHS, you're starting to realize the theme of nothing. There's nobody here, ever. So you're able to plant the spike for free and then set up for the post-plant defense.
And they invested that from the shadows, right? Just to gather information that it, in fact, was deserted. But even with one player down, you have the Rolling Thunder, you have that trap card, and you've activated. But there's retaliation. Not going to get accepted by RHS. Showstopper traded out for a round victory, and an important one at that. The threshold of 6 rounds being reached. RHS guarantees themselves a tie. And now next 2 rounds, you work at an advantage.
Now, Sunset is a notorious map for retakes, right? But Hebron High feels like it's just giving up A too easily. And instead wanting to play for those retakes. They've had the ultimates to be able to do that, but I think you still need to leave some players behind to, at the very least, stall things out rather than just giving it up for free.
I mean, you've lost a thrifty round to an A-side retake. Now you've lost when you had rifles and those ultimates. So I agree. Their stance on A has to change. But for now, we'll take a little interlude to perhaps a B exec here. I mean, Spike's still in tiles, so maybe this is all a ruse off of that investment of the boombot, of the paint shell, all this utility from Cypher to try and draw numbers over, which maybe that is the significance, the difference, right? Maybe they haven't deserted A. Maybe just all this utility has been, you know, foiling enough to draw numbers.
I'm inside of mid. Waiting for the Prowler to seek through some of the targets, eating them alive on stairs. A lot more of the attention on B yet again. And this is what we're talking about, the signs of life that we're looking for here. But that Haunt is going to detect the Cypher on site. Minty dealt with. And RHS, it doesn't matter if there's anyone on the site, they're still going to bully their way onto it. The spike being planted into 2v4. Fry does have access to Thrash, but how much value are you going to be able to gain out of it when it can be nuked down immediately? There was the fault line in, walking their way through. They tried their best, using some of the utility, but no one blinded enough. Now stuck in a corner is Mania. Guess what you can do here? Fault line, concuss them out of their mind, and then rip it all away from them. Redlands High School. Question I posed earlier. Are they able to hold on to that lead? Well, it's being answered in spades right now, Zobi.
And there it is, that 7th round, a guaranteed advantage at the half. But HHS, silver lining, you get a bye, you have some ultimates to work with, but again, Redlands have been confident. They haven't cared about your ultimates. They disrespected a Rolling Thunder 2 rounds ago. And we've seen, you know, players dub Yuki, Toyin specifically, at a showstopper before, so they're not going to fear that either. Thrash is the only thing that could play spoiler here, but even with the Dizzy not finding information here, they're not going to be primed in a position to necessarily invest it just yet. Ritzy, this is risky. Oh my goodness.
God, Ritzy living for the risk, living for the danger. Not anymore, though. But you still did something there to give Hebron that smidge of hope, that smidge of a chance, because you got rid of Breach the Initiator. So no more fault lines, but more importantly, no more flashes other than the Omen Paranoia to contend with. It's gonna be a dry peek outside of the smoke, running it into Mania, but Bowie has the trade out immediately again. The numbers are even once more, 3-3. HHS, though, Zoe, has 3 ultimates they need to use. They need these to secure the round.
At this point, great neural theft invested just to gather that ounce of information for this retake, but it doesn't lead Thrash to a victim at this point until it finds a Cypher. The rest of the team now rallying around him just to ensure that they can protect him, but maybe it's just the bait. Minty executed. And with Cypher back in the fight, that is all they need to secure an 8-4 almost as flawlessly as their first half on Bind. 1 round difference here. Is that enough for Hebron once they get on their attack half? I don't know, Sam.
I don't know either.
Depends on this pistol, right?
It really does. And the big issue that I think we saw running into from Hebron is that all of those ultimates that were just being held onto, it could have been something that helped out the team massively. I mean, Ritzy had the showstopper, but with that aggressive early initial play that they wanted to do, it took that away from HHS, and then you're kind of rolling with the 3 ultimates. Minty and Fried used theirs, but need to convert that even further into the success that they're hoping to gain. For RHS, an 8-4 first half is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Only 1 round differential from the previous map that we had. HHS, this attack is going to be everything for them now. It all has to happen here. Even caught inside of the fault line, Pride is still going to be able to land the headshot. Hiding out inside of stairs, Toyin going back and forth on the stairway, able to rotate over to the other side, undetected and unseen because of the paranoia. It's a 3v2. Make that a 4. Okay, yeah, now it's a 3v2 for real. My caster map eventually became correct. Spike is planted though. HHS is there.
And this deagle for Cypher could be the difference between life and death. Ferv, the recharge, and the haunt unfortunately doesn't find anything, but at least it'll check some boxes, guide this headshot, but now with the trade, it's all onto Ferv. They're freaky with these shots, freaky with the ghost, and we'll see if they can get this pistol to keep RHS's flawless record alive. Time not on their side, nor is the utility. It's Ring Around the Rosie. And they
freaking Ferv! Saving the day for RHS. Putting it on their shoulders. Carrying the burden for this team. Not being crushed by it, instead rising above. Redlands high, a pistol round for them. And staring easily down the barrel of the double digits.
What a pistol round. I mean, it felt like HHS had everything working for them, and like I said, that deagle finally gets its time to shine. Cypher getting just enough dubs that Ferg can clutch it out. I mean, kudos to Mania there trying to play Ring Around the Rosie. It was ultimately just the play allocation a little bit rough for wear in that clutch situation. Now, I mean, HHS, you gotta go fast, you gotta outpace the rotation, because with these better weapons, numbers advantage is only gonna make things even more difficult. Mid space given for free, but the stronghold they have on top mid and market here is going to try to constrict these players. A great Dizzy to challenge, but Cypher and Omen have a crossfire and have a paranoia in their back pocket. It's a bait that works out for now.
Blind, Cypher can't see anything. Ritzy in the back line. They exchanged the Sheriff for a classic and then got a double kill with it. If you're looking for those kind of impact frags, there they are. Now, Ferv, I know you were crazy with it in the last round. It's a 1v3. The Minty is low on health. Body shot there should be able to deal with them. They're spread out all across the map. They're playing for the post plant. You gotta look in 2 different directions that might be bearing down on you relatively soon. You saw the first of the targets going off the back of the fake ping of the spike. Are you aware for what's gonna be happening on the other side? Have to know this. They're gonna go for it. Whipped out the Sheriff, hoping for the clean crosshair aim placement for the headshot. But HHS denies that, denies the double digits, and gives themselves that fighting chance they're looking for.
For real, collecting a 1-up. And you mentioned trying to look for clean headshots, but that round was anything but clean, right? It really was out of the hero play, I feel like, from Ritzy. I mean, I mentioned before that Cypher and Bowie had this great crossfire set up there to hold down top mid. Paranoia even in place, but who was sailing over it? Ritzy. And then they backstabbed through Link as if they had flanked around the entire time. Just insane early frags that then, yeah, placed Ferb in an unwinnable situation. And now they want to carry that momentum, that confidence here into a fast day exec where they know they just shattered the economy pretty much. We'll see now what RHS has up their sleeve, if anything, to deny the sighting. I mean, there's 2 players, Jenny, but look at the weapons they're up against.
All right, we're going all over the... Oh, no way! They're playing Ring Around the Rosie inside of the smokes and playing peekaboo at the same time. RHS in complete shambles. This is the HHS that we know and love. Hebron High Varsity. Giving a taste and a reminder of why this team is comprised of demons. Flawless round for them. It's a 6-9 score line. 3 more rounds to go in this series. This map, rather, is tied.
And again, last round in eco for RHS, but flawlessly denied, unlike their Thrifty that gave them that lifeline here, perhaps on this map. You know, invalidating that one-way ticket 202 that RHS might have thought they had, but map's not over yet. That's still a possibility in high contention. 3 rounds leading here. Now back to a bye, and I'm sure things get too dicey, too close of an affair, a timeout would come out regardless. But again, if it works, try it again, replicate it, see if it was the weapon differential that gave you that A side or if it's truly just a team diff. And so far, the answer served up. First blood, showstopper at the ready to try and isolate this Odin.
Okay, the Odin was isolated for just but a second before finally being overwhelmed with sheer numbers and firepower. Crazy to say that for an Odin, I know. Ritzy, still hungry for more. Always ready to take these fights. Thinking better of it this time around. It's crazy tripwire that was placed up on the high ground. Bosco's gonna be able to land the shots there, but again, it's traded out. Cypher's been gone. Ritzy on a tear, leading the way forward for HHS to gain another round. The defense crumbling against this overwhelming onslaught.
Now only 2 rounds separating these squads. Again, the cycle of buy, save, a purgatory of the Terriers that are now trapped in. Only a timeout may be able to spare them at this point, or the next rotation of these ultimates that really is what gave them a leg up, like you mentioned, in the last half when Hebron wasn't utilizing them as effectively on some of these retakes. But for now, gone A too many times. You expect retaliation, and nothing really has changed on A side. The retaliation's actually coming from mid, right behind you, trying to accelerate. Disrespect this Cypher utility, a squad of 3, nobody home on the B site. It's gonna be hopefully a 5-person retake. My concern, though, is again, the aggressiveness, the proactiveness of Hebron. They are gonna aggress into Boba. They're gonna flip the map, so now you're still just playing a standard retake, just mirrored.
Yeah, this is a little bit crazy to see. The Aftershock is gonna clear that corner out and force them into the open, but the cage is gonna protect them on the other side to find safe harbor against this team. Coin's gonna have to be the one to force their way up in the middle of pinging the spike and drawing out their weapon. Mania's gonna take advantage of that. It's just pure cinema, baby. Holy cow. Those kind of moments where the classic always makes you jump up at the edge of your seat. And if you're HHS, you're screaming at the top of your lungs for victory. 1 more round to go. It's been 4 in a row for this team. About to be 9-9 if they can do this. Currently 8-9.
Such a dominant site take, and again, RHS maybe giving up a little bit too much control over that site. Yes, I like the idea to have players flanked, get that double-fronted war action, but leave a Cypher, leave some delay potential on this site so that you can buy time for those teammates. And Cypher, I mean, was panicked in that situation. You knew clock was ticking, you had to get on the spike, but you knew the majority of players were market. It's a question of what do you do, and clearly somebody knows what they want to do. Thrash invested your Cypher. Detained, but there's a trap wire. Fortunately, they satchel bunny hopped over it, but you have that protection, toying, baiting, and now yeah, all in. This is your opportunity to maintain that lead, get that double digits. So rip the Nightfall, and every single player stepping up. This could be a team ace in the making. Minty, the last one standing here. In a 1v3, they have Spike, they have Neural Theft, so it's a feasibility.
It is a feasibility, and you're just looking to gain the credits off the back of that Spike, but you know that Ferv has to be repositioned here. Ferv! Now that's ice cold. Crisp shots coming in for RHS to bring them into the double digits and finally stop this onrush of rounds that they've been dealing against from Hebron High. Getting a little too close for their comfort, and the most resistance they've had on Sunset so far. And in fact, even calling out that early, relatively early timeout from Hebron High.
I kind of like this timeout. It's kind of what that set them up for success towards that middle of the last half when things were getting dicey, when they were off to a rocky start, seeing flashbacks to Bine and the blowout that it was. But again, we said this is a magical number, double digits being breached by the Redlands Terriers. And at this point, you have a lot of ultimates to work with. You have a lot of promise here. So just cleaning up small, minuscule mistakes. And even last round, there weren't really too many of them, other than maybe just an over focus on taking that market space, when A and B main have been working perfectly well for you, to say the least.
HHS. It's been a long road coming for them, that much is for sure. They can cobble together something off the back of this timeout. Stand up against RHS, stand up against the team that knocked them out to third place of Nationals. It's a tenuous moment here for them. Rascal, what are you doing? You insane Cypher, caught inside of the Rolling Thunder, can only find safe harbor inside of their cage. The only option was to try and spray down somebody. But that is a brilliant plan from HHS that helped secure this site for them, but most importantly, secure the spike plants.
And I know I said I wanted to see the Cypher play on site, but that was before HHS had these ultimates, right? Before you're gonna get phased by a Rolling Thunder and potentially a Showstopper. And speaking of Showstopper, Cypher diving in on this retake. It gets numbers advantage, and they're just gonna stick it. Toyin gets it to half, but all this utility from the breach. Bubbles down to again Ferv and Minty as the backstab should have the round. But what is that? Your ankle, your wrist has to be broken.
It's a classic. It's a classic versus Ferv's 11 HP. Sneeze on them. That's all you gotta do. Get rid of them. Somehow, Mania, you can't happen like that. What a clutch from Ferv.
And look at the PM on stage. I love it. And I am just gobsmacked by that play because it's the perfect replication of the pistol. Mania was in the clutch and Ferv denies it. And that could just be the final reckoning of the Redlands Terriers over Hebron High School to cement their place as, you know, superior here. But job's not done. 2 more rounds to go. The silver lining? All right, Jess. They do have a Rolling Thunder to try and continue this dominance. HHS, at least able to have a bye from those string of rounds they secured to get this far. But again, it's so hard when you have individual strength players like Ferv.
It really is so hard. Ritzy right in their face. The spray down for the double kill. HHS, that previous round never happened. It was just like a blip in the radar. Ritzy trying to gain more control inside of Boba. Landing it cleanly onto Cypher. Final 2 remaining players inside of CT. Ritzy clearing out even more, seeing the Prowler. 8 bullets in the gun, running out of ammunition, but not running out of skill. On track for the ace. It's 3 bullets. Zobi! They were close to it right there. Whip out the classic and the ace. If you were looking for an answer back to RHS, well, Ritzy just gave it to you.
I was curious to see how they were going to do with the roll swap on the Rays, but 22 and 13. What an answer. You get the 140 dink, you're out of bullets. Yes, swap to the right click classic and pray for the ace RNG to align to give you that spotlight. And I love how calm, cool, collected they are. There's no retaliation, no, you know, you know, Badminton's back to the other side of the stage. They just are like, the job's not done yet. Still 2 rounds just to tie us up here on Sunset, to give them even hope of a map 3 that still could go the Terriers' way. But they have the weapons, they have the ults, they have the idea, but so does Bowie with the Bucky, and they're stealing them off the full
Bowie, no.
Everybody's concussed.
Wait, what are you doing, you mad lad? I can't believe that worked for the double kill. Are they I'm still hearing Bucky's being fired at long range. I was gonna lose my mind if Rascal was getting any more with that classic. At the very least, if you're RHS, you dealt some blows to HHS, but that doesn't really matter if they're winning these rounds.
I mean, all 3 of those kills were Bucky kills. And I think it was Cypher that picked it up off of Bowie as well. So I agree, you know, damage done, but like I said, those 4 rounds that were won, that economy, that reward is still being carried on by Hebron High School. I mean, they basically have enough money, it feels like, to get to overtime at this point. So now it feels like do or die for the Redlands Terriers. Again, on the verge of that map and series point, yet to be crossed. And you can see how scattered they are, trying everything. I like this Cypher. The question is, do they get cleared out? And so far, they haven't. This is a perfect trap play over towards B main. And just like that, that spike down, you have to pull the From the Shadows out just to facilitate this A execute. But at this point, if you are Terriers, you should know. A rotation comes through. Ferb off of that clutch has the Nightfall back online. They might not even need it because Bowie has a nasty off angle and just is robbed of a frag.
Robbed of a frag, but you did do a lot of damage. Exith only has 2 HP. You need to be so careful, but also don't mind seeing them be that entry point. And on top of that, there's the Nightfall. So this is stalling things out. But even with Hebron suffering the losses that they have,
They're going B?
managed to get the frags to even things out and pull the attention of RHS, Redlands, to A. Minty is the only one left behind to hear if maybe there's going to be footsteps. And if they can do this right, they may be able to set things up perfectly for Hebron. It all just depends on how this is going to go.
The double fake.
They're double faking.
Cypher lurk.
They're running out of time though. Minty staying behind, but they missed the shot.
Oh, it's all gonna be on Toy in here. Oh, and they might have just done it. 7.
They have time?
6.
They do have time. They have nowhere else to go. It's a 1v1. No, they ran out of time. They took too long to get over to the other side. No way.
What? What a way to get your map and series point. Talk about this is high school. They got to do their math because they had enough time to get under the site, but not to plant safely between boxes. And you can see the disappointment in the side of Hebron High at such a small mistake that could cost them this series, cost them a higher seeding going into this playoffs, cost them their revenge onto a team that sent them home with 3rd place instead of a grand finals reappearance last year at HSEL Nationals.
RHS. One more round to go for the map, and more importantly, for the series. This time around, though, it's A site from RHS. That's not going to see any resistance for Hebron High, and they're going to take maximum advantage of that. Spike being planted. Here it is, the full 5-on-5 retake. Much in the way of utility being dumped. A couple of the shots. Rascal forced out by the paint shells, and now caught inside of the tripwire. Ritzy firing through the cage. Another frag, another pick off, another clean kill. Cypher is going to try and equalize the number and bring some stability to Redlands. But how much more can you look for when your entire team is crumpling all around you? Hebron High. The last round, these rounds that they suffer so disastrously from, they're able to make the comeback and stall out Redlands from winning this series. One more round to go, and we're in overtime.
For real, talk about an adrenaline buff. I mean, from losing out a 1v1 clutch to an ace from Ritzy, to then losing out because of the timer to a team ace, to get yourself the opportunity to fight for overtime here. It's just so tooth and nail. And this Thrash gonna try to give Hebron at least an advantage early on in this round. They know that A side is rough to retake. They know that Ritzy's gotten free reign of elbow pretty much every round. It feels like Terriers have to respect this. And they don't have ultimates, but they want to maintain that numbers advantage on this retake. And unfortunately, Minty on that lurk has just shut down a flank from Rascal.
And that's going to be so valuable because now that Cypher utility isn't going to work against you in the retake if you have to. Up in the air, the aftershock. Ritzy was blinded out by the paranoia, couldn't see it coming, couldn't see Cypher coming as well. But detained is Toyin. Again, it's just all about buying as much time as you possibly can. They see the elbow, they saw the cage coming out, but they're not going to play for the ping of the spike. It's just trying to draw them out as best as they possibly can. But this is Hebron putting in the number, putting in the efforts. This isn't done. We are now in overtime.
What a tooth and nail way to end a regulation as well. I saw a vision where Ferv, gets that frag if they had reloaded and transfers over. The true enemy of HHS, but an alternative universe here, because like you mentioned, we are in overtime. Replenishment of those timeouts that have been key to getting us this far. And again, RHS, you lose this, you go to map 3, or close out this series. HHS in dire straits here, needing this victory just to bring us to that decider of Ascent. We'll see. This round, side swap, standard overtime procedure. What's not standard is they've left Spike in spawn. They just want to see if they can win those individual duels, and it looks like HHS is happy to give them to them. We talked about Risky Ritzy, and they are going at it again here. The scale up off the dark cover to claim this mid space, and this time, Freaky Ferv is aware of it. Clear it out with the Prowler, but unfortunately it's retaliation from Bowie out of tiles. A perfect counter here to get first blood.
Ritzy was surrounded on all sides. They were not going to let this Raze get away for free. They didn't have to give up anything in exchange for that happening. A couple of pieces of utility, but a massive nuisance taken out. And Rascal's on site, but they're not going any further until just now. Over in that direction, the timing is going to have to be so perfect for this player. They're going for the run and gun, but the aim spray off just wasn't working for them. Minty readjusts and positions themselves in perfect fashion to capitalize off the back of that. Now we're seeing Cypher doing the exact same thing. Look at how far they've managed to get in themselves. Someone has to realize this eventually, but Minty is so good at the capitalization and so good off of playing at these timings that it works out brilliantly. X is being the bulwark of defense for Hebron High. This man is danger incarnate. Hebron High in the lead in overtime.
What a round. I mean, for Redland, it opens up with a great team play to isolate and detain Ritzy. And then it kind of bubbles down to solo fight after solo fight getting taken there over on the B execute, right? It makes sense of a solo lurking Cypher to take those kind of risks, but then you have Cypher place himself in a similar situation where, yes, they had the support from that fault line from Toyin, but then with that backside fight, you have Exeth, you have Minty, like you mentioned. They're aware that those gaps exist, and then they completely conquer them. So now, like you mentioned, Hebron on the up and up again, on that advantage here. One round to send us to Ascent. But RHS defense been pretty nice for them. My concern is this fake, this lurk from Ritzy. We'll see if the fate of Fur can hit. No, they've been first blooded. And the concern is this is drawing numbers away from B. Because that's the duelist.
I think, though, that RHS is realizing that. Because they heard only just the one player. And so RHS is still, for the most part, heavily leaning towards B. Now with all the information that they've heard, they see the cage, there's the breach utility being pushed out, all of the utility being dumped on this site. Toyin has to play for whatever life they have possible left in front of them, and even with the tripwire, it's not going to save anything here. Rascal pushes out, but now alone in a 1v3. Bowie, you're going to have to be the one to save the day for RHS to win this overtime, but they're going to go for the removal of the bolt, and that is done and dusted. Hebron High Varsity, in the last possible moments of this map, is sending us to Ascent.
And you can see the celebration from the coach in the background, nominated for Coach of the Year, hyping up the squad on the victory, sending us to Ascent, that map number 3. And Yes, smiles around. What a way to come back from a 13-4 blowout. The Redlands were able to achieve on their map number 1. I mean, I am so excited for Ascent, which I normally don't say, but I mean, we had a quintuple overtime yesterday.
Okay. Whew.
With this team, mind you, it was with the Redlands as well against Mira Mesa. And now, of course, that's where we're headed back to. I think there's only one concern in the back of my mind, and this is something that favors the Redlands, is they had a very close OT loss, 17-15, right? Against Plano West. And then after a dominating first map. So very similar, mirroring this matchup. And then they came into map 3 and 13-3'd them. Now, Plano West and Hebron High, very different squads, very different tales, very different mental fortitudes, I'm sure. So we'll see if that's what we have chalked up for Ascent or not. But Sam, I mean, it's been insane so far.
This is map number 2 of game 1 out of 4 games today, Zobi. And if this is the precedence that is being set through the entirety of what we can expect happening out of Saturday of HSEL Nationals, I'm scared personally. I am scared because the level of gameplay that we're getting out of these high school Valorant players is you got to think about what the future is going to look like in the tier 3 and the tier 2 scenes, and even what could eventually ripple into the VCTs themselves. But that's a later topic. That's many years into the future, and we still have map number 3 to look forward to of Ascent to determine the victor of Hebron High Varsity versus Redlands High. We are going to go to a small break. This map 3 is not something you are going to want to miss.
Many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys. We practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success, is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well, because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really displays their passion for esports, because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist: 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it, where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at
I can't believe that we are already treated to a map number 3 in game 1 of HSEL Nationals day number 2 for Valorant. But here we are. Welcome back, everyone. If you're out there in the Hy-Vee Arena, hope you're enjoying Kansas City. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is Zobi. Zobi, we have a couple of rising champions here, right? They were at that precipice, at that point last year. So before we go any further, I do want to talk about one of our sponsors for the stream, Gaming Concepts, the Rising Champions. Hey, educators, dreading your summer school planning? Well, there's no better time than now to utilize Gaming Concepts Rising Champions. Equipped with 20 ready-to-go lessons seamlessly integrated into the Blueprint digital learning platform, designed to engage students from day one with 2D, 3D animation to social media design, and more. Rising Champions covers a wide range of engaging topics. Turn summer school into a can't-miss esports adventure. Check out Gaming Concepts Rising Champions today at gamingconcepts.gg. But Zobi, Rising Champions, that is the name of the game between these two teams, Hebron High Varsity and Redlands High. They've given us their all, and now it ends on map number 3 of Ascent.
In a sense, I mean, a bumpy history for both of these teams. I mean, it's very, very different. They, yes, both have wins on this map for HSEL Nationals in the group stage, but which one would you rather have, Sam? A 13-7 victory or a 19-17 36-round victory. I mean, just night and day. I mean, one hard-fought one, you get more reps in, but the other, a dominating statement. So we're going in, but this is where things get spicy, is we have the standard stock meta composition now versus this nightmare of this Breach Raise combination for Hebron Varsity. And also, Ritzy on that Fade instead of a Sova. So what are these differences and how are they going to affect things?
I mean, the big difference that we're seeing here obviously is for Hebron Varsity completely wiping the slate of what we all think and know of when it comes to Ascent. The only agent in that team that is from the stock standard meta is that Omen. So you have Breach, Fade, Raze, Cypher. What is the site defense going to look like for the Sentinel? How is Raze going to be able to get on a site where Jet has an easier time doing that same thing, especially when it comes to being that operator? Mid, when you're on catwalk, leaning towards tiles. A lot of different questions that need to be answered, and we got a taste of it yesterday from Hebron Varsity and how they like to play through Ascent with this squad. And actually worked out well for them, but it was also the map where they went up against a triple Sentinel composition.
Yes.
This is going to be different, though. This is a more... This is the Ascent composition that the Terriers are playing with. And so Hebron High is going to have their work cut out for them, in my honest opinion.
For sure, you know, the 13-7 maybe an anomaly, as you put it, with that triple Sentinel. I mean, they are the perfect concept of that, right? Hyper-aggressive, the hyper-offensive. Now, they're back to one that's the best of both worlds, the Redlands Terriers, hopefully. But seeing now, a little fake out with that utility towards the A side to keep these players fixed as well. The lean and the execute likely to unfold on the B side. They pulled the Cypher and the Breach into CT here, so maybe not as much punishment to come out of the traps wires necessarily, but it is in place for that Jet dash in to switch, and it's got to catch them off guard, actually. Great angles, and now, I mean, it's been disrupted, but the site at least has been taken.
Yeah, great angles, great patience to be able to grab the first blood against RHS. Starting off on the attack, Hebron High putting up a solid defense so far. The spike is planted. In goes the Paranoia. Bowie looking to take advantage of it. It was so close to that elimination, but eventually does come down to them falling. Exit on it. Oh, okay, Rascal equalizing things out with a clean collat kill. It's all down to Ferv. They've clutched these before. Can they do it again? Hiding out inside a boathouse. Quick look of a spray. Now they got to look at two players staring them down with the barrels of a classic and a ghost. The defuse happens. The Ferv clutch not coming to fruition. Round number 1 this time on Ascent, going to Hebron High.
And that is their first pistol this series as well. Just again, a great job challenging using that Cypher utility, the stock standard entry that comes from this meta composition. And that's one thing they have a leg up on, is you've seen their playbook time and time again from other teams. It's hard to reinvent the wheel with that composition, versus they have that surprise element, and they played it to AT, side-by-side fights being taken. You saw hero players like Bowie, like Rascal, try and flip that numbers disadvantage back onto their side, and nothing really stuck. I mean, Rascal, great effort, but at the end, like you mentioned, it's left to Ferv, and the 1v2 does not go their way. So now, first time we're seeing them really down on weapons right out the gate. Be a statement to get a thrifty here now, but HHS playing cautious, playing careful again. No players on site, gonna leverage these better weapons the best that they can.
Team is split up all across the map, farming up some of these old Torbs, especially giving it over to your KO. You can go in with the null command. It's backing off, though. Once they grab that, they reconvene over towards mid. 3 players on catwalk, ready to make their stand inside of tree. And he's going to have to be ready for it. No tripwire there to stop them from coming in. Instead, using their own sight lines to be able to spot them out, drawing the attention away with a quick recon bolt. But Rascal thinking that they were going to be in one direction and another, trying to spray through the smoke. But the rest of the team is there to back up Minty, to back up the Sentinel. They're alive, and this is making a sizable difference for this team. Left Bowie alone in a 1v5. Only a classic to their name. And that is going to be a classic flawless from HHS.
Such a dynamic pace change from the 3 O's that we've seen both on Bind and Sunset here, trying out to stage their own with a hefty buy-up, right? Like you mentioned, a flawless round means they can now lean into Fried and this hero rifle, this Vandal that could spell disaster and an anti-eco against the Redlands Terriers, but again, they get their rifles back online. I like how Rascal is getting closer and closer to this lockdown as well, off of that 3K from the pistol. So that could be a strategy. Look for a first blood to get both orbs and exec into a site, but Mania looking to disrupt that. Beautiful usage of this one-way.
Absolutely, right on top of their head. They didn't see them at all. And then you give the added bonus of the paranoia, completely sending them into disarray. They heard the noise of the satchel, but they couldn't readjust in time. They do claim their life and even the numbers back up. But that kind of chaos and disruption that's been sowed is sending the Terriers reeling for the moment. You see how long it's taking for them to actually push up onto the site, and they're waiting for the intel from Rascal to really help their decision-making process in what needs to be done here. Especially now that they see the tripwire. It's been eliminated. Rascal's still pushing forward, but they gotta be ready for on the other side. Minty. See the smoke come up here? It's all kinds of these distraction tactics. RHS pushes on the site, and it's eliminations across the board. Not losing a single one of these. The final remaining player that was left on B now needs to make a miracle happen, to say the least.
Yeah, just great usage of that Killjoy utility over on B to try and draw players out of their position. That's exactly when they strike. Hebron scrambles back, and with worse weapons, they're not in optimal angles to take these long-range duels. So RHS successfully shut out a potential Thrifty possibility. In the meantime, they can still do economy damage, right? This is their bonus. So every rifle taken away is a huge milestone, a huge victory. Now, you even get a Vandal, but unfortunately it's tracked to a T by Bowie. Great 3K from them this round, mainly on that re-entry into the A site off the breach utility. And again, RHS, very well done.
Saw Mania wanting to mess around with the operator, but thinking otherwise on that so far. Menti's going to be the one to pick up the Odin. That would typically be in the hands of a Sova. Playing off of their recon bolt, spraying down the wall on A. Instead, it's going to have to be this Cypher to make that happen. Playing off the back of the information gathered from their own security cam. This is all going to be over on the A site. That's also kind of the advantage that you have with the KO. You can figure out who's leaning inside of tree, maybe even who's leaning closer to the wall. Pretty much for free, even if you're just throwing it up on the side of your stream. Up in the air they go. Toyin on generator. They're going to try and clear out this corner that was being held firmly by HHS. Now this Odin finally gets a chance to pop off. The neural theft is going to go down. The 1v2. The fate all on the hands of one player, Ritzy.
And HHS, the double Odin this round. Ritzy been roll swapping left and right from Gecko to Raze. Now on the fade, isolates a single player, but they cannot shut down the Toyin train. 3 kills on the round to tie things up, already 2 apiece here on Ascent. Granted, that was costly and a half for HHS. Like I said, heavy investment with those weapons. So great showing from RHS to get that round on the board. Keep 2 weapons as well moving forward, so you get some economic reserve getting for and by those players that survived. Bowie stepping up to the plate here on Ascent particularly. They've been a stable support player, but they haven't been in the spotlight per se the last 2 maps. So this could be their time to keep RHS as the reigning victors at Nationals for now. But cross that bridge when we get there. Still 2-2. A save round for HHS. Yet no stack play, no gamble here. Just going to be trying to get early wall bangs off of this information gathering.
Yeah, they're trying to play for the Seize Nade combo. But RHS thinking better of that. Waiting for the right opportunity to throw the flashbang, give their teammates a sight line in. Another one for the actual site itself, but stalled out by the fault line. In goes the Molly to really make sure that they can isolate the 1v1s from Boathouse. And there was no chance whatsoever for the defense of B to be able to do anything against the coordinated efforts and attacks of RHS. Spike planted, 5v3.
That's one way, again, to continue and carry on this momentum you just established last round 9 at Hefty Force. And even these wallbangs are a semblance of how cohesive they are in the post-plant. HHS got a retake on a pistol, but that was in a 1v2. Now it's 2v4, and you don't have the weapons. Cypher in a great position to punish. Every player in a position to punish. You can't even try. Every angle you're exposed, a bullet is flying through the wall. You're just trying to eliminate weapons on this exit, and you might be able to find someone with a back turn, but at this point, you can't even get out with that Phantom you've just now claimed, unless it was planted off default, and there it is. The survival.
In the corner.
You can take a Phantom away from it. Nice, nice.
You had to, right? It's whatever you can run away with at this point. HHS on the back foot. And this is where we're starting to see some of the cracks of the non-standard composition from Ascent. Right, Zobi? This team, there's a reason why you run this specific composition all the time in Ascent. It's so good at information gathering, denial of space, lockdown, ultimate usage. There's so many different ways that this team is able to shine on Ascent.
Again, we fall back to the compositional differences. HHS's comp requires ultimates to function, and RHS is the one with ultimates. No command to execute in, so you don't have the double initiator. You don't have that raised utility to deny any space off of mollies, off of fault lines. So you just kind of have to respect it, wait for that timer to tick down, and utilize a numbers advantage on this retake. I mean, that frag will get you the showstopper, and it's going to be invested immediately off the rip.
Oh,
great haunt as well.
That haunt was the literal eye of success. I can't believe it, Mania. You've done it again, buddy. Whenever Hebron needs a star player to give them a fighting chance, Mania is there.
I mean, they had an ace or two the first day as well on the broadcast yesterday in the match against Mira Mesa. And now that they're back on that raise here on Ascent, there's no reason why they choose it over the Jet. Just the mobility. I'm gonna fear for them when the raise nerfs come out, but for now they are unhinged, unleashed, and tying us back at 3 apiece.
We're getting that same level of grit and determination that we got out of Sunset, Zobi. Whatever happened to Hebron High and Bind, it's been completely wiped away. They're looking to continue that even further.
Careful.
Gracefully sailing in the air is Toyin. High ground still accomplished, making sure to clear out Pizza. Don't leave any angle unchecked. Get rid of the tripwire. It may alarm them that someone is there, but Rascal is still able to push so far that no one has seen them yet. And they could just post up here and wait for someone to push out of A, going through CT to get onto B. Now, especially, a lot of noise is being accomplished. Fight is breaking out towards Boyd House. Toyin has another of the dash online. Cypher is so crisp on these shots. And the lurk accomplished by Rascal in resounding fashion. Mania, you gotta do it again, buddy. This time you gotta do it by yourself. Impossible to be done. RHS back in the lead.
And now, we'll see. Again, this cat and mouse affair will continue because it keeps the economy for both squads in pretty decent shape. HHS, though, with that round loss, doesn't get to accrue a win or a loss bonus, so they lose this. Their reserves gone from the start of this half, and this is an opportunity to turn the tide for Redland Terriers in my mind. They have the ults, they have the weapons. They're just gonna go all in on bringing them to this A site. Expecting maybe a fake because of the fallback, but it looks like it's maybe just for some lineups here before the exit comes through. The only disruption is, and here's an Odin from heaven, but look at the updraft from Toyin.
They couldn't quite track them quick enough, and the spray pattern of the Odin working against them there to get back over onto the target that they were looking for. Skirting by with only 16 HP. Here it is, the double up on the doorway. Looking in both different directions, but somehow Exit still walks away with one. Not quite going for it yet, realizing someone has to be on the other side of it, but are they ready for Cypher right there? It doesn't look like they are, because how is this possible from Cypher? 3 players, 3 kills, RHS, 5 rounds.
And that's the hard stop, like I said, the turning point for RHS. It requires a timeout to put a stop to it. Again, economy in shambles. Ult's just now coming online, so a desync between the gun and ult economy. But for now, also just a time to take a breather. You opened up the map successfully, a change from the previous 2 maps. But again, you're starting to head towards that path of another 9-3, another 8-4, favoring the Redland Terriers. So, again, that was partially hero play, partially, like I said, just the ultimates and the execution. Beautifully timed. My issue here is that Cypher's about to get their second null command online. Just off of that 3-piece alone. And that's been a huge tool for disabling what this compositional's advantage is for Hebron High.
It really has been. And the other crazy part about this is that Bowie and Ferv really haven't found a reason to use the Hunter's Fury or Into the Shadows. Same with Toyin. They've been holding on to this Blaze Storm for quite some time. It just comes back to there's really no need. There's really no use of expending these ultimates. But Cypher, grab them an ult orb real quick. It could be an easy sight take right off the rip. Echoing the statements that you're making. Mania, if they're able to pick up something here, could throw it back. But Fried and Ritzy, you're looking at this Rolling Thunder and a Nightfall. Feels like it's being held on for a smidge too long. Play for the retake or even play for some of these aggressive moments we saw from Hebron coming out of Sunset. Transplant that here onto the actual Ascent map itself. But there it is. Ritzy going to go for a quick couple of jump peeks with the Sheriff. Now knowing that they're going to be close. I want to get in their face fast. Mania hiding out inside of lamps. Cypher is just unreal with this utility over and over. The value that they're able to gain just off the back of denying space with that molly or even getting pickoffs like that is giving RHS so much on the map of Ascent.
For sure. I mean, they're another player that's kind of had some role differences across the HSEL Nationals. We saw them on the Rays, but their final boss may just be the KO. Mentioned needing a fry to get that null command. Well, that's now online and a tool if need be. But RHS already has that first blood, so they feel that stability to go where they want. And my concern is I'm getting flashbacks to that pistol. The trap wire for Switch in place. Only disruption would be Rascal on this mid lurk, but again, they've tucked away. But there it is. The null command ripped just in time to unimpede the jet, so Toyin can go searching, can go playing with the Cypher backside of Boathouse, and they are just overwhelmed, Sam.
Yeah, they got hit with the one-way, thinking that they're going to come through the cloud burst. No, rather, they were going for the wraparound behind them. Ritzy's putting in, though, overtime right now, though, on that Sheriff. And here it is. The Rolling Thunder popped up in tandem with the Nightfall. The unbelievable timing on this to use both of these ultimates in the way that they are. Cypher concussed out of their mind, lands the headshot, and Ferv's not going to be left out of that conversation either. Redland High School, 6 rounds on the board now.
I mean, a breach ult doesn't matter if you have first bullet accuracy, that's for sure. Now a 2K88 for Cypher here. Again, they were at the core of that round victory. Nice delay coming in from the Hunter's Fury, but that's what gave them the sight. And then obviously they're kept at bay, that heavy investment of both the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall from Hebron. And that feels like it's just a ticket for RHS to get a lead in this half, right? At this point, I mean, you've wasted those high-ticket ultimates. Yes, you have Mania with this showstopper, but again, that's one player to place on a pedestal and ask to deliver. Oh?
Hey, exit. At the right moment on that. Again, these soft clears. Hurting both of these teams in massive ways. HHS, 2 on the site. Prowler's gonna go in. Redlands struggling to get onto there. The paint shells gonna push them back before the re-engage begins once again. Off the back of this owl drone, up in the air. And he is able to skirt by towards Dice. RHS is thinking better of this rather than wanting to take the fight there. An unfortunate use of that haunt instead of going over the wall, landing onto the side itself and giving RHS this cover under the night that they need.
Ooh. From the shadows, though, into spawn. Makes them think twice of rotation to B. They know they haven't pulled enough numbers over to the A site. So instead, when the Killjoy is picked off, they reinforce this A split idea. Now 2 from each avenue. A challenge potentially in the retake avenue. My concern is here, Mania's been in hell the entire time, and they're going to unleash it. Showstopper out. They're just playing down the clock at this point. The duo that clutched last round in the thick of the weeds here. While you might get the plan down, you're not going to have time because you are overwhelmed by the players for HHS that never left.
They never left. Most importantly for Hebron, they're not giving up the hope yet. For the defensive half of Ascent. This unconventional composition is putting in the work. And especially for Exit in that last round. Keeping them pushed in that corner, tucked away on catwalk, going into tree. And then converting it into 2 more after that. You're sending RHS kind of on a topsy-turvy mission on where they really want to go before re-hitting A. And then it just came down to the gunfights that Hebron High knows that they can win. Getting their confidence back and remembering who they are.
Part of that confidence is these early first bloods, so you see that joint aggression from the Raze and the Fade, but unfortunately, again, it's Cypher that's been the perfect counter this KO. It wasn't there in the match against Mira Mesa, right? Because of that triple Sentinel composition. Now, these counters coming out here. Different avenue. Hopefully through tree, but that suppression fading, you get that information, you get that denial of space off the boombot, and RHS trying to pull out a strategy that we actually saw over on Sunset. They cut noise, they cut any information provisions to HHS, and then hard execute into a site later on when there's 30 seconds, 20 seconds even left. Looks like that draw is going to be the B site where there actually isn't any Cypher utility this round. It's on mid other than the spy cam.
That's going to be so easy for HHS to walk away and give RHS this site up. Even going through mid, they realize that there's not too many players there. There's not even a smoke expended to protect them from CT. They still have that market control, but how much more of this are they going to be able to gain? Rascal was going for the spray transfer, but wasn't able to accomplish it. Thankfully, Bowie is there on the other side. Blinded, though. Exit taking full advantage of their breach's utility. Now back over on the other side is a 3v3 as the spike is planted on this B side, still ticking away on the numbers. Cypher does have their KO knife available to them. Could throw it out, gather just a little bit more information, look away from the flash, but that interrupts the crosshair placement just enough. And that is HHS putting their foot down and pushing right back against RHS. Now 1 round separating these two in the first half.
Again, the mid-rounding strong from the Redlands. They get their B-site plant, but the retake is where HHS thrives. And that's where it's kind of Cypher again at the crux. He needs to stay alive to get that recycling into 0 point because that's the disruption that they have. That, or we need to see forward pressure in the post plant that these late round pivots don't provide, right? You need to see Toying pressuring CT. Maybe a player like Ferv or Rascal back towards main. And just the way that they're playing this doesn't get them into those standard post plant positions that this composition is favored in terms of disruptions. So for now, HHS grabbing back a hold of the reins, an opportunity to tie things 6-6 at the half. For the first time this series, and RHS doesn't have an advantage at the half, but are trying to get that advantage off of this lockdown.
And they need to. A lockdown is going to be the advantage they're looking for. Rascal. Wait a minute. I like this play. You get your 1, get out of there. Don't play for any more. Instead, give it over to Cypher. What is going on here between these two players? They wanted to try and take the initiative, and it worked out for them pretty decently. They got their 1 pick off and wanted to try and double dip for a little more, but the important thing is that they are alive. The paranoia blinds Toyin for just a second here, preventing any of that noise from coming through, but don't let Bowie get away with this. They see the recon bolt, but they're not playing their hand just yet. They're playing off the back of this timing, and that's exactly what they needed. A 1v2, though, for Exit to save this first half for Hebron High, but no savior is going to be happening. It's a stinger of all things in the hands of Toyin to give Redlands High School this first half 7-5.
And I posed the fix that was you need this forward pressure, this proactivity, right? And what does Rascal do? They pushed into CT off the fake from the first shock dart. And Cypher even backs them up to see if they can steal another one away. That would have been HHS going for the trade, the retaliation, the avenging of Minty. And I liked the decision to disengage to maintain that advantage because clearly it came down to every last player being alive. The only thing I can point out here is that the round differential at the half has been diminishing. 9-3, 8-4, 7-5, the closest we have had yet. So HHS learning, adapting to their rivals here to give us a best showing, a best closeout we could ask for here on Ascent.
Now we do go to the defense of RHS. The map, famous for being defense-sided. Famous for seeing Rascal doing things like that. Getting a headshot and the first blood yet again. But mid being unprotected in the way that it was. Rascal forced to play and find safe harbor inside of logs. The smoke is going to keep them protected for just a moment longer. HHS isn't pushing in too quickly. Look at that. Ferv through the window. Isolated against a 2v1. It's both of those frags. It's on the other end. Toyin didn't land the headshot, but does have the dash to stay alive inside of Pizza. It's down to these two players who are doing a phenomenal job at equalizing things. Toyin has no HP, but right behind them, Bowie is going to bail them out. Fried knows that this jet was stuck there, has to use the fault line. They back away, but a 2v1. Fried does have two flashes. They can plant the spike on B. It's pistol round, feeling tenuous for both sides.
And that low HP on the jet is why they chose not to defend the spike. My concern here is in less than 20 seconds, Fried is going to have that falling back online. They still have both flashes tucked away as well. So utility perfect for isolating these fights if they even need it. Timing could be everything here. Booby barely tucks away into the lane, but they still didn't get visibility on the jet.
Should be hearing both of the footsteps now. Fault line ready. Toyin's going to be the one to defuse. Smoke's going to go up. They hear the shots of the classic. Has to pop off of the reload. Fried. It was so close. You saw the moments of genius there. But Bowie stays alive. They're floating. And RHS gets the second pistol round of this map.
And just like that, we get to see them try and continue that pistol dominance that they had prior. Yes, they dropped the first pistol to HHS, but that's their first and only one of the series. So way to deny that stark, quick comeback that would have been amazing for Hebron to tie us up at 7-7, following standard economy flow of the game, but now we'd have to come out of this Deagle by stage a chance at a thrifty here from HHS, but otherwise this is where, again, this mirror meta composition, when it's head-to-head against something atypical, it shows how well-rounded it is. This half will be the final telltale.
You hear it. Marshall's firing around. Rascal is going to peek through mid. Minty's got the trade onto Ferb, rather, instead of Rascal themselves. Hacking away, making sure that top mid is going to be their downfall. Ritzy, how much space they've gained through tree. And just over on the other side of it. Potentially beat at the Carnage. They looked over to the other side, but Cypher was still quick enough on the uptake to save their life and save themselves. Throw the knife at the wall, see who is close to you, but no one detected. They're not ready for who's behind them. Exif was there. Perfect timing. Perfect moments. Mania picks up the spike. He's going to be able to plant it here, but they are hurting. Exif does go over to the Spectre. The door is going to be dropped down.
Clear the corner, please.
Plant it down. Please clear the corner. They didn't clear the corner, Zobi. That one vital mistake gives HHS everything. Hebron varsity getting the thrifty.
Whew. The number of times that corner has not been cleared in high-stress, low-player remaining situations is unrivaled. That is for sure. And like you mentioned, that gives HHS the best opportunity here. They win the thrifty. That was the save. Now they get not only the win credits, but credits that they had built up. So you can see Minty debating Odin, Phantom. You get your pick of the lot to counter now. And RHS, no real all-in strategy for this eco, just Cypher going aggro alone. And again, this understanding of HHS that RHS could have gone for a gamble push out of A main. They wait for that pressure, they deal with it accordingly, and now they go for the fast execution.
It's kind of nuts to me that you just put yourself out there like a free target in the air. Bowie, the spray down inside of the smoke from all of HHS leads credence to that there was nothing that could be done there. When Hebron High pulls the ripcord, people from RHS are going to be suffering across the board. Rascal has no chance to be able to do anything in this 1v4. Maybe able to make some impact in frag economy. This round is written in stone. Hebron High. Victory accomplished. One more to go before we're tied on Ascent.
And with that, again, a pivotal round. We talked about that first half. And I think the turnaround that happened when it was that 3-3 and those 3 rounds that RHS was able to run away with. This is a pivotal round in my mind, right? RHS, they have weapons. They lose this, they will likely lose the lead back to Hebron High School. That's why they have this operator. That's why they have the best defensive tools they could ask for. Rascal again on their aggressive killjoy antics here. Unfortunately, nobody to bite again. HHS has been really good about their cadence of clearing out A main, avoiding any of this pressure, any of these duos that come out of a mere meta, or sorry, a meta composition like this.
Okay. Some utility being expended, but not too much invested towards A. And for good reason, right? You're not really getting the clearing potential that you would have from Sova or from KO. And A's been kind of dicey a little bit. They haven't had the resistance that they are wanting to go up against, especially with hearing the KJ turret. You might think some more of that utility is being left over there. That is a phenomenal first pick from Exith, taking away the jet that could have been the difference maker for RHS. And now you have inside of the smoke Ferv, inside of B main. Once that smoke dissipates, this is it for them. They got to take these fights. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The double headshot. This player has just thrown it right back into the face of Hebron High.
With that multi-kill, Ferv has to defend here on this B side. While the shock dart doesn't deliver there, Vandal will perfect succession. The solo defender on the B side to be feared, an ace to get RHS back into spirits. I said that was a pivotal round, not just for the scoreline, but now even for the mental of this squad. What a statement from Freaky Ferv, that's for sure.
And you gotta think about what happened to them, right, Zoe? They were in B main, out in the open, nowhere near close to any cover. Had anything had gone differently, and they didn't secure that double kill headshot and actually scared away the third player that was walking up with the team, could have been a completely different story for that round. And HHS had the advantage, right? They had the first blood pick off onto Toyin. But sometimes that one player is just enough. If you ever have to rely on anyone, you always rely on the antics of Ferv. This time around, though, for HHS, it's get onto the site quick. Waste no time this go around. A is where you found most of your success. It's looking like where A is going to be able to accomplish something. Cypher's on that high ground. Guardian, you're trying to do whatever you can if you're Mania. At only 30 HP, RHS not letting the double digits slip away from them.
And again, that round, I liked the execution from HHS. It was just distractionary players like Rascal, like Cypher, that prevented anybody from aiding Mania, who was on site. So they're trying to provide support from Hell with the spray down and then the molly, but none of the timing's working out because there's nobody else on site to retaliate. So they get a full firing range out of Heaven for RHS, and like you mentioned, that is what they need to get the double digits here. So point in this game. No timeout taken just yet, but still strategies on this eco round to implement. An A split in the works with that lurk from Minty now. We'll see what the exec looks like. And again, Rascal. What are the odds they don't clear this?
They have to, right? Surely.
I mean, because the
Rascal can't
turret,
get
though,
away
was on
with this.
site.
They
Yeah,
can't get
look.
away with this. This is bloody murder, Rascal. Completely sweeping the legs out from underneath HHS, and then Bowie's gonna do the exact same thing. Minty, it's just question marks above their head. The biggest one is, what the heck just happened to my team?
For sure. That mid lurk, that was supposed to be the backdoor option to be. Now between 4 players and an operator, all this utility does get some deagle shots. They are a player circle that's delivered upon them. Solo fight after solo fight. Keep serving up, and the operator has to bail you out.
I was like, we can't keep giving these ones to Minty, okay? We gotta swing together here, Chiefs. But like you said, that's gonna be that operator to bail them out, and a timeout now from Hebron High Varsity. This ship is starting to be steered into the iceberg, Zobi. And it may be splintering in half in the form that RHS, Redlands High School, is giving us. And ever since that Ferv ace, well, I don't know. I've just been... I've been shook to my very core, and I can only imagine how it feels for Hebron.
For sure. And like I said, this timeout was what I thought needed to stop the train that is the Terriers at the moment. I mean, again, talk about that being the pivotal round for the comeback of RHS after the lead was almost stolen from them. And now this is what they need to stop that momentum, that train. The last buy potentially before, or it is the last buy before map and series point. So literally wait until the last second. Also, the ultimates for both sides kind of clashing here head to head. The silver lining, yes, Cypher doesn't have that no command just yet to neutralize on Roll Theft or Rolling Thunder, but they're 1 frag away. So in my mind, the strategy is going to be avoid Cypher, that 0 point, that no command, and hard exec into a site off of this Rolling Thunder. The issue here is they've chosen the site where the operator, where Toyin is posted up, and if they get the first blood onto this breach, it's over.
But that's why it's so important that they weren't over there.
Yeah.
Even blinded out by the Prowler, they could have gone off the back of the recon ball from the Hunter's Fury. Didn't need to do that. Instead, it's just backing away. They also saw, they have an inkling that the operator is here, and you can see too, Mania was bullied out by the Hunter's Fury as well. With Rascal looking in towards Tree and 3 players on A and a smattering of KJ utility. And HHS is going to have to fight through. Taking their time to regroup and reconvene. Rascal's going to take a couple of shots through the smoke, but them being alive is very pivotal towards the success of that utility from the KJ. It's going to be popped and expended. Bowie living their best life at Generator. How much more of their life is going to be gained? Paranoia's try and go out. A couple of the wallbang shot. They know that they're there. The alarm bot is going to vulnerable them enough. Finding through hell. Cypher back and forth over on the other end. Exit is going to come and give their teammate their life that they're looking for. Rascal's not leaving this chance though. Lockdown used.
Rowdy Rascal reels himself in instead of going for the hero play, the aggression. They play for the win con, they play for the team round victory here, and it is perfect. They try to escape the radius, and they cannot. Blades in the air, they don't need the up. They need the team ace, they need the map and series point. 12-7 here favoring the Redlands Terriers. And there it is. And they trade out the lockdown, the blades, and the Hunter Shiri, right, for this no command, which is the perfect counter again to the Nightfall, to the Rolling Thunder. Maybe the last grandstand attempt that HHS would have. And that's why we might see it just off the rip. They don't want to take that gamble, that chance on an op angle holding on a no command, stripping it from them. But look at the counterplay. Swarm grenade, everything, and now
it doesn't even get them.
One player, yeah.
It doesn't even get the most important player, Toyin with the operator. Are they going to be toying with us today? Not today.
Body block.
The operator looked cool, but like you said, it was a body block that prevents them from going anywhere. And HHS still has the Nightfall. Rather than playing into the waiting arms of B, being much more diligent on their patience, knowing that the guns aren't quite where it should be to take these engagements on a team that's now weathered the effects of the Rolling Thunder. But still, a massive pick off the operator dealt with. Mania has it in their hands to hopefully be able to gain even more of an advantage for this team. And they get to stay under cover from the recon bolt. Cover's been blown.
And that is, again, just miraculous that all of the utility and only one player loses their life. Bowie now solo anchor on the A side. They did it last round off the Killjoy utility, this round alone, but with an Odin. Cypher Cage actually going to help them with the spray down, the reposition on the dice, but 2 HP. They have to duck out. They have to sub in Cypher to finish the job, perhaps.
How do you get by with 2 HP, Zobi? I don't know. This is it. The calling card moment for Redlands High School. Finally, after a grueling 3-map series, Ascent, no overtime today, no hope. They've accomplished it yet again, taking down Hebron High Varsity and sending a shockwave through this team in our first matchup of the day.
A 2-1 victory for the Redlands Terriers, and just again proving that they deserved that second place spot, that last year wasn't a fluke in the playoffs here. And the prediction that I had, I mean, it wasn't a 13-3 like it was last time after a close OT, but a 13-7, right? No, a double-digit affair, no overtime. So again, litmus test, the meta composition sadly existing for a reason on Ascent. The composition that was victorious in that one win on Ascent for HHS clearly maybe just favored when there isn't as much retaliation, as much information with the Triple Sentinel comp that Mira Mesa had pulled out of left field. But regardless, it is only a group stage match. So that's just their litmus test. That's their first kind of understanding of what the Redland Terriers bring to the table this year. And I'm sure we'll see a rematch of them in the playoffs if they're on the same side of the bracket.
I mean, history has a fair chance of repeating itself, right? Of who is going to be in that third place matchup between these two teams. There's a very, very strong possibility. But this is also a black eye for Hebron Varsity. Their very first loss that they've had throughout the entirety of their Valorant season. And so this is something that they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, look at the VODs, learn from this defeat, and take something out of it. Because, right, tomorrow comes around, you're going to have to really put yourself out there and put yourself forward if you want to take on the team that is Redlands. And not only that, but to go that extra step further for the national champions, the defending national champions of St. John Bosco, who's also been on a tear of their own. But from what we got out of these two teams, Zobi, again, right, this is HSEL, High School Esports League. The determination that we're getting from these players has been phenomenal. It's been so much fun to watch the next generation show up in force in the way that they are. And we are, I mean, just like looking at some of the stats alone, right? Some fun little facts that we've gotten out of here. We've had 4 game threes on stream, 1 off stream, with 5 overtimes on stream and 1 off stream. So you put these players in these environments where they get up on the stage, it activates something inside of them, whether it's the land jitters or to want to go even further beyond and prove their worth against teams like Hebron Varsity or against teams like Redlands High. It's been a phenomenal weekend so far in my book.
Oh, I completely agree. And I mean, clearly these schools' esports training programs are peak, and we have an amazing sponsor that can help you as well elevate your school's esports training experience. The Valor training platform offers a premier experience tailored for players at all levels. Valor's platform ensures effective skill development and progress tracking with structured roadmaps, categorized learning, and interactive quizzes. Generation Esports schools who join Valor before June 30th will receive summer holiday period free too. I mean, summer vacation, we're just getting started with the HSEL Nationals. So it's the perfect opportunity for students to train and level up during break. So make sure you empower your esports student athletes with Valor's superior training and educational support. So book a call with HSEL or MSEL rep to learn more today, Sam. But I mean, that's it for our first matchup of the day. And I think we only have one more matchup for the group stage as well before we get that seeding out of the red and gold groups for that knockout bracket. And I mean, we're in for another banger. Top seed versus top seeds contenders right now. Adlai E. Stevenson High School versus the previous defending champions out of John Bosco. And I cannot wait.
I can't wait for that either. But it all comes after a nice little break that I think we've all earned for ourselves. Zobi, I believe you're going to be stepping out, and none other than the phenomenal Clutch Key is going to be joining me on the next game. So, chat, thank you all so much for being the best that we could possibly ask for. We are going to go to that break. Like I said, don't go anywhere because, well, you know what? This is the final match of the seeding stage, and one that is going to prove to be just as exciting.
And we're back with another post-game interview. I'm here with Fur from the Redlands Terriers out of California. How you doing, Fur?
Good.
How was that? How you feeling after that last game?
Yeah, you know, we got off to a rocky start, but closing it out was light, and we're ready to take it.
Now, there's been a lot of close games this tournament, a lot of overtime. How do you manage to stay cool under pressure? Because it seems like a lot of the overtime situations, it seems like there's a lot of trash talk going on between the Terriers and the Hebron. Do you guys know each other?
Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, you got to realize that the other team's just as nervous as you, and that you just got to hunker down and pull through.
Awesome. Well, it was nice talking to you today, Fur. Good job.
Thanks, man.
Opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. You know, it's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, you know, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, you know, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, you know, help guide them through, you know, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now we have, our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had, you know, this group not have, you know, persisted and, you know, kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Den, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but you know, taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, you know, just beyond, you know, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97–98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools.
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with and eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements. They say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this, invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think, probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success, is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well, because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that, love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist: 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into two groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the Collaborative Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning Standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes, all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it, where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because KC Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. You know, it's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements. And share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team, featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform, and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators, and get ready for an amazing fall semester, brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many
2024, brought to you by Oakley. Hello, lovely people in the crowd. Thanks for watching. The best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out. We're in day 2. We have one more Valorant match to play on the main stage. We have our defending 2023 national champion, St. John Bosco, out of the powerhouse state of California, versus some maybe Midwest hometown heroes, close-ish to Kansas City, coming out of Illinois.
the AESHS Patriots. They're ready to play, so let's bring them onto the stage. Please welcome St. John Bosco and the AESHS Patriots.
Thank you so much for that once again, David, and hello, HSEL Nationals. It's good to see you all again. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me now is Clutch Key for some more Valorant action, the last of the matches that are going to be happening on stage, and most importantly, the last of the seeding matches that we will be seeing as well. So, St. John Bosco, the defending National 2023 champs, going up against Adelaide E. Stevenson High School. A lot of pressure here for AESHS Patriots, Clutch Key, with a team as, I would say, deadly as St. John Bosco.
I mean, you already heard him say it up top on that stage, defending national champions. And this, I said it yesterday as well, this school knows a lot about national championships, right? Football, 3-time national champions. And then you've got your esports team right now that is looking very fine and very good right now. Part of really the only game yesterday we saw them on stream, you and I did, that went 2-0. And so we've had a lot of great matches that have gone 2-1 thus far. But the only game to provide us a 2-0 was with St. John Bosco. And that was yesterday, I believe, against St. Louis University High that went 13-8, 13-6. So we might see that yet again. But the Patriots, I mean, they are in the group stage. They are here in the Nationals for you know, all intents and purposes. They are going to pull up punches. They are going to be pulling up the punches as much as they can, keep rolling it along. And we'll see if they can take a map off of St. John Bosco. We'll see if they can take the win against this national champion team, because you know that they are going to be running into an unstoppable force right now.
It really is an unstoppable force. And speaking of maps, let's go ahead and figure out where exactly these teams are going to be making their mark on, starting off on none other than the special map of Ascent. Now, the next two maps are interesting to me, though, especially the third one if we get into it. We haven't seen much Breeze yet, but we are going to be going there. We've seen it once so far in this stream. But Lotus, right? Lotus is this interesting case study to me coming out of high school. This is a very popular map in collegiate, a very popular map in Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 1. But we haven't seen hide nor tail of it on the high school stage. So for Lotus, this map that is so in the mindset of a lot of players, it just hasn't been done yet. So I'm leaning towards maybe the high schools aren't feeling as confident here, but finally now that we're getting to see it, confidence is back in force potentially.
Well, you say when we see it, but first we got to get there if we go to map number 3, because that is still map number 3. We still got to get through Ascent and Breeze first. And like you were saying, we've only seen Breeze once, and that was yesterday during our very first match between Hebron Varsity as well as Mira Mesa. That was the only time we saw it. Ascent, though, yesterday we all know the story of this, the 19-17 overtime. We will see if we even get close to that, because that is a record. But we start off on what we know as the special right now. Teams are starting to lock in. Obviously, a lot of times you are going to see pretty much something standard, right? You see the Jets being pulled out. You see the Killjoys being pulled out. Omens as well. And pretty much this is going to be mirror. So this is going to be standard on either side. There is no surprises given out whatsoever. This is all standardized for this map. Everything. So we'll find out which team. It's basically skill matchup. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. And we got a very stark lesson on why this is the standard composition for Ascent in our previous matchup between Hebron High. They were playing that unconventional composition against Redlands that involved a breach, a fade, a raise, and a cipher. But the problem with that composition is that you don't have any information gathering potential, right? You may have a decent amount of flashes, and the haunt sure can be used in somewhat similar stages, but Sova is just with their recon dart, it's impossible almost to really stand up to them, and it's indisputable what they can do off the back of that. And not only that, factoring in the KO with the mollies, flushing out corners at Ascent is very, very much deadly on. If you don't have this style of composition, it really does work against you. That's not even factoring KJ's lockdown, the ultimate potential. This is why it's stock standard. And so, like you said, it all comes down to who has the skills to pay the bills It is going to be St. John Bosco starting off on the attack first against the Patriots on defense. Map number 1 of Ascent. Okay, Skies. He really close to that on Jordan Clarkson. They go for the jump peek. Almost paid for it with their life.
All right, now it's just getting information up mid at the very least, so you know one's there, but it's just going to be a rush down mid, and now everybody's going to have to pass. That's a great radar arrow to know that 3's there. Unfortunately, because 3's there, you're walking into it by yourself, and you got Skies there getting 2, a pistol as well with the Classic, and these Classics are doing wonders for this team from Bosco. 3 versus 1. It's just a jumping Classic left to go. Vix is right there to clean up house. And 1-0, and that's one of the quicker pistol rounds, right? We have seen a lot of 1v1s, 2v1s, but no. Bosco makes it up 3 versus 1, and the Braves are up 1-0 very early.
That was a roaring show of force from this team. It didn't really feel like they let go of the W key during that entire matchup, during that entire map 1. Round 1 rather. And so looking at it now that they're able to make the buy, I wouldn't be surprised if we see anything different from them. AESHS is roaming around with some small amounts of firepower to maybe stand up to St. John Bosco, but again, it's buy-ups across the board for this team. And another push up through mid that Jordan Clarkson is going to jump peek and get punished for it yet again. They do this time and time again, and it's may not ending up in their death, but it is costing them their HP. Ooh, HP cost in the form of a life from Kane Zera.
Oh my goodness. And you see the pressure that they're putting on mid right now. You've already got them double stacked up, already rotating towards A, but there's not enough people. There's not enough time. They're just taking all the pressure onto A. As soon as they take pressure on mid, they're delaying every single resource that can get towards A, right? That Omen, that KJ, and everything else. And now, look at that. Spike's already planted down, and they're all coming from tree, and they know that for a fact, too. Kane Zera is going to go on a tear.
Kane Zera almost got an ace in the second round of Ascent on the first map. If this player is locked in and dialed in, there was any doubts about that, it's just all been removed here, Clutch Key. And a reminder, Kane Zera, a beast in the Tier 3 competition scene, denied Tier 2 only because of their age. But this right here is a player who's an up-and-coming star.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about it yesterday where Kane Zera and the rest of the team from Bosco were here mainly. It is group stage, and they're just trying to figure out what compositions work. But obviously, now that it's just skill matchup versus skill matchup, you're seeing the depth of this Tier 3 player. You're seeing the depth of this entire St. John Bosco squad that wants to make a repeat of what happened last year in Nationals. And at the same time, too, you can feel that the Patriots are just trying to still figure this out. This is still their first match. And the Braves of Bosco are already putting on the pressure. That is just immense right now. Already 2-0 and 2 very quick rounds at that, I would say. I mean, we've seen slow rounds from the very first 2 rounds, but this is just immense pressure. Now they're getting slow. Now they're just changing up the tempo at this point, Sam. It's just like, oh, now they want to go slow, but just like that, Kane Zera on the Outlaw's just going to find Mookie, and they can go wherever they want at this point now.
They really can, and wherever they want is going to end up on B. There's not much of the KJ utility that they need to fight against now. Vix is going to poke their way through the smoke. They hear the footsteps. They're ready for it, and they want to take the fight up against this team. They didn't have their weapons out, so Knight was so close. It is 6 HP that Vixa has. How do you switch over to the Ghost Vixa? And you almost take down the Omen with a little HP that you were working with. There was no health, and they should have been able to do any of that. Now the team is back over towards B, but here's the crux of this. It's not happening on B. Clutch Key, it is all on A, where that spike is going to land. And you have Kane Zera posted up towards tree. They're not relying on the Outlaw. No, it's a classic. And if they run into the Omen, all it takes is a simple right click, but they have the knife out again. Would they go out for their own piece of utility? But Kane Zera, made of steel. St. John Bosco winning out the bonus.
And picks up the Vandal from that as well, so guess who gets another bonus round, Mr. Kane Zera? Yes, you do. That's just 3-0, and the pressure again. As long as Kane Zera is alive, you better be watching every single angle. And again, I said this yesterday too, and you and I were just talking about this yesterday as well. I wish my classics did that. I right-click my classic, and it feels like the bullet spray goes everywhere but where I want it to. Kane Zera makes this look easy.
Keegan, my classical is going to Overwatch, okay? All right.
We're going into the completely wrong game, the wrong dimension entirely. And speaking of in the wrong place, look, they're all just rushing B. It's all going wrong for the Patriots.
This is a tidal wave. This is a tsunami of St. John Bosco. Kane's is eating him alive, buddy. These shots are cold. They're crisp.
They don't even plant. Sam, they don't even plant. That's how quick that round was. I didn't even see the timer go down below a minute. Let alone maybe a minute 10. And this is just ridiculous. And then it's another bonus round for Kane Zero. And again, that's 6,300. Next round, he's going to have full economy, no matter, probably unless they lose this round. But still, Bosco, man. This is their first game of the day, by the way. They still got to play maybe another one later on in the playoffs. And the defending champions are showing off their muscles, and their muscles are all the way up to the roof right now.
Nah, they're flexing right now. All right, well, Kane's Arrow maybe flex a little too hard there. Fire Pumpkin's blinded for just a second, but not enough to save the life of Kane's Arrow. Finally, this demon gets to rest for just for a moment. The team of St. John Bosco is struggling across all the different fronts of this map. 2 players now gone for this team, and you have to imagine that this is the best opportunity for the Patriots to finally get that fight back that they're looking for against this team of the Braves. The spike is planted though. Skies is going to take some damage to the wall. Their location revealed by the recon bolt. The paranoia flies through. They dodge against it. And up in the high ground, Moist Mop is going to try and equalize the numbers back out, but that operator in their face has different ideas of what needs to be done. And Mookie's operator is just what the doctor ordered for AESHS. Finally able to get their first round on the board.
Jet and the operator, name me a more iconic duo. I will keep saying it over and over, but when that Jet, you know, as soon as the operator's in the hand of this duelist, man, magical things can happen. And Mookie does the magic, right? 3 kills, was 1 and 4 previously, gets 3 kills, goes back up to even on 500 on the KD ratio, and now, all of a sudden, you feel like the Patriots have given themselves a chance, and oh, Sam, I'm going to give this to you. I have a feeling this is going to be chaos with the op looking down right at the sentry side on B.
That's why I'm hoping that we're going to see some form of a flashbang from Kane Zera to flush out Mookie from this spawn, or just straight simply go for the null command. At that point, Mookie needs to play over towards the backside, because even if they got the kill with the operator, they couldn't get out. But playing in this position, it makes it so much safer, and they whip the rings right off of Skies. Speed Demons posted up with the Odin 2. This is a lot of firepower in one boathouse, and they're going to try and go for it, but Moist Mop doesn't have a head anymore to work with. Kane Zera is going to put it back into the face of Fire Pumpkins. No more smokes, but now the Recon Bolt tracks exactly where they need to go against Salad Cat. The 1v2, but Vixa is going to do this quite interestingly. They're going to pop the lockdown because they don't have enough time to get over here. They're going to be forced inside of the corner and play for safety and play for their life. Popping off the quick cloud burst. Quick go for that one. They missed the shot. Vixa's brilliance in using their ultimate to save the day and clutch out the round for St. John Bosco. What a play from this player.
The brain on Vixia is just insane.
200
to pull
IQ.
out that to pull out the lockout, right? To pull down the lockdown. And of course, make sure they know that they're in Bo's house, so you're stuck there. Doesn't even need to use the Nanoswarm, by the way. That's just pure skill from the Killjoy. And as a Killjoy enthusiast myself, you love to see that big brain. You love to see that aim and clutch out the round. And Bosco keeping this 5-1 lead. And now, oh my goodness, they're just going to rush this. Mookie's got the Blade Storm out, and you know something's amiss in that Cloudburst. But already, I mean, you get rid of Snipe there. And now it's just on Craziness down mid. Vix is not missing.
Nix is not missing, neither is Kane Zera. Quick knife into market. It's close for Kane Zera. They had their flashbang out, but now the rest of the team can just do what they do best. Crush them under their heel. St. John Bosco. This half now secured in the bag, 6-1, but there is still a lot more rounds they can go to further that lead.
Man, oh man. I mean, what else do you want to say about the St. John Bosco team, man? Not defending champions of HSEL right now, and they are very mighty. They are looking to do this again, to repeat, go back to back, and well on their way of doing so right now, because Oh man, you take a look at some of the score lines as well. St. John Bosco again winning 2-0, 13-9, 13-2 against Hebron Black. And of course we saw against their on their match against St. Louis University High 2-0 as well. They're looking for the perfect group stage. They have not dropped a single map. They're not looking to do that again. They already get 1 kill. Oh man, and already looking for more. As soon as they get that first entry frag, that first blood, it's just it starts to crumble away, Sam. It's not looking good. Snipe's gonna try to make this difference here though. Gets 2, but the shorty kill. Shorty's got hops.
How many times do we see a shorty kill? Clutch key.
It feels like a lot with the St. John Bosco team. You and I saw that a lot yesterday, but it feels like it happens not a lot, but not a good ratio unless Bosco's in the game.
We saw the Collat kill yesterday on to Wingman to get the Gecko with a shorty. Okay.
Still one of the most disgusting shots I've seen.
St. John Bosco should just replace their logo with a shorty at this point, because that feels like their team mascot. If they ever need a weapon that can secure a round for them, it feels like the shorty. And it's kind of those plays now where you're seeing that this team is so confident. Why wouldn't you? You forced a timeout from AESHS, something that I probably would have liked to have seen much earlier, probably after they won their round, right? Get everything back in order. I know that a lot of coaches typically talk about wanting to maintain the momentum versus taking a timeout. But here's the problem, Clutch Key. SJB doesn't care about your momentum. They don't care about anything. They only care about winning. And there's no disruption to their momentum that you can really hammer in, especially with how they've been playing. Kane Zera has gotten an insane amount of first bloods, 13 kills so far, but the rest of the team isn't falling too far behind either. Vix is at 10. So you're looking at a Sentinel and an Initiator leading the pack. And already Kane Zera is on the way towards their second null command, their second ultimate. And Vix is not too far behind either, with 4 more before their ultimate is online once yet again.
And you got to imagine too, right? They're still even if at the bottom of the board, right? You're looking at if you look at the bottom of the board, that 8 assists still makes a big difference in what they're doing. It's just the positioning and the entry race of everything going on here that this team is taking advantage of. And look, Spike's already planted. Again, 20 seconds didn't pass, and they've already got this into a 4v4. The Spike is down. However, Snipes got there. Sheriff's going to get the kill onto Salad Cat at the same time. They're going to start defusing. Is Kane Zera going to be able to pop this? Yes. Kane Zera gets one at the very least, looking for another. Pops out to Jordan Clarkson around the corner, trying for the res. Kane Zera's going crazy. It's only up to the Sova at this point. And Kane Zera looking to clean this all up. 1 versus 2 at this point. It's just the KJ. But it is going to be Speed Demon that gets Kane Zera at the very least.
5 HP.
5 HP and a Dream, also vulnerable as well. Just 1 wind will do it, and it only takes 1 classic bullet to do it as well. Kane Zera might have gone down, but Vixen cleans up. St. John Bosco on a tear, 8-1.
It was so close again, but this is what I was talking about now, right? Kane Zera, ultimate again. Salad Cat, ultimate. Moist Mop, ultimate. On the flip side, though, we haven't seen that kind of level of proactivity from the Patriots. Especially not from, say, Jordan Clarkson, who could have used that lockdown to potentially secure that round for this team or give them some of that fighting chance that they're looking for here. It's been so difficult for this team to find any foothold against St. John Bosco just because of how quickly they are overwhelming the site. And with Ascent being this defense-sided map, there's just been no... How can the revelation come in when every single time you try to formulate a piece of the puzzle, Kane Zera is there to do things like that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're this Killjoy right now, if you're Jordan Clarkson right now, you're hoping that KJ gets some kind of a buff.
That's genius.
That is genius to reset. Oh my goodness. I mean, you would never think, but now, oh god, okay, so the Odin's around the corner. They do get the reset off at the very least, and Kane Zera's back up. Vixen does get a kill, but is traded out. It's 3v2 now, but this could work out well in their favor. Kane Zera's flash goes right there around the corner. This KO versus KO battle is crazy, but Kane Zera's on site now, and oh man.
Oh, but he put out his weapon right in the middle of that 0-point knife. And Snipe right behind them. In the back for AESHS. Another round. It's scary times for this team, right? You get 1, but it just feels like a momentary eye of the storm before the hurricane picks back up.
I mean, do you sense a pattern here, though? Look, 4 rounds won by Bosco, and then 1 round gotten by the Patriots. 4 rounds won by Bosco, and then another one by the Patriots. So you're hoping if the Patriots, this streak does not continue, because otherwise it's going to be 13-3 at the end of it if this keeps going on. But if you're the Patriots, you get some momentum, right? You're looking at a round win. Yes, the economy now looking a little more even across the board on either side. Fire Pumpkin's the only one in this game not getting not getting full shields, I should say. And now St. John Bosco wants to try to maybe slow it down a little bit. But look, the push going all up towards May. The only thing you've got there for Killjoy utility is an alarm bot. That's it. And you got to figure out how many people there are. You only got an attention for 1, but here comes the rush, and here comes the full-on power of St. John Bosco.
This team oscillates between fast and slow, with a typical lean towards the fast, up in the air, over and above. There's no one else. This is a ghost town of a site. The team of the Patriots, all in CT. No one to try and gain space in that market position. Inside of the Cloudburst, couldn't even stand up to Salad Cat. You heard it. The operator goes to the smoke. Kane's Era doesn't care about anything. They don't care about mollies at their feet. They don't care that there's 3 players in front of them. SJB. Flawless round.
Oh, man. I mean, you saw the entirety of that team, of that Patriots team, inside backside, right? Inside CT side. And now, I mean, all they have to do is rush them down. Don't even care about the Nanostorm. Kane's there. It's like, oh, I'm just taking a lovely stroll out here. I'm just going to see what I can find. Oh, 2 players, lovely. And then the rest of the team just walks in. I mean, it's just a lovely stroll out here for St. John Bosco in the first 11 rounds. And to end the half here, they've got advantages. They've got Patriots have 3 alternates, but it feels like almost they're starting off the back foot already. Look, your Sky's gone, and your Jet's gone, and Sky's just going to pop off for 2. Ace side's wide open.
Good God. It's just so simple from SJB. Overwhelm. Get in their face. Don't let them even have a chance to think here. And King's Era knows exactly what's happening. They go for the flashbang, but the only thing they care about is getting that lockdown eliminated. Thankfully, the Hunter's Fury is going to be that extra insurance policy to make sure that happens. Skies is still operating at 3 HP, but on the back of this, it only can be Kane's Era to stand toe-to-toe with an Odin right in front of their face. And not only that, but win. They look over towards the high ground. Heaven, 1 more player dealt with, 1 more to go. Jordan Clarkson is out. Salad Cat is in. SJB, the double digits for this first half that has so far set a record-breaking pace for a first half clutch key at HSEL Nationals so far.
This is starting to feel reminiscent of their game against Hebron Black right now. 13-2 is a potential possibility in the cards right now for St. John Bosco. They did that off stream. We didn't get to see it, but that is the most one-sided game or one-sided map we have seen in this entire tournament thus far. They may be able to do this again the way they are playing. And look, all I'm saying right now, I'll just have fun with this. St. John Bosco, we know they love the shorty. Why not just do an all shorty round here? That's what I'm saying. Just pull out the shorties. Just have fun with it, right?
You just go in for it. Just show off a little bit. Yeah, why not?
I mean, they love the shorties. They love the shorties as a secondary weapon, right? I mean, you might as well just try it, right?
Now we got to stop there though, okay? Keegan, I think they can kind of hear us, and if we put that little worm in their brain, they may actually just do that, okay, buddy? Okay,
look, wouldn't we be happy if they did?
Listen, I would be happy, but I don't know if I can't anymore with these teams. All right, these high schoolers. Good lord.
Good lord.
If you told me this was a tier 3 Valorant team, I'd believe you, Kane Zara, you mad lad. They wanted to go for the pop flash out, peek in, and see if maybe they could take someone out. But the flash wore off far too quickly for them to be able to gain any foothold that they were looking for. As another player falls from SJB, AESHS looking very confident in their approach on the attack, and their backs and their wills, most importantly, not broken by the 10-2 half that they're staring at. Sky's Sheriff, the bullets going all around the heads of Mookie. Not gonna be good enough here. Mookie sitting at 39 HP. Couldn't have asked for anything more from this team. AESHS getting a small lifeline in the form of a second pistol round in the second half.
That's how you do it. That's how you put. You know what? AESHS kind of went ahead and gave St. John Bosco a taste of their own medicine as soon as they got that first blood. All systems go, right? Green lights on, and rush that site down, and that's exactly what they did on A, right? And you give yourselves now a great chance, a flawless round, which is what everybody wants in a pistol round. a flawless round. Mookie's up to a 4K, already halfway to a Blade Storm, and just hitting shots. And now the bonus round here for the Patriots, they can change their tempo up, right? They're thinking, and look at this is a 4-stack down B, at least 2 going towards mid market, 2 going for B site on the St. John Bosco side. Problem is, A's wide open at the moment, and now they're realizing it. Maybe there's nothing at A. They could probably rotate back. This is everybody on A right now. If they wanted to recall this, they could, but no. Jets already entered onto A. This is going to get crazy soon.
And look at what might happen between Vixa and Jordan Clarkson. Vixa, the crouch saved their life and returned the favor in kind to Jordan Clarkson, dealing enough damage with just a classic alone. And this thrifty for SJB is very possible now. But Fire Pumpkins and Snipe putting up the capes, becoming the hero of the hour for this team. Salad Cat may have been given a boon in the form of this Spectre. The spike being planted in 2 players in different directions at different odds, gonna be so difficult for them to punch through. And one player may be so low enough that the Spectre can gain massive value off of the back of this. A recon bolt seeing them that they're over at the other side of this generator, and there really is no hope for Salad Cat to be able to defuse this spike. Instead, deal as much damage as you possibly can to the economy, and you cost AESHS a Pyrrhic victory and a complete and total annihilation of their team.
Yeah, I mean, you still, for St. John Bosco, you're happy to take that away, right? You can buy up full, mostly except if you're Speed Demon, but you get rid of 4 there, and that's a great round for you, even if you lose that previous round. So it's 10, and maybe 10-4. The lead cut down to 6 at the very least for the Patriots. You're getting closer. Problem is you lose 4 there, but they're still going to try to buy up, so this is a really important round. Only 3rd round here on either side of this half. And now, big round. Light shields mainly for the St. John Bosco team, but you saw a few light shields there for the Patriots as well. It's St. John Bosco. Look at that first blood already going to Kane Zera. I would want to imagine how many first bloods Kane Zera has or Skies has, because right now, I mean, this St. John Bosco team is loving first bloods and love playing a little more aggressively. And now they're just waiting for the call out for the Patriots, and you can see them split already.
Kane Zera doing that similar strategy that we saw out of them from the first pistol round. But this time, the reason why it worked for them, 1, far less numbers. 2, you get a Vandal, right? So a little bit more margin of error versus something like the classic that we saw from them in that pistol round. And so if they want to try and go for it again, you see they reposition towards tree because of that first pick that they had. They pull back, they play with their team, and now they also realize with the 0-point knife being destroyed, let Vixa have an opportunity to peek out in mid, where they're so distracted if anyone's going to peek out through tree that they left that uncovered for themselves. And it's still going to try to be this re-hit. With 3 players left standing, you got to look for any opening that you could possibly get, and Fire Pumpkins may have just put their foot in the door to make that happen.
They get their foot at the door. They're going to plant this, and now you've got a lot of, obviously no ultimates up on this board right now, but Kane Zera is just going to go for the flank here. It's just going to, their all attention is on A right now, and they're just delaying here for Kane Zera to give them the walk-in and make sure that they get one flank. Jordan Clarkson has no idea what's happening right behind. It's not a knife, it's a bullet to the back of the head. Mookie's able to find Kane Zera, though, to clean up, but it's a 3v1. Odds are looking near impossible. And it is near impossible. 11-4. St. John Bosco now is going to be 2 rounds away from a 13-4 here and getting the first map win on Ascent.
And I mean, it was clean efforts once again. It all started off, as always, by Kane Zera. Them getting that first blood sets the momentum and the tempo that AESHS just cannot meet. They cannot figure it out. And Kane Zera can't continue to get away with this. Now, though, we're probably going to see more of that tempered expectations from this player to not do that. But when you look at the leaderboard right now, when you see the scoreboard in front of us, Kane Zera is 24-11. Skies is 14-10. This is a clear leader of the pack, forging the way to the success of this team. But again, you can't discount the rest of SJB either. These are all demons in their own right, but a demon walks on the field through fire and brimstone clutch key. Match point for St. John Bosco. Record-breaking pace for this team. It is 12-4.
Yeah, how long was that round? I couldn't even tell you how long that round was. It just went by like in the blink of an eye. You were talking, and all of a sudden, it was just a rundown. 5 blue 5 or blue headline kills come up, and St. John Bosco, the Braves, can feel kind of brave here. I mean, they're up 8. They can try a few shenanigans here, and that's exactly what Kane, Zera, and Skies are going to do, right? 0 point's going to come out. All 5 or 4 stack is going to come up mid here, or main. And now the paranoia is out, and at the same time, they get both Skies and Kane, Zera. This is a wide open A unless you got the Omen there, and they get the Omen, and now they can blow the door wide open. It's all A site for them.
Yeah, and you only lose 1 player, but it is kind of a vital one. But this is where Jordan Clarkson has quite possibly secured victory for AESHS. And it's no longer quite possibly. They, in totality, got victory through that double kill in mid. AESHS holding on for dear life. But it feels like it's like in those movies. They're hanging on off the edge of the cliff with one hand and like 2 fingers or something like that.
Well, if they're hanging on by 2 pinkies, they maybe have gotten a ring finger up just now with that. I mean, you give yourself a little bit more of a chance. Economy's in a better position than SJB right now, right? You got all rifles, although Skyzo's only going to have the Marshall as well as the light shields, but trying to come up on a singular, trying to come up with the Blade Storm as well. A Salad Cat starts to spam this wall. Oh, it's somebody dead already. Yeah, Speed Demon, there you go. Dead by Odin. We saw this yesterday as well as Obi and I did, that we saw 3 Odins just kind of run it down. Well, you only need 1 if you're Salad Cat right now. And that makes it even more confusing now as well. You lose your Sova, you lose you lose your radar arrow. Yes, you still have the KO with the 0 point, but man, it makes this a little bit harder now, doesn't it, Sam?
Oh, it does make it a little harder. Skies, a little peek at the strategy of AESHS. Doesn't want to use that Outlaw against the full shield capabilities of the Patriots. And backing away, Vix has been caught by the 0.9. Needs to make a stand here. That is going to be cleared through. SJB falling. Losing out on their KJ, but it is a 4v4, so the numbers are at odds against each other. But AESHS is working against another enemy. Enemy of time. With only 30 seconds left on the clock, they need to go somewhere. Now.
Oh, and there may be a misrotate here because this entire team is on B right now. They're throwing other utility out, but Patriots have this wide open site to themselves, and now that they know that, the null command gets pulled out. And for the St. John Bosco, right, they don't have that Killjoy anymore to give that information that they rotated back out to B, so wide open site for them. They get the spike planted down, but now the question is St. John Bosco's retake has been pretty good. At least back in rounds 15 and 16, can they do this one more time? Because this is their match point right now.
Gonna have to. Mookie's on the other side of the smoke. Someone's got to know that they're there. Quick Cloudburst being left behind. Think that they're moving forward. Skies, the barrier of defense. Fire Pumpkins is putting in the work. It's a double kill for them. Inside a boathouse, they're gonna try and survive this through Brimstone. It is an ace by the hands of Fire Pumpkins.
Oh.
Danger incarnate. Clutch key.
Oh my goodness. Fire Pumpkins on fire right now. Oh my goodness. That boathouse belongs to one person and one person only. Fire Pumpkins as well as Jordan Clarkson. Yes, Jordan Clarkson helped out with a few there, but oh, that boathouse defense is something else. I mean, not much else you can say. They were rushing down the site. 4 people getting in there for St. John Bosco. They got that first pick earlier on, and that Killjoy pick so important. You felt like that was the opening door, and it was. Loss of information on B site gives them a wide open chance, and just the chaos that happened works out for those in Boathouse. Now you feel like that's something you can work off of for the Patriots. Now they can go slow and steady here. They can make St. John Bosco a little bit more anxious as to where they're going and where they want to go. But it's going to be chaos on A, and this is just going to be firepower here. AESHS want to go fast.
This guy's been stopped from using their Blade Storm, completely ripped away from them by that 1 0-point knife. Vix is going to peek out of smoke into the waiting arms of Mookie, see if they can pick up a new weapon with that Sheriff and have just a little bit more firepower, in the hands of Skies. That Sheriff becomes a nuclear. Not the Shorty! Come on, Salad Cat! Short, flashy Shorty plays aren't going to give them anything here. AESHS closing the gap round by round.
They know they can give up another one. That's 3 straight for this team from the Patriots. And if they give up another one, they know they have to play perfect for another 5 rounds to force overtime. And right now, St. John Bosco, I mean, they are trying. They know that they are trying, but sometimes it's just these small mistakes, right? That over-rotation earlier on towards A, and now just the gun skill going out from that A site as well, and the utility being used. It's just better right now from the Patriots in these last 3 rounds, so you got to imagine you're St. John Bosco. Do you want to play more aggressively and see if you can get that first blood yourselves, or if you can find a way to stave off this aggression? But right now, Patriots are okay by waiting, splitting up 3-2, 3 on A, 2 towards B, although they're rotating back towards A right now. You're just trying to force out utility all you can. And right now, oh, Moist Mop is just hanging out right here.
Moist Mop is living their best life.
Yeah.
The good thing is for this Omen, if they're getting pressured, you step into the shadows.
Oh!
And just get out of there. They know they're there. They know
Yeah.
that they're hanging out. Rather than ulting, you TP over to the other side. Force out the KO Molly. It's still flashbang though, and Skies is gonna keep and make sure that Moist Mop survive. And that survival is going to determine everything. Speed Demon, a small spray through the smoke with the Odin. But it's so hard, it's so difficult now because you're seeing Skies going at 1,000,000 miles an hour like a train that has no brakes. St. John Bosco, map number 1. Took them a little bit of time, but they do get there, 13-7. And what a clutch key, in my opinion, a stamp that you would put on this map.
I mean, yes, you put a good stamp on it. You would wish that it could have ended a little bit earlier. You would wish that you didn't give up those 5 rounds, right? 13, 14, and then 17 through 19 for AESHS to come maybe crawl their way back just a little bit. But for St. John Bosco, a very impressive showing overall, right? You saw how great this team can be on the attacking side, how scary they are on the attacking side. And when it's a map like Ascent where everybody knows it, if you can be that kind of dominant in the first half, well, things get a little crazy for you, and especially right back in round 2, you got that Kane Zera 4K, right? Vixa's big brain clutch with the lockdown and all. And of course, that flawless round in round number 11 at the same time, too. It's not like the Patriots didn't have their own kind of highlights, right? 4K for Mookie back in that flawless starting round for the pistol, which everybody dreams of. And then, of course, that fire pumpkin ace at the same time, too. But other than that, lots of highlights to go through. But St. John Bosco right now being the better team, at least in gun skill and at least on the attacking side. If that attacking side right now, if you were to only look at the second half, you would say this game is pretty even, but just the attacking side for St. John Bosco, way too aggressive and way too much pressure for the Patriots to handle for right now. So I'm hoping that they can figure that out in the second half.
Yeah, this is the thing that could come back to haunt St. John Bosco. We saw a lot of that aggression in their defense half. That kind of worked out sometimes, kind of didn't work out in a lot of other instances. And it really came down to how are we able to get those first bloods that benefit us and prevents Adlai from doing anything. Eventually, they were able to find their tempo on the defense, obviously being able to win out there, but it was a scrappier second half than what we got out of the initial moments. So hopefully for AESHS, going into map number 2 of Breeze, they'll be able to make the adjustments that they're looking for, especially with it being their map pick. But we are going to go to a small break, give these teams a breather, give ourselves a breather, give you a breather. So make sure to hydrate up, grab some snacks, because this matchup is only just getting started.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using gaming concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, with I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements. They say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think, probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys. We practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to, and I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well, because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there, so I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really displays their passion for esports, because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist.
Kansas City and the Hy-Vee Arena. Welcome back. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me is Clutch Key for the HSEL Nationals presented by Oakley. Map number 1 being a literal definition of a St. John Bosco victory, 13-7 against AESHS High School going on over there for the Patriots. But you know what, Keegan, we got a lot of cool high school students up here. We've seen a lot of high school Valorant. But there's also, we can go even further to the middle school esports league, MSEL, and discover the exciting world of youth esports with a middle school esports league. MSEL is where you can play your favorite games, make new friends, and develop valuable skills for the future. Learn about teamwork, communication, and good sportsmanship, all within safe, secure, and structured seasons. Don't miss out on the action. Find out how your school can get involved. Visit msel.gg. Start your esports journey today. And hey, you know what? If high school students are scary, well, you start cultivating middle school students. You start giving them that safe space and place to be able to play in. Well, it can only just get better from there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know a couple of friends of mine that have like have their little brothers or sisters kind of playing already in like elementary school, and seeing them play in middle school.
Oh my
Look,
gosh.
I will admit wholeheartedly, I may not be the best at Super Smash, like a game like Super Smash Brothers, but man, I have lost to I full-heartedly have lost to I lost maybe like 2 stocks in a 3-star game, but still, it's pretty scary to see that they are cultivating the next generation already in middle school. It's going to be tough to beat some of them out. And already next map coming up here is Breeze. So something we didn't see last map, or we're going to see a lot of new things for this map as well. It's going to be pretty interesting to find out. It's going to be Reyna that gets pulled out. So the change in the duelist between the Reyna and the Neon, excuse me, that'll be some battle interesting. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty simple with the Jet, right? The Sova at the same time, the Cypher. So Breeze, we've only seen this map once, and that was with you and Zobi in the very first matchup here on stream this weekend. So it'll be interesting to see what this team cooks out here, because it'll be kind of great to only see the map for the second time, but it'll be kind of fun.
Okay, so I want to talk about St. John Bosco real quick, because they have a Jet and a Neon. You know what that says to me, Clutch Key? They're not changing their strategy up from Ascent. No. It's get in their face even faster, because Cainzera is no longer tethered to the KO initiator prison. They've been unleashed on an agent that is about to get an insane level of buffs that will make them just as scary as some of the other duelists that can gain the space, like Jet or Raze. But on the flip side, AESHS Patriots are running with the Reyna instead of the Jet, so it's a bit more tempered patience, but already Cainzera's full Mach speed towards that site. It's going to be the first blood, though, claimed by the Patriots. The hands of Speed Demon. Cainzera is so quick and ready to equalize the numbers. Please, Cainzera.
Yeah, you want to talk about Speed Demon? They're 10-3-1 on the other side as well when you got a Neon. And if it's in the hands of Cainzera, you better watch out, because these shots are just going to fly. All they need is one more, and Sheriff's in hand. They find the guys down. Speed Demon's got it, but guess what? There's another Speed Demon in here. It's not a Cypher. Oh, it's a Neon, but Speed Demon catches out Cainzera. Speeding away, had no idea where the Cypher was. Had that cage. Now Speed Demon needs to calls the near impossible, because time's starting to run out. And you have to at the same time. I don't know. Speed Demon's got to do some miracles here, but I think it might be too little, too late. Anyways, Speed Demon's gonna get another one. Moist Mob cleans it up, but Speed Demon's still getting a 4K. Is pretty impressive against this St. John Bosco team. Moist Mob dies. Anyways, the spike chest on the edge of it as well. Bosco goes up 1-0 to start.
Yeah, so a silver lining is that Speed Demon is now 1 ult orb away from ultimate, which is something nice. Getting rid of everyone on the pistol round, though, isn't going to really give them a leg up in anything. Also, Speed Demon can buy a Marshall because of how many times they were able to grab for themselves. But again, that Marshall needs to be set up against a SJB squad that is also packing massive firepower. And Cainzera, who's more than ready to get in your face and deny you the usage of that ability. I don't know how Speed Demon did that. Be still my beating heart. Because Cainzera is also caught off guard by Fire Pumpkins with nothing but a classic.
That was as the Neon Wall was coming up too, so that was, oh my goodness. Okay, well, Yeah, you get that. And then at the same time now, you get this entire rotation, but St. John Bosco still able to plant the spike onto A at the very least now. But this Marshall becomes such a threat because you got that big pick earlier on onto Skies, and Speed Demon still hitting shots. Vix is down now, even though Vix gets sniped. And now the Neural Theft is out as well. You get a lot more information now. It's just the Sova. And yes, you get a Bulldog, but against 3 people, it seems nigh impossible here.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I was a believer there for a second. Salad Cat. I was holding my breath on that one. But Mookie does see AESHS through on this Thrifty round. How much, again, I don't know what happens here on stage. The first map, a complete dominant stomp. Then go to the second map and things start getting a little shaky, Keegan. It's like one team just needs a map to warm up on.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a map. They don't even get the Thrifty, by the way, even though they weapon upgraded everything. But yeah, it looks like they just needed that map. You know, that land kind of feeling shake off, right? You got rid of that first map, and it almost feels like, right, that the Patriots now have that chip on their shoulder after a 13-7, what felt like a really quick 13-7. They want to try to give that right back to St. John Bosco, and what a way to do that in the second round after a round you lost, considering that everybody died in the first round. You get one back. And now you almost feel like that's motivation for the Patriots to take a lead here in this match. And now you can see that it's kind of all split down a hallway here. And Speed Demon has no idea, but the Marshall shot actually only hits for just a little bit. And now Speed Demon, or rather Kane Zero, is going to try to go all the way around. And Kane Zero, blind fire, is able to find Speed Demon. No scope at all. Trying another one. Doesn't work this time. Does get a hit. Jordan Clarkson's there, but it's a flurry of kills coming from the Patriots, and all Vixen can do is watch down the hallway for a bullet to come right at their face. It's Mookie getting 3K, and it's 2-1. Patriots, by the way, get their first lead of the series.
2-1. You'll take those any day of the week. And as flashy as Kane Zera is, getting all the way up through a hallway to eventually stand against Speed Demon, it's just not going to be enough for them to do anything more beyond that if the rest of the team is languishing against their attempts at finding some of the same impact that Kane Zero was looking to make. We've got Speed Demon with an operator, a Cypher operator. We don't get a look at that very often. They may not get any value out of it with the actual site attack happening over towards A. Kane Zero is going to sacrifice their life to forge the trail over onto this A site, with a fall of Snipe, the fall of A also along with them.
That's just quick. I mean, that's just high speed, high pace for St. John Bosco. They're back to their bread and butter here, just playing aggressively and playing to their style right now. But Speed Demon transfers from the Marshall to the Op, but it's still hitting shots, and now Speed Demon wants a lot more than that. But again, time not on their side, and St. John Bosco is just playing safe.
Speed Demon was trying to get back out and away, maybe look towards picking up that operator, but timing gave St. John Bosco a leg up in that engagement. They got rid of the operator, and that's a big boon for this team. AESHS still, for the most part, enough money in the pockets and enough in the economy to piecemeal together something. SJB, a pivotal round for them to win. Kane Zera electing not to go for anything. The overdrive, electricity, the unlimited power. Here soon.
Yeah, and now I have a feeling Kane Zera is just going to use that rifle to their advantage, and there it is. It's just going to be all the way down A hall already, and the cages already have to come up. The walls are up as well. But Speed Demon, I feel like Speed Demon has gotten the better of Kane Zera. Speed Demon, all you have to do is back off of the Neon, and you've got a better range of her. And now it's a 4v3 situation. This is working out in the Patriots' favor, even though they get the plant down on A. No,
yeah, so
they don't.
SJB, St. John Bosco wants to go so fast that they're not really gathering enough information. And I think now you have to kind of temper the expectations if you are this team. They're not using that Sova recon dart. They're not using any owl drones. And yes, Kane Zera is a phenomenal player, sure. But it doesn't matter how phenomenal you are if you have to clear out all of these different angles to try and take the fights. And so Speed Demon keeps abusing this fact over and over again and just letting them play into their hands because there's nothing to really flush them out or put them into these awkward situations that they need to be in. And for Vixa, dancing around the pyramid, their mirror might be staring back at them. Horrifying sight, for sure. One that's not going to frighten you in any way, shape, or form. This is where the real battle is about to unfold. To grab that, so whoa! Okay, Vixa standing there for a second, like, did I just do that? Did Clutchkey? I need you to confirm they did just do that, right?
They did, yes. Vixia did that, and I'm sorry, Patriots, but why? you had time on your side. The spike was right next to you, was outside of that, and Vixia had to go plan if they wanted to extend that time or have to push you. You didn't need to push up on double peek that, and yet they tried to anyways. But Vixia pulls off what is speechless at this point. Vixia, yes, you did indeed do that, and now you've given your team such an advantage that Vixia's just gonna look for more blood to spill.
Oh yeah, you're taking that momentum and Trends plan to get here into this round. How could you not? Emboldened and filled with confidence. And see what I was talking about here, Clutchkey. They're waiting for some of the recon darts to go out, and then you go off and match this team. KaneZera finally getting the opportunity to put more neon frags on the board, diving, dodging all around, all over. It's still gonna end in their final resting place, but Mookie's now under even more pressure with him knowing kind of where they are, and this team is not letting it go. Skies, we got a cameo of the shorty. This is actually starting to get a little shaky if you're St. John Bosco, where ASHS is now able to breathe down your neck and potentially go for that spike defuse, but there's not enough time to make that happen, and even less with a shock dart like that.
Yeah, and then at the same time, Bosco also had the snake bite too, so Speed Demon's gonna go ahead and say, all right, let me save the Vandal. Still Neural Theft online at the same time too. And I feel like KaneZera is just having a little fun with the Neon at this point, just kind of running around, speed of light, right? You hear the initial D soundtrack in the back of your head whenever KaneZera is just running around for it. But it seems like now that St. John Bosco has finally figured out a rhythm, right? They can feel like they can play a little bit more aggressively, especially with Vixia getting that first blood. And Vixia, I mean, at the top of the board, mind you, 8-4, yes, got the 4K clutch, but oh my goodness, I mean, still the Cypher getting the top of the board and not on defense, where Speed Demon is right now at double digits already at 10 kills, tells you that Vix is a threat on any side of the board, which is very, very impressive to talk about. But now, Patriots have to find a way to get themselves the first blood, and look, Mookie's got the hands of the operator now. And that just means that they're a little stuck here on A side. They can back off because it's only just a Neon here as well as Sova, but the timing, the timing. Oh, okay, Vixia gets another one.
And a Neural Theft. So they see exactly where all of the players are. KaneZera was trapped inside of the tripwire, being hunted down by the Hunter's Fury. Nonetheless, now dipping into the back lines. Vixia's there. They put up their cage. It's a disastrous moment for St. John Bosco. Where are you going to go from here? Surely Salad Cat doesn't have a 1v4. No, they don't. Speed Demon putting a nail in the coffin for this round against their competitor, ASHS. It's a one-round differential. A much more of a fight that we're getting out of this team.
Yeah, they're putting on a show right now. I mean, they've already scored a point more than they did in the first half of last map. And they're keeping pace with St. John Bosco right now. They're keeping pace. I mean, you see it right now that SJB knows they're up a map, so maybe they're having a bit of fun here with some of their choices and some of their strategies, but right now Patriots are still sniffing it out. They're still playing it to where they're keeping within striking distance, and now this attack doesn't feel as aggressive from St. John Bosco. If they want to score more points here in the first half like they did last round, it's got to be a little bit more aggressive, and this is just going to spot out a lot, and that line is so nasty to spot the rest of the back of the site, but unfortunately for them, that dart doesn't give them any information at all, and now Fire Pumpkins gets first blood on this. Even though they get B site here, they're at least going to have numbers advantage going into this retake.
Exactly, and this is the kind of retake that you're looking for. You have 3 ultimates to pop off as well. You can go in, put the Viper's Pit on top of the spike and denying vision for SJB, or you can rely on Mookie landing operator shots at the drop of a hat. Fire Pumpkins comes back around for another pickup on a 3rd frag for them. Jordan Clarkson beginning the defuse. No one really be able to stop them. Salad Cat tried their best. ASHS giving their best. Look at Speed Demon, right? We've been singing the praises of KaneZera. Clutchkey. This player is 14-5 on the Sentinel role.
I mean, 14-5 and doing exactly what a Sentinel needs to do, right? On the defensive end, using the utility, helping out your team, giving information, and that's exactly, and even if you give your team the information, you can take that information for yourself and shove it right back in the faces of St. John Bosco right now, and we're tied up at 4 apiece. I mean, it feels like the Patriots have given themselves a great chance, and now that Lear already giving them so much help inside of mid that St. John Bosco can't do anything but back off of it if they don't want to lose their lives. And that just shows you that the Patriots are getting a little bit more confident here. They know that they can try to push the temple themselves, even if they're on defense.
And Kane Zera is caught again.
Again.
Continuously being that first blood for the past few rounds. And whatever impact we saw from them in Ascent is not happening at all on Breeze.
And if I can point out something real quick, you say about something at Ascent, remember, the rounds there went maybe as quick as like 20, 30 seconds, but it feels like St. John Bosco's now taking their time, and because they're taking their time, it feels like they're playing right into the Patriots' hands.
But that's where the big problem has been happening, because if they play aggressive, guess who's there to punish them? It's been Speed Demon every single time. This Cypher has the read over and over and over again. Look at where they've posted up. They're now on A side. They oscillate between the two sides because they know what St. John Bosco is going to be up to. Skies is in mid. You're separated from Salad Cat, who has the spike. So if worse comes to pass, like that, Salad Cat has to do it all alone yet again. And Speed Demon is hearing the bunny hops around them. Easy as pie. AESHS, Adlai E. Stevenson High School. Now in the lead on Breeze.
They get a lead back on Breeze. I mean, they were up 2-1 earlier on. Haven't had the lead since, but get it right back at 5-4 in this first half. And now you got to feel like if you're St. John Bosco, maybe you're having fun up there on stage, but maybe you feel like you're having a little bit too much fun. Now you got to figure out this team, that Speed Demon on the Cypher. Maybe less speed, more demon at this point, just because the Cypher utility and, of course, the Cypher getting everything correct here, especially, right? That anchor down on A side where Salad Cat was going just shows you, I mean, that's just only a small bit of what's going on. And now Fire Pumpkins with this Viper's Pit. You got to figure that even if they enter in here just like that, look, the Shorty makes an appearance, but it's not on Bosco's side. It's on AESHS's side.
And they're all just funneling inside of there into the meat grinder to try and go through the Viper's Pit. Whatever's going through the heads of St. John Bosco, it just ain't working here. Clutch Key, time and time again, whatever the plan, whatever strategy, we want to go fast, we want to overwhelm the Viper. The Outdrone saw that, right? Okay, yeah, Vix has been seen. They got spotted out by the Recon Bolt too. And even with that win against Jordan Clarkson, they can't translate it into anything else. A 6th round on the board for AESHS, a first half that is now theirs. But again, it's only 6-4. 2 more rounds to go. A lot more possibilities ahead.
A 6-4 that I would never think after that first game in Ascent, the longest win streak for AESHS, I believe, was back 3 rounds. They've got it up to 4 straight rounds now, and we're still in the first half. They guaranteed themselves a tie at the half, and now look, Mookie's got the op back in their hands. And they may not be going towards mid, but if they're snuffed out towards hallway here where this spike is at the moment, they're going to rotate all towards A. St. John Bosco's like, all right, let's just put the gas pedal on here. They're going to throw up the walls, but they're going to wait for the rest of the team. And that wall actually lands up short. It doesn't even land up on the site, so that doesn't really help them at all.
And they are trying to clear their way through these Cypher trips. Finally, though, Kane Zera is giving us that unlimited power, mowing them all down with the flow through of electricity surging through their veins. A double kill is going to be good enough here from Kane Zera. The rest of the team putting in the work and the effort as well. AESHS, we're seeing Mookie and an operator. A hope and a dream that's just been dashed. Finally for SJB. Getting another round on the board. Their 5th one after 4 in a row from the Patriots.
Yeah, you see what happens when Kane Zera just opens up the door wide open. Gives you the green light, and the rest of the team just starts to trickle right in. Yes, the walls may not have been the greatest, but still it was enough, and Kane Zera using just every part of that neon utility to get into sight, entry into sight, and make it wide open for AES. You had Mookie on the operator, but not to worry when you've got 3 people kind of surrounding and pinching out that operator. So well done. Bosco's got themselves now a little bit more of a glimmer, I guess you could say, and a little bit more shine from last round. And now let's see if they play more aggressively because they've got a little bit of a split going on. This is all the way down hallway. This Sova's got no idea what's going to happen here as soon as his cage pops. But Mookie's got still another operator in their hands. And that might make a big difference, but Vixen takes it down. And now the hallway gets cleared out. Jordan Clarkson gets 1. But the timing, though, does not work out. But leaves with 51 health and a dream as he gets pinched down. And Kane Zera's pinched out at 3v2, even though Spike is planted on A.
That was a battle inside of halls, ending disastrously, though. If you're SJB, a catastrophic moment for them. Moist Mop is still going to play for their life on site. Now Salad Cat and an operator. It needs to be the one to give a hope and a dream for this half to be tied up for AESHS and SJB. But no, not today. The lead given over and the half for the Patriots, 7-5.
That is 3 retakes here for AESHS on the defensive end. And now you give yourselves a chance here at the lead on the attacking side this time around. And St. John Bosco being pushed to the brink here, I would say, because you look at their other maps that they had, 13-8, 13-6, 13-9, 13-2, and of course we saw 13-7 earlier. The farthest they've been taken, the farthest they've lost is 13-9. Yeah. And now they're on a deficit. I mean, for defending national champions here for St. John Bosco, this is something I did not think I would be saying at this point, the way they have been playing this entire weekend so far, but they're on the precipice of losing a map here. They just need to, for St. John Bosco, really, this defense needs to be tight.
It does need to be tight, but here's going to be the issue because Vixia is pretty much on this side alone. And yes, they have the tripwire set up, but it's just overwhelmed them with the numbers that they really can't do anything else beyond that. Make them confused, make them dazed, swarm around them at all sides. It's like a hive mind from the Patriots. Well-oiled machine on Breeze, and already the spike being planted. A 5v2 son. Nice.
On the classic?
Holy cow, with a classic clutch key.
Oh my god. I'm gonna need somebody to fix my classic then. I wish. But no, AESHS, given, again, St. John Bosco tasted their own medicine aggressively right through the trap wire. Snipe. You know what? You know what? You pushed in, you had the trap wire there. It's not going to matter too much. And able to give themselves a great round win. And now they've got the bonus on the pistol round, already buying up to what is an Ares, Judge, and all. And AS and the Patriots are going to be, let's make them anxious a little bit here. Let's try go A one more time. Let's go A here and see if we can put the pressure on. That's exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, it's exactly what's happening here. Moist Mop, though, 1 HP through the A. And they still want to try and take these fights, even with as little HP as they're working with, and knowing that on the other side of that Viper's wall is the entirety of the Patriots. That level of awareness and level of confidence in yourself is definitely not unfounded, but maybe here on the map you want to temper some of these expectations just slightly. It's Speed Demon alone. So is it on to Skies. The Vandal versus the Sheriff. The raw firepower and outranging that weapon sees Speed Demon to a guiding light of victory. Patriots now 9-5. They got their buy round, but it did cost them everything to make that happen.
Costed them a lot. It costed them the Judge, the Ares, and the economy to basically go down in the gutter for what is 3 people here. Speed Demon still able to buy up to a Vandal with light shields. At the very least, Fire Pumpkin's doing the same thing. Economy-wise, just keeping it there to stay with the rest of the team. But now, big round for St. John Bosco here. All rifles, only light shields, and full shields for some. It's kind of split on the shields, but at the very least, to make an impact here, a round win would do wonders for St. John Bosco, as well as the downturn the economy for the Patriots. So right now, Braves are in a little bit of a precarious position, and Vixia getting at least the first pick on the Jordan Clarkson means you don't get that kind of information with the Sova anymore, but it might not matter considering that, well, Mookie takes care of Kane Zera. That's one of your entries.
That's one of your entries. Kane Zera is always so hungry for these fights. Vixia is keeping these sites locked down, keeping mid under their control. Because of that, ASHS is really finding difficulties going any further than that, and especially with Sky still posted up here. It's a firing squad that denies all entry in all moments. Feels like for the Patriots, the decision being made to lean away from mid, maybe take their chances over on B. But the way these ciphers are built up on this map, Vixia and Speed Demon, they've been having so much impact on Breeze over and over. Vixia is about to feel the pressure and the heat coming in their direction, leaving behind the tripwire in mid to cover that there, along with the spy cam. It looks like they do eventually take care of that initial tripwire. Quick swing out from Speed Demon. Vixia on the third, fourth. It's close to the ace. Denied at the last second, but you cannot deny what this player has done for St. John Bosco. Now it comes down to Mookie to accomplish an ace of their own, seen by the recon bolt. Over on the other side, one more to go. But the ace fell in front of them.
Oh, the reload!
It's not falling now. Mookie and an ace. AESHS.
Oh my goodness. You feel bad for Salad Cat there, because that ace happened when Salad Cat was reloading. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be something of a finish here. If the Patriots here have woken up, and Mookie is on fire right now, just absolutely different, and it's still going on. Sam, this is a 6K streak going on right now for this arena, and Patriots are like, all right, green light's on, let's just go.
Let's just go. Let's get in there. Let's pull a page from the playbook of St. John Bosco. We got rid of Kane Zera. If we get rid of them, we can get rid of everything. And now looking behind them, completely unknown location of Snipe. Salad Cat having an inkling in their head. We're trying to get some of that fancy footwork out from Snipe that Kane Zera loves to put in of their own. But Mookie continuing that dominating streak from the previous round, giving AESHS another on the board. 11 rounds now done. And this clutch key has been a streak of the century from this team. It's 5 rounds if you count the previous from the first half.
Yep, 5 in a row for this team. And look, I mean, St. John Bosco didn't even have 5 rounds in a row. This is where you would say, timeout, right? This is where St. John Bosco would be like, timeout, hold on, let's settle down, let's try to get this together. There's only 2 rounds left to go, potentially, for the Patriots to take this to a game number 3. Bosco being put to the brink here. And now they're putting on the pressure down the hallway, but they're ignoring first blood. They just say, let's all go, all systems go. Kane Zera, the Guardians, though, gets one. They're trading left and right here. This hallway's getting crazy. That's right around the corner. The timing works out, but it doesn't work out for Mookie. Salad Cat finally ends Mookie's streak here. They get the plan down, yes, but it's 4-2 in favor of Bosco.
And Jordan Clarkson has to witness their teammate falling right in front of them. They get one more in their death now. But finally for SJB, ending the streak that has been the Patriots. The defuse comes in, 11-6. This is crazy to say, though, because what we saw from the previous map of Ascent for SJB, right? They forced the Patriots to play into their hands, play into their round advantage. But St. John Bosco, this is just the first step of many that they need to take.
I mean, they still got 5 more steps left to take, because they want to catch up to this. They want to keep it nigh even at 11-11. And now, or try to get back to 11-11. It's 11-6 right now, and the Patriots still have enough economy to buy up. Neon's just going to use ultimate here. And just doesn't even need to buy up a weapon. Save the economy just a little bit, but it's just going to slide away. And look, Snipe's already up mid, and this is going to be Neon on Neon violence, but Kane Zera's able to get rid of Snipe, although I think they hold on to the ultimate at the very least. But mid control now back into the favor of SJB, so if they've got the mid control right now, that gives them such good advantage. And now it's a 5v1. Speed Demon in hallway is just stuck here.
And Kane Zera knew exactly where they were. Exactly. Even before they made the jump over the tripwire, realizing that the Cypher hadn't been seen in most of the fights that they've been taking. Now we have a timeout from Adlai. A good one to be taken as well. Stop the momentum being gained by SJB. You cannot let this team get the foothold that they're looking for. And you cannot let this map victory be stolen from you the very last second. This is 11-7. A very real comeback is possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is the comeback here. This is some momentum that Bosco wants to give themselves. So like you said, this timeout's here to just stop that, right? Stop it in its tracks early on. And this is, I mean, I'll tell you, working in the sports realm as well, this is exactly what any coach would do, right? You're up big, but stop the streak early before they make that comeback run. So for St. John Bosco now, they can settle into that momentum, but the Patriots want to disrupt that with a minute on that clock and a minute and 22 still left to go before they transition back to the round anyways. So now what AESHS wants to do here, buy up what they can, buy up the shields, buy up the rifles. This is a full-on game here with Salad Cat, the only one not to buy either a Vandal or a Phantom at this point, sticking with the Guardian. And now just trying to figure out what the Patriots want to do here. Cypher is being left by themselves on A. Obviously, you have the spy cam, you have the trap wires there as well down hallway, but they're leaving the spike near mid-side area. They just want to find a first pick to figure out where they want to go.
It's a forward party in elbow. 2 players. Mookie over on the other side. Again, 2 players. You're leaving behind your Sova in mid. Maybe catch someone off that approach. Look at how things are stacked up for this team. Location revealed by the spy cam dart. Seen, Cotton 4K. Here it is though, Snipe. We're going to be ready to take our first long-range engagement. Out goes the relay bolt. An immediate trade out, a 1-for-1. Have to look over towards the window. Be ready if you're Skies. They saw it there just in time for the pre-fire, but couldn't land the headshot that they were looking for. All right, Pumpkin is going to take a smidge of chip damage before seeing a snake bite land at their feet. Deny any more of that entryway from coming in. But both Jordan Clarkson and this Viper are stuck in a very rough place. Fire Pumpkins can't get out. There's really no exit pathway for them unless they get a speed demon cage put up.
Here. Yeah, either a cage or even a leer just to blind out whatever's going on down there. So really, you still have ultimates on the board, right? You still have the Neural Theft, you still have the Hunter's Fury, and Mookie's just going to swing around and flick right onto Skies. That's so impressive just to get that on. And now the Neural Theft immediately to spot out the last 3 here. And all 3 of them all in back sight. So this now becomes a problem here for St. John Bosco. For the Patriots, they've been given the information, the dart shot out, nothing doing on the dart anyway, so they know at least one's down there. Question is where the rest of the team is. And right now, situating themselves on window, situating themselves in this corner right here. As soon as that spike is tapped, they're just going to fire away. But Salicat and Vixia making this more even and making this more advantageous on St. John Bosco's side. It's 1 versus 3, and now the Hunter's Fury, that spike is tapped, gets at least the hit onto 1 for right now, but it's still not going to be enough. Salicat trades out that Hunter's Fury at the same time. It's 11-8. St. John Bosco turns that timeout right on the Patriots' head.
The call out there, because they knew that by having seen Jordan Clarkson through the Neural Theft that they were playing for their Hunter's Fury, but here's what they realized, right? Well, we have a Hunter's Fury of our own. We make them use it, figure out exactly where they are. They can't move inside of it. So they shoot to stop the spike defuse, and then the rest is history, proven in stone. Where AESHS had a 5-round lead. Not as much anymore. SJB finally figuring out the victory and the keys to their success on their defense. It really just comes down to patience, right? You don't see them going for these super uber aggressive plays. You might see it from Skies here with the operator, but even then, someone told them to pull back and look at what you gain out of it. Clutch key. You get this pick off there onto the Viper, and Vixia is just doing what they've been doing this entire game. I don't know. Listen, I play Cypher. I need to take a lesson from these Cyphers, both of them.
Yeah, I mean, Speed Demon and Vixia, man, they are putting on clinics here when they're on the defensive end. And now you get to see a little bit more of St. John Bosco's defense working out so well for them on this map. Vixia Gets hit by a shock bolt just a little bit here, but it's going to swing around the corner. And Jordan Clarkson gets the better of it. So now that utility's gone from the Cypher anyways. But at least it gives you some kind of hint that there is something amiss now. And with 30 seconds left to go, is the call going to be rotate all the way back to B? Here it is. They're just going to speed their way out.
That's a good thing all the way back. It's a good thing where they have Snipe on this Neon to actually be able to do that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this strategy wouldn't have worked out. I mean, you're still looking at how close the timer is. It's 12 seconds on the clock. They're still going to be able to do it. I'm feeling a little bit nervous for Jordan Clarkson hanging out in mid, trying to see if they can catch off anybody who's a little overzealous about their footsteps. And especially when you look over at Ness. But guess who's right there in mid themselves? Kane's the operator. Look back over here. It's the duo operator from the duo duelists. SJB. Inch by bloody inch. This map is close to tied.
Yeah, we are looking at 4 straight rounds for St. John Bosco, needing another 2 in a row. And the Patriots used their timeout early. And they don't have it again here in the rest of the half. The only time they're going to get another one is back in overtime. That's if they can force another round off of St. John Bosco here. They got to stop the streak right now because I mean, St. John Bosco is warmed up after what was 16 rounds in the book. They get the last 4 into round number 21 here. And they're just feeling it. Now they've got dual operators again. So you know, peeking mid, probably a bad idea. Peeking A main, probably a bad idea. Problem is now also peeking B main is a bad idea. It's going to be operators in 2 different locations. As soon as somebody peeks here, you are afraid for your life.
Thankfully, the speed's going to work in the favor of Snipe, getting them a chance to move over towards this site. That's exactly what you need. Get there as quick as you can and overwhelm the player who's using the operator. But if you're going to try and overwhelm Skies, you need to be just a little bit quicker on the draw. This one already looks like it's been signed, sealed, delivered right above your head. Oh, it always has to be a shorty. Come on.
Oh, Bucky,
Shorty and a Stinger are going to be just a little bit more impressive than the Bucky. Kane Zera finally going to give us a shorty on the kill feed. Took a little bit of time to get there, but SJB did make that happen. Not only are they making that happen, they're making the comeback very much real.
5 straight rounds. They match what St. John Bosco has and are 1 round away from making a new streak record here in this entire series to 6. And shotguns make an appearance. 3 out of the 3 kills being the shotgun, one of them being the Bucky, and it's a great gun, I will say, but it's a fun gun. But still, at the very least now, Skies and Kane Zera both having operators again in hand. Like you said, you got to be a little bit quicker on the draw. And I don't know if you can get much quicker than the entire team, but let's see if they can pitch this out and sniff this out again, because it's the same positions. This Jet on B, the Neon on A. They're going to try this B one more time. But the dual operators, the shotguns and all, you got to be wary of every single gun that SJB has right now, because even though they rush onto B, we know how this retake could go.
We absolutely do know how this retake can go. It could be downright poisonous if AESHS decides to use that Viper's pitch, which I'm surprised they haven't yet. Kingzera's going to put up the fast lane. Inside of it is going to be the relay bolt. Switch back over to the shorty. Mechanical precision across every player from AESHS. Get onto the site. Get rid of them immediately. Match point finally for this team. But is it just side-skirting disaster? Or is it just SJB having a small speed bump in the road?
Well, let's find out, because you get rid of at least one operator on that board, right? There goes Kane Zera not getting the operator anymore, and nobody has any economy to buy up that operator yet again, but Skies does. And we'll still see one operator in hand, but that's what I feel like the Patriots are saying right now. That's what we meant to do last round. That's what we meant to do, and then all of a sudden, Patriots just run away with the scopes and all of the operators. So in this case, they found their momentum, but Vixia playing a little more aggressively up mid from A, and just says, all right, let me just get rid of your information seeker real quick, and we got the rest. We'll probably get the rest of this round. They're going to speed in once again, but this isn't going to work out for them, because look, Snipe uses the ultimate there, and it's still not going to work.
Behind you. Oof, man, Kane Zera behind you, buddy. Always got to make sure to clear your corners, clear your angles. Skies clearing out Speed Demon. SJB The only hope for them now is overtime. Hey, SHS, whenever you can reach into the coffers to scrape together a map win on Breeze, your own map choice. Fire Pumpkins, not looking good. Again, though, I'm surprised they haven't committed the Viper's Pit, the Hunter's Fury, any of these ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for the Patriots here, obviously you want to invest that Viper's Pit right as soon as you get that spike down, or as soon as you're trying to go for that spike down, you want to try to invest that, right? And you also have that Hunter's Fury to help you out at the same time. There's the Viper's Pit. It almost gets caught out by Vixa, but Vixa hits Speed Demon instead, getting the Cypher Mirror battle for right now. But Viper's Pit is there. You also have the Hunter's Fury. A lot of ultimates on the board here, but the Patriots are holding on to it just for the spike plant now.
All right, King Zera's popped off with the overdrive, giving electricity a nice lesson and a nice bit of usage, but it's still Fire Pumpkins alive inside of the Viper's Pit. Ah, Skies, I see you with the shorty. Quick on the flick, but you can't get the headshot. AESHS, in the last possible moment, makes it happen for themselves. Breeze going their way, 13-11.
And we go to game number 3 for, what is this now? The 7th time in this entire, no, I'm sorry, the 6th time in this entire stream whatsoever, right? We had 1, 2, 3 yesterday, and now we're going to have 2 more here, so it'll be the 5th time we get to see a game number 3 here. And, well, yeah, put up the hand 5 times. 5 times we're going to have some fun here. And now you and I will talk about the map here in the wrap-up. I mean, it was just the Patriots finally getting their rhythm right, it was their map pick, getting the rhythm together, and now, well, they find themselves in a great position here to go ahead and, I guess you could probably call this an upset, right? If they were to win this out, it would be an upset in the making to defeat the current defending national champions. And we're going to, for the first time, I would like to believe this is the first time we're going to see a 3-site map. It's going to Lotus.
Yeah, the first. Hey, you remember, Keegan? You were saying, Sam, you kept saying win. Hey, guess what? Win.
Yeah, well, guess who manifested it?
Win is now, buddy. All right, Lotus, the first time that we get to see it. But here's the thing, though, right? It wasn't a stump for the Patriots.
Oh.
St. John Bosco was really close to bringing us into overtime. A little too uncomfortably close if we were the Patriots. This is St. John Bosco still showing that they may be wounded, but they are still very, very dangerous. And especially looking towards this 3-site map of Lotus where pretty much anything can happen. And especially when we've been seeing some of the compositional plays that we get out of this team, they can tighten up the bolts a little bit more and, maybe rein in some of the flashier plays that they like to try and accomplish. That sometimes ended in failure. It was fun to watch, sure, but at the end of the day, you want to be able to take that win. It is just for seeding, though, so it's not the end of the world if they lose out here in this matchup against the Patriots, but you definitely want to make sure that you're setting that expectations for the rest of the team, that if you're going to go up against us, well, we're the champions for a reason.
Yeah, you feel like right now, right, that St. John Bosco team, and I believe we heard it earlier on in an interview that they had, they feel like they are just trying to figure out comps. Obviously, everybody makes it in. You would love to have the higher seeding, right? You would love to have that perfect record, get the higher seeding in when you go into the playoffs coming up only in a little while. Your quarterfinals are just in the next game already. And this is just for seeding, yes, but you also want to try to figure out compositions going into the playoffs, try to figure out what you want to do if this map gets picked up. So Breeze was picked up. Obviously, we've only seen this twice in the entire series. So if it gets picked up, at least St. John Bosco knows then maybe they can't. They pulled out the shorties and all. They were having fun a little bit, but maybe the composition they were running maybe not working out quite in their favor. So maybe they changed that up if they get to see it in the playoffs coming up. But who knows at this point? But all we know right now is that we are headed over to map number 3.
That we do. Map number 3 coming up, but we are also having a break coming up as well. So do all that you need to do. Get up, stretch, go to the bathroom. If map number 3 proves to be as exciting as map number 2, well, we are in for a very special time. Be right back.
And those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASTLE. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HSEL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
Give it up for map number 3 yet again on the main stage for HSEL Valorant at the Nationals presented by Oakley. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me yet again is Clutch Key as this series is about to reach its momentous finale. Clutch Key.
We get to see Game 3 with the St. John Bosco team that has gone 2-0 in both of their matches, and both of these teams 2-0 in their records, which means seeding-wise, they're going to be top of their group with 2-1 or 3-0. And we already know who they're going to play. If they, the winner of this match is going to be playing against Plano West. The loser of this one is going to be playing against Mira Mesa. Both of those teams that we saw earlier on in the stream as well. So we're going to be seeing some great matchups. But first and foremost, we got to finish this one up for the seeding-wise. And in this case right now, both teams 2-0. For a reason, at the very least. And with the two teams that are 2-0 scoring off on each other, what else but game number 3? And we go to game 3 on a 3-site map, which is Lotus. First time we're going to see this in the entire stream that we've had here at National so far.
Once again, a very shocking proclamation to make. I can't believe this is the first time that we get to take a look at Lotus.
And
one of the
you,
most
and
popular,
you are the you're the collegiate person. You know that we see Lotus so often now because Haven is out of map pool. But this is right. It is surprising that this is the first time we're going to see it.
It's very surprising to me, and especially with Haven's eventual return here in just a few days. It just boggles the mind that we haven't seen this map in particular. But guess what, Mr. Clutch Key? Guess what? Not only do we get the beauty of Lotus, we also get the beauty of Clove, the brand new agent introduced into Valorant about a month ago now. So we've had some time to understand their kit. We've had some time to understand how they are typically played. And this is where St. John Bosco is leaning into the double controller composition. Skies finally relinquishing the mantle of duelist and giving it up to Kane Zera, who is going to occupy the Rays. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Adlai E. Stevenson deciding that double duelist, if it worked on Breeze, it's going to have to work here on Lotus. It will need to work here on Lotus.
Yeah, it needs to work here on Lotus. And yeah, Clove, by the way, shout out to Zobi, the one and only, who will be back here for the next 2 games afterwards. Zobi manifested this earlier on, and now we get to see Clove on. And we get to see Clove being played out here. And like you said, double controller here versus the double duelists that are going to be showed out here for the Adlai E. Stevenson school. So the Patriots trying to go maybe a little bit more fast-paced, but it is St. John Bosco on the attacking side to start us off. And last time they started on the attacking side, you'll remember it did go 7-5 in favor of AESHS, but if you are the Braves right now, you are hoping to get back into Ascent form at that 10-2 start. And everybody says this attack-sided map. This is an attack-sided map in a 3-site. So this is hopefully, if you're a fan of the Braves right now, you're hoping that you get the Ascent form right now.
Here it is. Oh, Kane Zera.
Oh, that's a way to start it off. Yeah,
they were struggling on Breeze, but you put him on Lotus and it's a completely different story. I would say a nicer change of scenery as well. The beautiful colors surrounding all around them, no longer kissed by the sun-touched beaches of Breeze. This is fast-paced as well. Skies is going to be putting up multiple smokes on the ground as well. Mookie, on the flip side, is going to equalize the numbers back out in favor of the Patriots. So you still have the powers of that duelist, but Skies is here. They had to be hearing behind them. There it is. The turret's going to go up, looking around back just in the nick of time at the last possible second. In comes Kane Zera's paint shells from the grave of martyrdom. Call back here. Vixie is finally going to have to regroup, playing away from the site that they were looking away from. Quick ping through the smoke. Salad Cat is just spamming away as Vixia holds down the line for SJB, giving them the first pistol round.
That's what you like to start off on, right? Pistol rounds, oh so important. The first one back on there. And actually, it's been pretty 50-50 the entire way through. It was 2-2 up to that point with Bosco and AESHS between them in the pistol rounds, and AESHS, they only want to go flawless there so far. But it has always been Bosco to win the first pistol round. And that could prove some momentum, if you will. But last time, Patriots were able to kill this in the second round back on that last map of Breeze. This time around, though, maybe going a little bit more aggressively. Entire team stacked up on B. It's craziness here. Bulldog and all. Zera's going to find 2 of them. And this is just a wide open B site. It is Jordan Clarkson left to their own devices, but it's Gecko versus Killjoy. And as quick as that round is, St. John Bosco quickly up 2-0.
All right, this is the St. John Bosco that I think we all know and love, right? This is the tempo and the pace that they love to set. It's just a relentless pressure that they keep applying to their enemy over and over again that they weren't able to get on Breeze. And you think about the way that Breeze is working, they probably may not be screaming on it as much as they would like, or getting as much reps in on Breeze specifically, even though they've, at the very least, played it before in the HSEL Nationals. AESHS definitely looked so much more practiced on it and felt like they knew what needed to be done in order to secure their victory. Now for them, they get the rifles. Hopefully a moment here and a chance to deny the bonus for SJB.
Deny it is the better question, though. And Vixia, that's drag game that just doesn't work out for them. And now making it a 5v4 situation, door's going to open up and see. This is going to be the raised waiting for them right in that corner. But Snipes able to take care of Zera, as well as Moist Mob and Salad Cat going down at the same time. So St. John Bosco, they try the attack on A. That spike is down by Dorn. This has all gone awry here. Skies is going to have to do some kind of a miracle. Yes, Speed Demon is low, but not even in the position where they can shoot that out. Snipes gets rid of Skies. And yes, denying the bonus round from Bosco, they will do. 2-1, lead cut in half.
Yeah, at that point, if you're Skies, you weren't really looking to salvage together the round as opposed to getting as many frags as you possibly could. With them picking up the Phantom off the body of their fallen enemy could have given them something from that, but Snipe is proving to be a very formidable opponent for SJB. But now, though, they do get access to some of this firepower and some of this weaponry of their own. They may not have gotten the bonus, but there's still a very real chance of something happening here. Blinded by their own team's paranoia, no, rather the enemy team's paranoia, coming from the Moist Mop Fire Pumpkins Omen. And Zera, they're unawares that they'd already pushed up that far. They're taking fights inside a tree when the real fight is breaking out directly to their left.
Right now, St. John Bosco taking over this A site at the same time, but here comes this Patriots team that wants to rush right in. Wookie's just gonna say, all right, here, let me just drop right in. Does get a kill on that drop, but that also means less man advantage now as they already get 2 on. Spike is planted. Bosco's got the man advantage here. They also have a Thrash available to use if they decide to use it, but might not need to. Nanoswarm's down at stairs. That's going to catch at least 1 right now, and that's that Killjoy. Just kind of sitting there right now, having a back away already. Jordan Clarkson also sitting here in this corner. And now time's just starting to dwindle away. You feel like they just want picks at this point. Exit frags at the same time. This Omen's just going to wait here inside of B as the spike is going to explode. Are they going to go hunting? They will, maybe a little bit here. Running into the Omen. Here comes the exit frag. There's 1 for Fire Pumpkins. And no more other than that because Silent Cat's going to run right on in. Spike does go off, and St. John Bosco keeps the lead at 3-1.
And the crazy part about that, too, is that Skies could have risen from the grave if they decided to. Electing not to use that, I would say a good decision all around. Hold on to that for...
left.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on to it for more impactful moments throughout it. It still would have been cool to see Skies using the ultimate of Clove. It is a really neat ability, obviously, but it is one that you have to get the frag off, or you also suffer the same fate of dying yet again. Silent Cat has Thrash available for them at the ready, and Zera 2 can also put in the Showstopper. Is going to try and meet them here early in these initial moments, and Skies is going to be that fall-off point. But guess what? They are already back. They get the kill they needed. They got the pick-me-up, and they're right back in the fight as if nothing even happened.
You said it yourself, right? It needed to be an impactful moment, and that's exactly what it was. Impactful moment where you die early on, but you still are able to find the pick, and now the Showstopper's out. just to maybe have them back away from A site, but it's running out of time. Just kind of shoot it. That's a blind fire. Almost hits Rays on the other end on B, but that just opens the door wide open for this A site, and now they're just going to hold on to it. Sky's making an impact already. 2 kills on that Death Salmon. 4v1, it feels like if you're just Speed Demon, you're saving.
Yeah, there's really nothing else that you can do here. You don't want to give up any more ultimate points to St. John Bosco. You need to hang on for every single last possible second that you can, and especially when you only have 200 credits to your name and you'd already scrambled together a buy for this round. Every single last piece is felt on Lotus defense. And then you talk over and you look at Sky. Here's the crazy thing about that pick-me-up, right? And here's where Clove kind of fills in that pseudo-duelist role, where I said that, yeah, sure, Skies has relinquished the mantle, but at the same time, Clove is still kind of a duelist themselves because of that pick-me-up. And this is where things get crazy, right? They heal from it, they get an overheal as well to get their HP back, but then, and this is the evil part, they get a speed boost as well. So Skies just gets to go in so fast, claiming all of this space after they'd already been eliminated at the very beginning moments of the previous round, and just continue that going forward for St. John Bosco.
And yeah, I mean, you can already see the impact it has, right? That speed boost and that entry and that space making. Already 6 kills for Skies. And you also have the addition of that Raze giving you some momentum. At the same time, just boosting you in satchels and all, showstopper clearing out sites. So really, this St. John Bosco team not fooling around anymore. They want to play, and they want to play for that top seed overall. And you know it. You can see it in their play style right now. They're making them anxious. They've gone A this entire time. They've only gone B once, and that was just off a rotation, or rather a clear out of B side. This is the first time they're going to go C, and they're just going to use Thrash to clear out. Good thing, though, Thrash is going to go inside of Waterfall, and I think this Gecko is just going to go ahead and pick it right back up.
And Vixia's Lurk gave them a little bit of something. You've gotten rid of one duelist, which, by the way, the only person on the team who could have flashed entry'd in for the Patriots. So with the loss of Reyna, even though the Lear isn't the greatest thing in the world, it is something where now you have nothing at all. With the spike being planted for the post plant over towards Hill and Mount, Thrash is just going to come back in. May not even be needed if the rest of AESHS is going to fall like this. At that point, you're more so using it to clear out and figuring out where the final 2 players are remaining. Boy, Smop, you kidding me, dude? You just nah. That check him PC. That's illegal. That can't happen, right?
I swear the only information you had is somebody pushing up there. I think that was the Rays of Kane Zera that pushed up for any information in that smoke. Otherwise, yeah, check in PC. That felt illegal. That felt illegal, didn't it? But anyways, another save round here for the Patriots side. Speed Demon just gets away, and now it kind of feels like it's starting to slip away for the Patriots. You'd love to see maybe a timeout here just to reconcile everything. Yes, you can still buy up to Vandals and all, but it almost feels like Sam, I don't know if it feels like it's you, but it almost feels like the Bosco wants to run away with this. It's back to Ascent form for me from the looks of it, and Patriots need to find a way to stop it. It's slipping.
It is slipping. A bit of different weaponry online for the Patriots, but at the same time, you're having to deal against SJB, who so far, minus the bonus round, has been unstoppable. And again, that's a bonus round that was...
Yeah.
Pretty that they won pretty convincingly, and we need to see that kind of convincing argument put forth yet again. Jordan Clarkson is going to give some of that and get that first pick off against Kane Zera. Then retreats over towards the safety of the CT-sided spawn. But again, the spike is planted for Mound. And I had to go back in and try to fight this out here in a 4v4. The Nightfall is a great way to start, though.
Nightfall at least gives you a lot of information. Make sure that they are deafened for just a little while here. They are marked and all, and Mookie's able to start that off with that kill onto Skies. That just gives them so much information. That is everybody but Vixia that is caught up inside of it. You're just waiting for that Omen down, but Moist Pop takes down Mookie and Snipe at the same time. It's a 1v1 KJ battle, Odin versus Phantom. A spike in a position right near Mound. You are just hoping, you are praying that this Odin has a headshot spray, but unfortunately Vixia pierces the wall for the headshot onto Jordan Clarkson. St. John Bosco keeping the lead 6-1 and extending it even by 5.
And that's why you plant in that corner. That's why you play for the post plant. Even though they use the Nightfall, and a good chunk of players were caught inside of it. The players who were playing away from it weren't impacted. And then that forces the Patriots to come over to Mound, where at that point, SJB had already hit a couple of the nastiest headshots to stop the spike from even being halved. It was very difficult for the Patriots to fight back against that strategy. Now it's going to be even more so difficult going into this round with these buys.
Now they're going to just rush in towards A main at the very least. KaneZera gets rid of Snipe. It's just going to be in that planning down. Yeah, no worries, and just at least getting a down site for just a couple of moments here, and they're just going to rush tree down. But waiting for them right there is a Bucky. Doesn't really matter, though, when you've got Moist Swap and KaneZera just running down everybody here. This may kind of be an econ round. KaneZera as well.
Come on, KaneZera. Okay. Come on, buddy.
Come on, man. Well, Vixa cleans up house anyways. It's 7-1 for SJB.
Dude was looking at the ground. The disrespect on display, right? You're just waiting for your team to come back over. And I'm getting deja vu flashbacks. It's not Ascent. We're not high up in the air this time. No, we're on we're in the jungles of Lotus. But it's 7-1 again here, Clutch Key, and a timeout that is finally being called by the Patriots. It's weird to me though with the timings of their callouts though, for their timeouts though. Where we saw in Breeze, where they were on the 11th round so close to victory, they call a timeout there after SJB had gotten a couple of rounds of victories. But this time, though, they're in a 6-round deficit, and this is where they decide to make the timeout call out.
Yeah, I would feel like, right, you'd want to maybe do it like at the very worst 5-1 or 6-1. But it's 7-1. It feels like it's already slipped away, right? You already know that you're going into the half with a deficit. But I guess the thinking here is stop the bleeding where it can, right? Maybe get your players settled in, calm them down a little bit. I know it's still group stage, but you would still love to escape this decider map with the win here. But St. John Bosco's making it look like they own this map right now, and it's making it look like this was their map pick. This was decider. This was last map in the pool, so pretty much it was either side's map. But St. John Bosco making this looking way too one-sided. Yes, it's attack-sided, but who cares about that? Right now, it's just slipping away from you. You want a few wins here. And right now, St. John Bosco is being too aggressive. Showstopper's out. This is going to find at least one. And the momentum just does not stop. KaneZera's on a tear, but at least you get 2 back.
Yeah, that tracking was kind of scary to see, but so is Snipe. Skies, now we're seeing what has to happen when you're playing the Clove. You need to get in their faces. And so what does AESHS do? They back away. Snipe is not going to risk this here. They heal back up to full, getting away from the Decay Orb, and claims the life yet again of this pesky Clove. Over on the other side, Fire Pumpkins hearing the spike being planted at their feet inside of Mound. Wasn't ready for Vixia to retaliate in kind. Pushing back over into the site through the smoke though. Keegan, sometimes you just have these like inkling moments, but literally no information was given that they were over there. And finally with a 4K from Snipe, that gives AESHS off the back of this timeout a round win they were needing.
2 timeouts used, 50% successful on it, and you said it earlier too, right? It almost feels like they only have that information, but at that point for these players, it's just instinct. It's just pure instinct to fire through that, get that kill, give yourself the man advantage, and right there, that timeout makes it all worth it. And giving the Patriots now some glimmer of hope to see if they can end this half on a 7-5 cut. Right now, economy, though, not looking the best here for the Patriots. Yes, you won the round, but it did cost you 3 people, and now only 2 of them can buy up light shields, right? Snipe as well as Fire Pumpkin getting themselves only light shields. Otherwise, it's a full rifle round here. And now you feel like, go back to your bread and butter, right? They've gone C at least 3 times, or twice now, in both round 5 and 6, and they won those convincingly, both on spikes and saves. So you feel like your chances here for SJB are pretty good to start this one off, especially when you get a kill to paint shells.
Okay, KaneZera. Okay. You're back in fighting form. You're back here for it, buddy. You get another final kill and your death breath. Wait a second here. Wait a moment. Talacat has 31 HP, and Vixia is so far away from the site. It's planted for Mound, though. Planted for nothing now. Jordan Clarkson saving the day for the Patriots, giving them that momentum shift they need, right?
Yeah. That's the only second time, by the way. And point out here that it's usually when earlier on this wouldn't have mattered when St. John Bosco was running and they didn't even plant the spike. Well, the round would be over anyways before they planted. But in this case around, they are two of three when the spike is not planted, and that shows you that the Patriots, they just got to be a little bit more confident with their shots, right? And they covered out C, so now you know you can maybe stack up A a little bit on a bit of an off angle, I guess you could say, but they're inside a tree right now, hoping that nothing happens in this case, but that boom bot just to give them some information. They trade out like that, though. Snipe is down. That's your information gone, and at the very least, you get rid of some great picks here if you're AESHS. Problem is, you still got KaneZero alive, and from the shadow still up as well.
Yeah, we're playing a tug of war at the moment. The Lear is going to be just beyond KaneZero's field of vision, so not blinded by it. But Fire Pumpkins is there to avenge their fallen comrade. This guy's keeping an eye on the heavens, seeing if anyone's going to drop from below, but the smoke is going to be the added wrinkle into that equation. No beyond the grave to bring them back to life this time around, as AESHS is having life breathed back into them.
There we go. Patriots starting to give themselves a little bit of rhythm, right? And the retake on, very well done. So they take back the A site, and they love the trades, right? Defending-wise, if you're taking trades, you love to see that because that's less man advantage that SJB has to get onto the site and hold the site down. And for the Patriots now, they've given themselves a little bit more of a chance to get that 7-5. That timeout, Sam, may have very well been worth it here at that point because, right, you take that timeout, you get 3 rounds in a row to come back here, and now if you can go into this half 7-5 on an attack side and map like Lotus, you're feeling pretty good about yourself going into the second half.
No, I couldn't agree more. Even 7-4 for defense is still relatively something that you can be happy about for how difficult this map can absolutely be. Been trying to be that bulwark of defense. Speed Demons going to see the paint shells at their feet, responding kind. Leave behind some crisp shots for KaneZero to remember their name. Now you're seeing an operator back on the field. Skies is going to go in. There's another look at that shorty before flipping back over to the Vandal. Double kill for them. They're alive. Continuous grasp of life at best. But it doesn't matter if it's 20 HP or 1 HP. As long as they're alive, Skies is going to keep the hopes and dreams of SJB going. 8-4. First half for SJB.
Sky's coming up big there with a 4K at the end. First time I believe we're going to see a 4K for anybody, at least in this map. No aces, no 4Ks just yet. That's the first time we see it, and that just shows you the evenness across the board for right now. But AESHS keeping this pretty even, right? 10 kills across Snipe, Demon, Speed Demon, and Jordan Clarkson. 7-6, but still good amount of assists there to keep up with the rest of this team. KaneZero doing what they can. 15, 12, 10 down the board of kills. And right now for SJB, you got 8 points, but the Patriots feel like they can make some noise. They can go ahead and make some noise here. And if they can get this pistol round, this has been 50-50 the entire way through, right? First round of pistols always going to Bosco, but the second round of pistols always going towards the Patriots. If Bosco can break that streak, they're well on their way to getting a 3-0 record here in group stage. We'll find out if they can, but already you can see close smoke up on A site. KaneZero throws the paint shells in here. We might hear a lot of footsteps running away from this.
All players bunched up together, and that's just so easy for KaneZero. It's all happening to Rumble Buddy. You're talking about no ace? Watch KaneZero do it right here, right now, baby.
Oh, boy.
I just got Tins flashbacks. Okay. Are we looking
What
at high school Tins here?
We might be. We might be. It's just paint shells gets thrown in, all the chaos, the classic doing the rest of the work. Is that, what do you call that, caster blessing or a caster curse that I just did?
Oh, I'm sure
like,
Adlai is going to be cursing your
this
name.
as at this point?
Adlai is absolutely cursing your name right now, Keegan. I'm going to tell you that right now, buddy. No ace on the board?
No ace on the board? Well, there it is. There it is. There's KaneZero just saying politely, yeah, well, let's get the first on the board. And, oh, boy. Well, KaneZero just doing it all. All you needed to do is throw the paint shells out. And now you get the Outlaw buy, the Bulldog buys at the same time. A may not be the call there, guys. KaneZero is wiping them out.
All right, KaneZero has been a little quiet, I would say, on Breeze. They've been raising their voice through the first half of Lotus, but now all I'm getting is a cacophonous orchestra putting out the melody of demise for AESHS. Now into their 10th round, 10-4. Cainzera leading the way for St. John Bosco. Oh, no. Okay, the leer.
Not again.
I got scared there for a second. I'm
You
scared
getting
there for Fire
flashbacks to
Pumpkins,
A-Site?
I'm scared. I'm all over the place, however, because you can see that the judge, they're going right into it. Switch over to the Ghost real quick. Speed Demon is going to be outdone by the Ghost of all things, Clutch Key.
Yeah. Outdone by the Ghost. Now outdone by the utility at this point. But they're going to go ahead and plant the spike here. They've got everybody here. Problem is, Cainzera's already going to pop where they've got the showstopper here. If they find one corner here, there's two people stacked up in that one corner on the side. If they can get that information, that showstopper's going to be big. Outlaw's out already. Paint Shells down and about is able to find another one here. And Cainzera, along with the help of Moist Mop on the Bucky, finds the kills. And guess what, Sam? In the second half for Cainzera, 11 kills and no death.
Shut up.
SJB,
Please, stop.
11 and 4.
Stop. Listen, dude, you put up more kills in this half alone than the entire enemy team almost when it comes to their top fragger.
And no deaths.
They could have used their showstopper almost 2 times now, just based off of frags alone. No, I can't.
Sorry,
Listen.
I have to give you the number. 5 kills in the first round, 6 total in the last 2. I mean, Cainzera is looking for more, by the way. It is scoped out by the Haunt, but I feel like there's a showstopper incoming. Don't you?
I'm almost feeling that here, but instead it's going to corral the Patriots away from Cainzera because they know that he's there. Instead of fighting into the jaws of the beast, make the beast come to you. That's exactly what's going to be happening here. Delayed out slightly by the swarm grenade from Vixia, with Mookie getting rid of them. It's going to open things up for the spike to be planted.
Oh, that was a great seize, though, for just a little while, and now you get rid of Cainzera. First death there in the second half. Now it's a 1v4 up against the Clove that does not have the ultimate yet, but Skies does get one. Doesn't really matter, though. You were able to get rid of the KJ early enough, and nobody else on site to give yourselves a good chance at that. Finally, this team out of AESHS gets on the board here in the second half. But again, Cainzera has yet to use this showstopper, and I feel like the Patriots are kind of sweating right now, thinking, "Oh boy, when's it gonna happen? When will it happen? When will it get fired away?" Because man, oh man, if that was Cainzera's first death in the second half, oh boy, things are gonna get a little spicy here. And well, now Cainzera, oh boy, see what happens here down A main, because this gets crazy.
Yeah, here's the Raise Nade Clove Decay Orb combo that we saw just now. No one from the Patriots fell to it, and I don't think they took that much damage from it either. A little bit of a question mark over on the side of Snipe based on that question, but at this stage of the game, you've managed to get a couple pieces of utility out of St. John Bosco. In goes the Boom Bot, catching someone off the back foot, and it is going to be Speed Demon. That breakable wall is still up and about, and so the Omen and Ray skirting right by each other. Another smoke landing on seed. Vixie is prepped up with the Judge, but now I'm going to put down the Swarm Grenade, popping it up. And as they're wanting to boosh over towards Waterfall, take a couple of bullets in the back.
Takes a couple of damage, but now this ASHS team wants to rotate all the way back. They tried C, they tried poking A, nothing there. They tried poking C. They're just hoping that this A site has just used all of their util to force that out, and now the Nightfall will come out, but nothing's going to get caught in it, which means now it's just appearing, and Skies is already going to go ahead and get away. Going to see if they can get a kill or assist. Got to be quick about it, though, because now it's going to be a 5v5 retake. This is going to be really, really fast-paced here. There's the Showstopper out. Showstopper finds one. Cainzera will find no more. This is chaos here. 3 for 3 trades on either end. It comes down to the Fate versus the Omen. At this point, they know the one's in tree. And Snipe waiting. Prowler and all. Prowler spots. Prowler doesn't get the blind on at the very least, but the spike is
Snipe.
tapped. The spike is being held
Snipe.
halfway. Snipe,
Snipe.
you gotta fire,
Snipe.
sir. You gotta fire.
Snipe.
Snipe doesn't know. It's too little, too late. The spike gets defused. And SJB gets another point. They are on matching series point.
Pros don't fake those. Moist Mop ain't faking. SJB ain't losing. Not today. And I think obviously we have the information in front of us, Clutch Key.
Yep.
But that crosshair for a solid 3 seconds was on Moist Mop's head. All that had to be done from Snipe was just one click is all. And I think the realization may have happened, obviously far too late, that Moist Mop was sticking the defuse because they didn't see the Omen anywhere else across the map. When that happened, guess what? You lose the clutch in the worst way possible.
Yeah, and I mean, the obvious thinking there was that maybe Moist Mop was just tapping it because you didn't hear another one. And you just wish, right, if you were Snipe, just hit the left click once or twice and you get the body shot on. But of course, we don't have, or they don't have that information we have, but it was right on that outline. And you and I were just holding our breath. Just fire. Just hit the button. They didn't do it, and now they take a timeout when Mookie takes a timeout, but it's 12-5. Sam, it almost feels like, again, like I said, when that defuse happened, too little, too late. It almost feels like it. Unless there's a 7-string round that they can happen upon from this timeout. SJB, right now, they're tearing this up. And SHS can't even buy up full, right? Bulldog is the only thing you've got left for Fire Pumpkin inside the economy, but you got to buy up the rest here, the rest of the game. Just feels like it's just slipped away.
For the Patriots, it's turned into an endurance run now.
Yeah.
Like you said, 7 in a row just to get into overtime. Not even to win the map or the series, but to have overtime. And the performance we got from them in Breeze is just all falling apart. St. John Bosco, I guess they were just wanting to toy with their food for just a little bit longer on another map.
I mean, it almost feels like at the same time, too, right? And you can take a look at the kill board here while we have a little bit of a pause going on right now. 27 kills for Kane Zero. Look, Skies, Vixia, Salacat, Moist Mob would fit in for the rest of AESHS's team. But 27 kills on top. And we're talking about Kane Zero being a T3 player. I mean, I don't know about it right now, but Kane Zero is looking a lot better than that at the moment, because this is some kind of performance that this Raze is putting on right now. Has another showstopper, mind you. And they're just going to rush right into B. They want this to be over. They want it to be over now, Sam.
Yep, that paranoia came in to blind Moist Mop. Kane Zero does have an answer in kind for Snipe. This is Kane Zero's match. This is their world, their territory, and it may be ripped away. But take a peek at Sky. See how far they've gotten. Where the KJ is. That utility not given over to them. Oh. Doing it all with just a Spectre alone. There's Arena with an Empress. Finally from a timeout yet again. That the Patriots continue to gain massive value from. Should be able to close out this round unless Speed Demon goes for an exchange of weaponry. The mistake that cost them everything. You gave Skies a new gun. You gave them the path to victory. St. John Bosco, 13. I can't believe it. A 2-1 series, Clutch Key.
Yep. 2-1 series. And it almost, and really, in the end, it was just St. John Bosco, Kane Zera coming up so big. And just all these plays, right? It felt like it maybe not have snowballed, but it felt like, right, that Skies 4K back in that last round of the first half started to snowball everything down. And then you felt like it snapped as soon as Kane Zera got that immense ace on pistol round. It felt like the snowball fell way too down the hill. And Bosco's going to go into this with the #1 seed overall. Defending national champions. Why? There's your reason why.
And that's a big reason why too, what we're getting out of this team, the kind of performance and the level of expectations that they have to be setting for themselves. And again, right, I said coming out of Breeze that you want to show the other teams who you are and make sure they know. I think after the matchup that we saw on stream on the main stage, there is no question whatsoever that St. John Bosco is absolutely the team that should be feared, rightfully so. And we sing the praises of Kane Zera a lot, but it also feels like the rest of the team are able to do their own thing as well. I mean, the whole reason that map was won was because of Skies playing on that Clove, giving us a new look at the agent of the hour. And these kind of spectacular solo plays that it feels like each individual player from St. John Bosco can take on that mantle if they need to, is what makes this team so devastating. It's not just all one player.
Yep. It's not exactly right. I mean, you could take a look at the final numbers as well. And Kane Zera, yes, comes up big, 29 and 2 final, or 29 kills, 2 assists. But at the same time, too, Skies makes that impact, right? Skies gets, yes, 18 kills, maybe 11 underneath, but 11 over Kane Zera on assists. 13 assists total, so 31 kill participation at the very least for Skies, as well as Kane Zera, is such an impressive combination right now, right? You've got that Skies, that Clove on you, as well as that Raze combination on that map. And I'm sorry to use the words against you, Mr. Raze on the other end, but they're just speed demons on the other end as well. They're just absolutely gunning in, and they have no fear. They have all that confidence in the world, which shows you again why this team is to be afraid of. They are right now the team. I think you said it earlier, the team to beat. They are defending national champions for a reason. And I'm right now, I'll just make the bold prediction. We may see this repeat matchup between Redlands as well as this team from St. John Bosco. Because if these matches have gone any further right now, I mean, this is just banger after banger match that we have seen. But don't sleep on AESHS right now, because they pushed St. John Bosco to the brink. Yes, it may have been a 13-5 to the end, but the very fact that they got it there shows you that they still have some fight in them as we go into the playoffs soon enough.
Speaking of, that is the last match on stage from the seeding portion. And Clutchkey, in the next game that you're going to be casting over, we step into the quarterfinals themselves. That is going to be an exciting moment for sure. But we're not done just yet. We are going to hang over to a small break to get an interview set up with Vixa and none other than Kane Zera. Sorry, no break, rather. It's just straight into the interview. So if you want to see how St. John Bosco is feeling, well, we got it pulled up right here for you right now.
And we're back with another post-game interview here at HSEL Nationals 2024. I'm here with Max and Kane from Bosco Esports, who just came off a very, very heated game right there. It was good to see you guys. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. Well, it's good to see both of you. Now, how are you enjoying the tournament so far?
I think it's pretty fun, like just talking to people and meeting people. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having fun. Setup's great, Last year is like, I'm so happy that this is like growing and getting support and sponsorship.
Yeah, we're super glad to have you guys here. In terms of that last game, do you feel like there was a pivotal moment that really had you turn on the gas that really allowed you to, finish it out right there?
I mean, I just realized we're going against bad players, so now I had to just start trying.
We just made a mistake on the map selection, and yeah, it's okay.
Well, that's interesting. Well, good job, guys. I can't wait to see how you do in the rest of the tournament. It's good to meet you.
Good to meet you too, sir.
Good talking to you again, Max.
Thanks.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. It's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry. That amazing content isn't going away. Just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team, featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform, and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators, and get ready for an amazing fall semester, brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools.
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like. I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators, built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tathew.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really displays their passion for esports because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this, a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the Collaborative Academic Social and Emotional Learning Standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes, all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. You know, it's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team, featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform, and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators, and get ready for an amazing fall semester, brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, you know, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, you know, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, you know, help guide them through, you know, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now we have, our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had, you know, this group not have, you know, persisted and, you know, kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Den, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but you know, taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, you know, just beyond, you know, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The Gaming Concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry, and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HSEL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HSEL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements. They say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think, probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys. We practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to, and I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well, because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there, so I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really displays their passion for esports, because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education, and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this: a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the Collaborative Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning Standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes, all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
We are now into the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to the HSEL Nationals, and we are live right here, and we are not in the Hy-Vee Arena down there in Kansas City, but we are ready to play some more matches inside of that arena right now. Klutchke alongside Zobi with you for the first of the quarterfinal matchups, which we will feature here on stream, and that will be between the number 2 and the number 7 seeds. Number 2 seed you saw just on stream earlier on, St. John Bosco Braves coming in here, taking on the Plano West team, coming in as the number 7 seed. So 2 versus 7 here, single elimination the entire way through the rest of the tournament. So Zobi, 2 versus 7, but St. John Bosco, I mean, even if they're the number 2 seed, they still look like a mighty force to get through.
I mean, for sure, the reigning champions right now at the HSEL Nationals event. They were 3-0 in groups versus Plano West, who was 0-3. So their work cut out for them. But if they take down these Titans, what else are they going to be able to do? I mean, that would be a complete 180 of a turnaround to get the blood pumping and take out the previous reigning champs. But as you mentioned, I mean, they had a heck of a warm-up there for today with that group stage matchup against AESHS earlier. So I'm excited to see, exactly how that's going to adapt and change things going into the playoffs where it is single elimination now, like you mentioned.
Yep, single elimination the entire way through. We'll give you seedings here as well. Number 1 lands up as the Redlands Terriers alongside Hebron Black, which is number 8. That's first of your matchups in the quarterfinals. 4 versus 5, and you just said it earlier on, AESHS. Well, the Patriots now come in against the Mira Mesa Marauders, 4 versus 5 in that scenario. Our matchup here, St. John Bosco versus Plano West. That's 2 versus 7. Hebron Varsity taking on SLUH, St. Louis University especially high. That's the 3 versus 6 matchup. So plenty of good action here and lots of 2-1s here on stream so far as well. So we will see if we get another one. But let's take a look at our map pool here because the maps were decided just recently here. We will get to see Sunset start. We will get to see Split in the middle. And then at the end, what else could it be but the special map of Ascent if we get there in the first place? But Sunset and Split will start us off.
And that is such an interesting occurrence to me because right now, for the side of SJB, they've played every single map except their insta-ban of Bind, and spoiler alert, they've only lost Breeze, which is the first matchup you just casted that they did toss very close double-digit affair, versus going over to the side of Plano West and their map pick of Split. They are 0-3 on this map at the moment. They've tried out differing compositions. They've been adjusting to try and find what's right for them, but trying to make that adjustment when it's a single elimination knockout playoffs, you gotta hope you got your act together during the group stage and figured out that comp is gonna work for you.
Yeah, it's just figuring out compositions. We heard it earlier on from this St. John Bosco team where group stage was just kind of figure out compositions. Now it's where it really matters here. Now it's the time to lock in, get yourselves a good opportunity because it is single elimination. There is no second chances. Once a series is done, that series is done. It's win or go home, survive, and advance here with only 8 teams in the Nationals. So we are almost ready to go here on both ends as we get set here for the 2 versus 7 matchup. Again, all of the quarterfinals are going on here, at least for today, tomorrow as well. You have the semifinal matchups as well as the championship matches. You two will go through that. You and Sam will go through that the entire way, the rest of the way on Sunday. But you talk about some action as well. I mean, right now you've got what looks to be a matchup. Again, you talk about the bracket setup where Redlands gets number 1. You've got the team right now at St. John Bosco number 2. If the seeding works out the way it has been here, we're looking at another rematch of last year's HSEL Nationals, which is going to be pretty exciting to find out because both teams look like they are still in prime position to play this.
And that was kind of my question, right? Was if we were going to see some of these 2 and 3 teams on the same side of the bracket or not. And it really is just going to be an early rematch, like you mentioned, likely if SJB and Hebron Varsity win out their duels like the seeding favors. But that's kind of devastating because that means we are guaranteed a brand new grand finalist appearing team. You know, obviously, I believe it was actually no, I'm gaslighting you guys. Hebron was 3rd, right? So they get early retaliation here, perhaps, to go against SJB to try and return to the grand finals, where last year they were. Or 2 years ago, they were the national champions. So you got to beat them eventually if you want to take that crown. But for now, Plano West, the first kind of obstacle here as we get ready to jump into Sunset. And that Agent Select is zipping by because these teams are certain about what they want to focus on. And we did get the ISO bait from Reformed Bulgogi, but Ray is locked in, and it's going to be, Mirror Comp minus that breach compared to the double controller Viper. What do you make of that considering the Viper nerfs that happened recently?
I mean, mostly, right? I think a lot of players that I've heard from at the very least say for the Viper at the very least, when you have the strategies, you still got a player no matter what, right? So I mean, this is more just a comfort pick if anything for right now. But Kane Zera, I mean, if you go back to what Kane Zera was playing earlier on the Rays, as well as earlier on throughout the entire series back against AESHS, right? For Kane Zera played the KO in map number 1, map number 2 played that entire. Played Neon as well, and then you go on over to Ray. So playing a controller instead, a little bit of a different look here for Kane Zero, but we'll get to see what they pull out here and what they can accomplish in this case. It starts off on St. John Bosco. We'll be on the defending end, and of course, why not? Of course, got to have the Cyphers on both ends, and the Cyphers already set up on B, and we've seen a lot of good plays from the Cyphers early on. See if St. John Bosco can make sure that they get rid of Plano West right now. Plano West wants to go right in. They want to hit the gas pedal, but they're hit by Snakebite, they're hit by kills, and hit by ghosts and everything. B-site's gone awry. Yes, they get the plan down, but it's 4v2.
Same there. Bust is aggressive on this Viper player. He's gaining the hold of the B-site, placing this Omen alone on an island, and drowned by Salad Cat there. A semi-fluid pistol to get things started. Again, you mentioned it. Aggressive attempt. Yes, they gain the space, but they do not gain around. Great coordination there between the Sentinel and the Pseudo Sentinel from SJB. And you mentioned Kane Zero, right? Even before this matchup, before they've locked in the Cypher, they have played every single role in Valorant, switching between maps, between series. So it's nothing that they're shying away from, and I don't expect it to influence their playstyle all that much. Maybe we'll see more aggressive snake bites to take these engagements, take these fights with a little bit of an advantage. But other than that, I don't think this is necessarily going to weaken their attack side when we get there. But for now, they are on the defense. Attack for PWHS, and we'll get to see how they retaliate with less than optimal weapons.
A bonus around here for St. John Bosco, as on the defensive end at the very least, they had, like you said, weak weapons here for this Plano West team, but they're still going to try to play aggressively anyways. In goes Vortex, just running right into the wire, but Vortex, nice shooting there, Tex. Gets the kill along with the classic kill, mind you, and this B site wide open, no more utility from the Cypher at all. And now Salacat having the judge, just waiting to see if anybody's going to go ahead and peek around this corner, but they're all playing main right now. It's obviously planted on that staircase, planted for that entryway in. Salacat with the jump, Salacat with the judge. Able to find something to start. We'll try to gain it back up Dizzy for right now. Boombot's able to get rid of Raizu, and Moist is not getting off the spike, but it cost them their lives as a great round evens this up at 1 apiece for Plano West.
And wow, nerves of steel, and they almost get away criminally with that spike defuse, but Reform Bulgogi share shots out of left field, not one, but two there to get that Thrifty on the board. Great disruption to what should have been a strong start here for St. John Bosco. So again, they're going to have to pick up the pieces now, leverage maybe their own Thrifty other than this hero rifle potentially from Canzera. I said it before, it's not going to stop their aggressive play style. They even looking like they want to aggress into mid into tiles here early on, perhaps off of this toxic screen. A creative use of it when you do have that double controller. But in the meantime, PWHS, you know you have the better weapons, so let's go quick into the A site where really nobody's home other than this tucked gecko.
Well, let's see, because, you got the shorty kill. That's the shorty special. That is from St. John Bosco, but it gets sniffed out right away. Raizu's able to find two, trades that back. Kingzor gets one, Spike's planted right there, but it's smoked off for right now. Skies is already starting to defuse. Nobody's looking at Spike right now, but finally smoke goes down. Doesn't really matter. Kingzor's hitting headshots left and right. Sky's just going to defuse this. Reform Bulgogi can do nothing about it, but wait until somebody gets any exit frags. Gets two anyways, but too little too late. Bosco's up 2-1.
Thrifty for Thrifty. What a way to kick off the playoff stage. And again, all it was Canzera go kill, right? The rest of them were alongside for the ride, for the defuse, for, you know, providing more targets to shoot at. But really just the aim labs routine from clearing out main to then flicking over to elbow. Beautifully navigated there. And I mean, yes, Reform Bulgogi, you're charging up that ult by these eco frags, but you didn't find the one person who did buy a rifle. So now, since that was technically a bonus for them, rifles versus rifles for the first time here on the Sunset. Recognizing that mid gap, that flank was exploited. Instead, they're going to address it early on here, fighting for Pillar, fighting for potentially Market, but Canzera and Cypher both here on the receiving end.
You lose Vix here early on as well for SJB, so Plano can try to be a little bit more aggressively on either end. No duelist available for St. John Bosco, so right now Plano West trying to see what they can do. Maybe they can pull them away from A site or from mid at the very least. Gecko's the only one that rotated off of A. This Omen sticking right on B, or sticking mid. But Skies awaiting anything that walks into the marketplace. You want to buy something, you're going to have to go through the Cypher right now. Gets concussed, but not before Skies. He's able to get Vortex down. A 1-for-1 trade means B site's wide on open. Canzero's able to get one back, but the plant goes down. 3v3 scenario here. How quick does St. John Bosco want to play this? Goes the smokes out, Paranoia out at the same time. Dizzy's going to try to find one target, does so. But what they don't know is in the other corner is Reform Bulgogi. He's going to find two headshots in the back of the heads. And it's a 3-versus-1 with Viper so little health at 17 health for Canzero.
At this point, even if things get dicey, Ray is alive at the showstopper. Kane just trying to slice the pie, look for an over peak potentially from Raizu. But it's not going to come. Fault line, double swing. Don't necessarily want them to save, but they're just going to wait for these players to come to them to take this opportunity to take weapons offline, and they will do just that. 3 bullets will escape the spike, but they may be running right into Rise. And they run into both of the players for Plano West. So we are tied to a piece here on Sunset. on SJB's map pick. And again, like I said, starting out with mid, and it really was just that overactiveness of the rotation from KaneZera, right? They were there alongside Skies to receive Plano West with open arms, and they go top mid too early. So a lot of weight without too much utility invested to hold market, and Skies, you get yours, but at that point the entire team has access to the B site and can dismantle any retake effort.
Yeah, big part there too. I mean, just Plano West able to at least clear out B side, especially with the Cypher gone, makes a big difference at the same time, and they're going to attempt to do this again. No utility on B whatsoever for the Cypher, at the very least for right now. The Cypher's going to have to run all the way back to the back of spawn. Showstopper's down, and the show stops Skies. But now it's going to be a plant down, and the plant doesn't go down. Vortex can't get it off. Wingman doesn't get it down in time, so it's going to have to be a different player out there at the same time. Good thing you've got enough cover and enough smokes to do so. Smoke is out. Good flash around the corner, but not before the baby's able to get Salad Cat down. And with the classic, Point Spot's able to take care of the Bay. Right now, they will start the defuse, but does Plano West know it? KaneZera's just going to hold it, and KaneZera's going to be successful on it. So many smokes down mid. Yet another thrifty Zombie where it's defenders this time. They go crazy on it too little too late, though, as Bosco takes the lead back at 3-2.
I mean, ever since the pistol, the only rounds won by St. John Bosco have been these thrifty rounds. And they're very eager to get somebody on the bomb round after round, which is just pressuring PWHS, whose kind of instinct, especially on those B-site executions, has been to fall back main. Play the cacophony of utility that you have for a post-plant. Mosh, Pain Shell, Satchels, Aftershock, even a Paranoia on the top can be huge. And SJB just zero fear again. Just going in for it. And now they have ultimates to work with alongside this buy. PWHS, they're going to be all over the place, but speaking of all over the place, KaneZera, you go anywhere and they are a consistent threat.
Well, the threat keeps going here for KaneZera, but right now for St. John Bosco, Vipers having that Viper Spit is such a threat at the same time. You're not going to get a chance to use it this round, though. Reform Bugogi has KaneZera's number at the moment. 4 versus 3. Neural Theft available for Plano West as well. Of course, the Rolling Thunder, same thing too. Get you onto site, can help you onto site, or can help defend that spike, but where's the call here? You have that spy cam in the corner letting you know that there might be a rotation B at the very least. Now they're looking to see if they got mid control, but time's starting to dwindle away. Yes, there's just less than a minute left to go, but now Neural Theft is going to get pulled out here, and that's going to spot them out once at the very least, gets another tick. And now you know where St. John Bosco is. It's a rush down at the B side. Can he get through? That's the problem. Trapwire's going to trap one inside there, and that's Reform Bugogi. That's down as well. Spotline comes out. It's going to be able to take down Skies at the very least. And now, 2 versus 1. Plano West having control of this. It's just a Gecko, but that Gecko got Thrash.
True. I'm surprised I didn't strike faster while somebody was incapacitated by the spike plant. So now they have an opportunity to reposition, set up a crossfire. And they have so much utility, but they're just going to dry swing out of the dark cover. You had everything in the toolbox. You chose nothing. So things tied up again. 3-3 here. And the ult's still stacked for SJB, not tapped into. And again, these rifle rounds just not going their way. It's the thrifties that have been. So if they get another thrifty off these ultimates, I'm just going to be in awe for sure, Keegan. But I mean, that's SJB for you.
That's SJB. They'll fight back with anything you give them. Stingers, Sheriffs, doesn't matter. You know this Bosco team can be a threat in any which way. Braves tied up with Plano West right now, 3-all. As you said it before, a plethora of ultimates. Bosco's got 4. Showstopper from the shadows, Thrash, as well as Viper's Pit. KaneZera gets that first kill. Rolling Thunder is going to be used already here from Plano West just to get them onto the site and to open it all up. Salad Cat getting concussed by 2 abilities here, and it's just waiting for death in the back of the head from Reformed Bugogi. A site is all theirs. The retake on from St. John Bosco. Now the flash is out. Right now, yet another one, but nothing there either. And no kills falling, but Raiju will finally start off the kill feed on this A side with a kill into Moist's Mop. Yoban gets the Cypher at the very least as well. No more spy cam either available. And Reform Bugogi's just going to line him up. KaneZera, Vixia go down by the hands of this Raze. 4-3, Plano West.
And at this point, does Bulgogi need to be reformed? They're 12-4 at this moment. I mean, if this is them reformed, I'd love to see what they were prior, but it's interesting because like, the kill feed's the same. It's, again, just such a back-and-forth affair. And again, it's just this weird economy that SJB has been cruising off of winning only thrifty rounds. Finally, that's been disrupted here. I saw in chat from a fan that SJB really is only going to be taking that second and third place from last year seriously, but they may need to start contemplating PWHS and Reformed Bulgogi because this might be where they start to pull ahead on your map pick.
Now, St. John Bosco's pick on Sunset being a little tough for them. This team has gone back and forth so far. They went back and forth 3-3 up to round 6. Round 7, though, first time a team has gone to 2 in a row. Looking to see if they can go 3 in a row. They already take care of the top fragger on this SJB team known as Kane Zera. Can they clean up the rest, though? They have the Thrash available. Again, holding on to these ultimates. Bosco still has the showstopper from the Shadows and Thrash. Meanwhile, Plano having that from the Shadows and Thrash at the same time. See if it finds anything, really. And now, there goes the Monster. Monster on the loose. Will it find anything? Will it detain anybody? For right now, just holding them back. And they'll use a lot of utility here, including Thrash, but Thrash goes basically for nothing. They're just going to leave B. Or at least fake it for now. Only got 30 seconds left.
Yeah. They have pulled some numbers off, which is great, but Sky's still here. Not as many trap bars as you need. That's why they take the fight outright and win it. At this point, they're just searching for frag after frag. Pain Shell to pressure and divide these players. Sky's eliminated Rise, holding their own, but only 30 HP now to work with. And this is where those ults are finally going to get tapped into for SJB. Sitting up in their chair, turn their monitors on, and injecting themselves into the situation. Moist Mop, though, not able to find anything. And as a result, Salad Cat falls. They're left in the 1v2. Both players divided. Again, Nerves of Steel just going to stick it. Last thing they would expect. Pros don't fake, but Teuno on top of things. The swing out, the frag, and PWHS again extends their lead now.
Extending their lead to what is now a 5-3 lead. First time again. We were back and forth up until round 6, round 7, and round 8. It both belong to Plano West. They take a 2-round lead here. And it comes down to right now. Form Bulgogi at 12, Kane Zera at 12 right now. Both matching up in terms of kills, but the rest of the team, Rise, you coming up big in that round. At the same time, taking over B and letting the time run out. They're playing patiently. They know they can play aggressively. They can play patiently. See what they decide to do here. It looks like Satchels are in. Are ready for Reform Bulgogi around the corner. Nothing there. So what they'll do, use the Boombot, get in. They don't know. This Gecko's hiding in the smoke. If Salad Cat gets the aim right here inside of the smoke, they've got it with the Stinger. Absolutely. Just start to get the plan down. Not just planning just yet. Maybe faking it out for right now. Mosh is going to be on the side elbow for right now. Rising gets Vixie down. Makes it a 4v4, a little bit more manageable, but they're not planning down this spike on B. In fact, they're all the way down in CT side.
This is a great choice. I mean, do you see how many players have consumed and cleared out the flank? But this does mean Skies can prepare for all of the players that were thinking of coming at them, and they will be able to fault line late, so they get some chip damage, but spared nonetheless. Now it's a mad dash to B. Kane Zera reads it and is in hot pursuit, en route to deny this prospect. The question will be, how safe does Rise you plant the spike? And it's going to be backside, so no chance to punish here for Kane Zera. But again, leaving the Omen here makes us a 2v2, and weapons were collected. So Hero Rifle, Kane Zera's careful hands. So many angles to clear out, though, and no initiators left in the mix.
Nothing there for right now, just waiting to see if something is available to them. Like you said, no initiators, just controllers. But it might just be enough. They're starting the diffuser already,
no bullets.
But it doesn't really matter. They get the shots through the smoke. As Plano West finds 4 in a row. 6-3 heading their way. And it is a guaranteed tie at the half, at the least, for this Plano West team.
Which is a great start against the previous HSEL national champions. Definitely unexpected here from, like I said, the 0-3 squad. Maybe they were hiding all their potential, right? We said it was a seeding group stage only. no real stakes. You're gonna play the same number of matches, just your opponents will differ. If these were the previous world champs, you had to beat them at some point. Why not in the quarterfinals? And now, SJB, the receiving end of a lot of mid pressure. Canes there has been pretty good about the first bloods here. But again, the retakes are hit or miss. They're too kind of dire against the clock to get on a spike. Speaking of dire though, Sky's on an island here. The trades come through from Boba, fortunately. And all this utility now just to deny sight through market, and it is working. Numbers advantage in SJB's favor narrowly here, but the reinforcements from B main now to recover the spike. Nice cage for safety to secure at least a post-plant scenario. But again, this is where SJB can strike. Paint shell, showstopper, everything in, and Vixa is doing it all.
Vic's just doing it all, gets the paint shells, gets the bingo card, at least for the Rays for right now. But can you score more? It's a blind, it's a dizzy, it's done. SJB gets a point back on their board. 6-4 here for them. They're only down by 2 now, but what a round there from this Rays. Getting everything on that bingo card at the very least, but now Plano takes a timeout. They want to stop St. John Bosco. What my belief is they want to stop St. John Bosco from getting hotter than what they are right now. Down only 2 rounds, but you figure 1 round of momentum and 1 round win can surely swing that the right way.
I love proactivity like this, right? You want to ensure that you get as many rounds as possible for the side swap. I think our observer, Chris, has said it best. They said that a lot of these teams are one-side Andes where they maybe have the attack pinned down, but then they struggle in the defense or vice versa. So maybe PWHS is aware that Sunset can be a really attack-sided map. So they're taking each round in stride, ensuring they can make the most of this half while they still have time. And this would be huge because if they deny this round for SJB, again, they haven't built up that safeguard of economy like PWHS has. So they'll be reset into a kind of forced situation, and you're looking at a really good shot at 8-4 instead of a 6-6 if SJB wins this.
Let's find out if SJB can keep the streak going or if that timeout stops any kind of traction that they get out of it. But right now, you're looking at Plano West having some confidence if they could win another round, especially off of, we keep saying it, defending HSEL champions. They can get another round and go into the half with the lead. It'd be massive for what is currently, if you're just looking at seeding alone, a number 7 seed. But let's see what they do. Leaving the spike all the way in spawn, just trying to decide where they want to go, grabbing the ult orb first before doing anything else in this cypher. Not setting up anything, but first pick going over to the Omen, on to Kane Zera. And now getting the neural theft out is even bigger to find out a position here.
A lot of information to solidify this A execute attempt. Preparation as well towards Vixa. Trapwire, they thought they made it past, but a firing squad awaits them on the other side. Omen takes care of that. And now, I mean, you don't have any big ticket ultimates. Neural theft requires a corpse, and it's flawless so far from Plano West following that timeout that you mentioned. I mean, it's more than flawless. They haven't even had to use that Rolling Thunder yet, so that's a safety now net. They can even pull it out next round if they wanted to close out the half.
Well, mine comes out for right now, and yeah, they could save it. But there's a Dizzy out for right now. Flashpoint doesn't even matter when the Bay is right there. The baby is right there.
Ooh.
Skies, though, pierces through the wall, was able to take care of Rise You, but how about the combination of Reform Bulgogi and Tayuno giving themselves the 7th round and a guaranteed lead going into the second half at the very least. So Plano West, good performance from them here on Sunset, on SJB's pick, mind you.
And it's curious that SJB hasn't taken a timeout. We mentioned the double controller. I'm surprised it hasn't been as beneficial to their defense. And Kane Zera's fragging, so they're doing their job. So is Vixa, right? Their re-entries have been clean on some of these retakes. It's just when it's left to some of these players, the duo retakes just are falling flat. And that's been a big thing with some of the other teams on comebacks, is the duos can win a 2v5. But unfortunately, now they look to get aggressive, and again, it's Kane Zera to pick up the slack. Spike down, Viper Spit down. They want to hold on to this, but look who's scooped it up and is dipping out. Intelligently so. Kane Zera's recognized they're going to try and cut them off.
Yeah, just walked away with a spike, just scoop and leave. That's exactly what happened. It's going to be a 2-on-1 in B here. 3v2 scenario in favor of the defense here for St. John Bosco, but got to watch out for Skies. They'll use the neural theft just to find out where Tayuno is, and Tayuno is just waiting for death at this point. Taken twice by the neural theft. And SJB scores the 5th point to end the half. It's 7-5 for Plano West in the lead as they switch sides.
And I think you mentioned this in the last series, that it was a new occurrence for SJB to be trailing at the half, but now it's been replicated here by Plano West. And at this point, again, they knew that they wanted things to be a substantial lead for them, so understanding that this half may be a completely different squad to handle. We'll see what those things shape up to be for SJB. I like this attempt that we might be seeing form from Reformed Bulgogi to aggress off that initial dizzy out of elbow, but 4 players for SJB here. It's going to be a lot to handle without max utility and with only a classic.
Yeah, just a classic in hand. You have a few ghosts, but otherwise, yeah, sometimes no sheriffs. Only classic and ghosts here. Though I'm very surprised saying for Bosco, they usually have a shorty in hand, but maybe that's for the later rounds anyways. Market door is closed. Use the fault line to just get them off right now after shock at the same time, just to maybe get some damage in that corner. Raizu doing wonderfully to get rid of Kane Zera. Top frag gone. Plano West man advantage. Vortex here in mid, back mid. Vix is able to take care of it. Will satchel away, come back to mid with the rest of the team. But now Raizu knows that there's something amiss here in mid. The call out is there and everybody's looking toward it. They have that drop wire at B. That's where the spike is headed right now. Spike's headed towards B main. At the very least, can Raizu get any more? There's a crossfire here, my friend. I don't know if you want to be here. A headshot gets rid of the breach. And right now, that just signals that it's all systems go here for SJB.
Site taken with the slow, methodical approach. Now Vixa trying to insert themselves into CT towards Boba. Thinks better of it. Instead, whether the oncoming storm alongside Skies through Market. Now they confirm the players' positions, 2 of them at least. Dark cover out. We'll see if they go for a similar stick here.
Oh!
I don't even know if they're still on. I don't think they are at this point. Yeah, look, this, they're just swarming.
They're just swarming them all around. Yeah, not on it anymore. It's a firing squad of pistols down the line of B main. Plano West scores a pistol round win. It'll split here on Sunset. 1-1 in pistol rounds, but Plano West keeping the lead at 8-5. That 3-round lead that they had earlier on. What a performance here from Reform Bulgogi as well as Tayuno right now. 17-13-12 for the top 3 players. 16-10-10 for St. John Bosco. But man, oh man, the impacts that all of these players for Plano West have St. John Bosco kind of figuring out what to do here as 2nd round bonus at sheriffs and all.
Now 1-for-1 in pistols this series for each squad. And SJB starting to run out of time to be fooling around. This round, taking those deagles 2 tiles, but we saw Raizu and their mastery over this breach kid deny that space last round. So some ounce of hesitancy here, perhaps.
Yeah.
Kane Zera says, I'm not going to mess with Market. I'll try and challenge maybe top mid, but this dark cover's faded. Tayuna trying to just gather information from afar safely, not wanting to hand over these better weapons.
And we've seen Kane Zera peak this, or have that confidence to peek up mid. Plano West is like, no, we don't need to peek out there. We're the defending side. We can just let them push into us. It's exactly what's happening. Tayuno gets a good amount of spray damage, only a little bit onto the Gecko, but it's enough to get rid of a little bit of HP anyways. That's a flashpoint that basically goes for nothing because Vixia is right there around the corner to take care of Raizu. But how about the rest of the team? Trades out 3 for 3 now. Vortex gets 1 onto Skies. It's just up to Vixia in a 2v1 up top mid. Gecko waiting right in that corner, going back all the way to defender spawn, but with the Marshall, Reform Bulgogi ends all hopes of SJB coming back in the 2nd round. There will be no tie at the beginning of the half. This time, it's 2-0 in the 2nd half in favor of Plano West. 9-5 on your score.
Very well done there, for sure. I liked the change because in the pistol round, right, we saw them also go for that frag top mid, but then they disengaged. They fell back. So this round, they tried to go for for more, and they really just bit off more than they could chew. You saw specifically, I think it was Vixa, right? They go through Boba, they start clearing that out, but then the rest of the team is headed towards A, and it's like, hey, we just gotta pick towards B. That's where we should be headed. It's a little bit disjointed in that regard. A chance, though, now with rifles in hand to get the ball rolling. Much needed as well before Plano West reaches that double digits mark.
It doesn't feel like here that, I mean, we've seen St. John Bosco go so aggressively sometimes back on Ascent. That was so prominent on how aggressive they were on the attacking side. This time it feels like they're a little bit more patient. They're not rushing in like we've seen them aggressively doing it. It's because of moments like that. Kane Zera goes all the way up and runs right into the Sheriff. But Sky is able to take care of Rise U at the very least. Spike is planted down onto A site, so here comes the Cavalry. Let's see what Plano West can do with it. Plano West is able to get a headshot, courtesy of Vortex onto Salad Cat. The Mirror Gecko won, I should say, by Plano West. They start the defuse on, but Vixia right there is able to find the second headshot, cleans up by Moist Mop for the last one. St. John Bosco says third round's ours. It's 9-6.
And Moist Mop, great distraction there for Vixia. I was expecting Vixia just to like maybe swing and pop the paint shell instead, just to get that tap member off, but no, they fully commit to it when they realize that all of them were looking the opposite direction. It's a field day there, and the players, guys, I believe it was from Generator as well, all to cancel out that retake attempt. To keep things afloat here, keep things cleaner the second half. That's your first rifle round. Now you bring them back and continue, hopefully, off of the showstopper. An execution, perhaps, directly into the B site. The issue here is this aggressiveness from Reformed Bulgogi. A lot of chip damage, but that aggression now punished, and this should be the go button. Cypher and Baristo side by side. Great delay agents, but so much utility, so much disrespect here. Great flashpoint, but again, just the sheer numbers that are here.
The numbers just too much for Plano West at this point. 4 versus 2, they get right onto site, and that's the aggressiveness that we have seen from this team of St. John Bosco earlier on. Vixia, though, is able to take care of Vortex and makes it a 3v1. So now, if you are this Omen, at this point, you're probably saving, and that's exactly what's happening here. Save the gun. It's only the 4th round in. St. John Bosco still going to be down 2. But do they hunt? And it's just a save round here for Tayuno.
At this point, great call in my mind. That was their buy round. Now, having lost it, would have been a full save. Now you maybe have a hope, a hero rifle on some of these higher fragging players that you pointed out earlier, Keegan. In the meantime, though, SJB, again, making up lost ground, doing a great job cycling these ultimates. Showstopper and Thrash going to be available in this next round. Maybe courtesy there, Reformed Bulgogi able to get a lot of damage off of them initially, so they weren't alive long enough to use it, but regardless, carried over here. So again, great execution ultimates that they just need to get a cohesive plan behind to utilize, because right now it does feel like, or it did feel like when they weren't getting rounds, it was solo players getting punished, expected almost by PWHS, likely fueled by that ego they expect the previous national champions to have. Now, the breach on A to facilitate this aggression, this clearing, so that they can rotate heavier onto B. But speaking of heavy, a hard hit. Understanding the Cypher utility here, and because of that, the cage, they can't destroy the trip. Their teammates nowhere to be found to maybe get away with murder.
Gets away with everything there. And now you've got yourselves a good chance to retake this site. Plano West gets from the shadows available. That's the only ultimate online. Otherwise, it's clear utilities only. There's the Neural Theft down and about. Locations revealed. They know they are in A main. They start to defuse, but just the sheer amount of bullets that are being fired all the way through the smoke, not through the smoke. Plano West runs right back in the 5th round of the second half here flawlessly.
An anti-eco at that. What a retake. And again, it just came out of Vixia not able to clear out some of that utility and find the full effects of that showstopper. So the Bebe, understanding that they can place those trips a little bit deeper so that a paint shell, so that a satchel doesn't break them head on. And that means now PWHS, they're the ones with the control, the money, the ultimates. SJB, Salad Cat does have this Thrash online, but again, taking sites hasn't really been the crux of the issue. Yes, you may lose one player, but what is this strategy again? Aggression A main, 4 stacked there, a hard read falling flat. Now Cainzera's all the way in enemy spawn. They're gonna get the jump on the Cypher here. Can't tell if they saw them or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell. Maybe even if it was, I mean, they saw the Cypher. Maybe they're just coming to avoid it for right now, but they at least put the smoke down. They at least get it down, and there it is. Vix is able to get the Pierce down around the corner. Just didn't see, but Cainzera's able to escape with their life. Use the Poison Cloud and all. Aftershock is there just to stave off anything that's in market, but right now that spike's already planted down for B. Man advantage here to SJB, but ult advantage here for Plano West. They use the Thrash, they use the Showstopper. Showstopper still gets one even after death. It's trades after trades, 2 versus 2. Thrash runs right by Vortex, but finds Vortex at the same time, and now Vortex is in a whole lot of trouble here in B main, but it doesn't really matter because of the threat from Tayuno. SJB gives themselves a chance, but time's just dwindling away here. Vortex able to protect it for right now, but the Mosh Pit at the end of it denies the defuse. And after a chaos of a round, SJB takes it back. It's 10-8.
So many moving pieces to that round. A huge defensive gap exploited by SJB and Cainzera. But then Taeyun, not only able to get that timing and get some chip damage off, but then they finished the job after that utility was so quick-witted. Applications to hold down market and hold down that flood style retake from PWHS. All of that delay tactic bought just enough time for that Mosh to push Taeyun into danger territory where they felt like had to stick it, had to pray that it wouldn't do enough damage. But SJB fends PWHS off 4 now. And look at this defensive remedy, right? Put a bandit on it, put a trap wire. Cainzera now known with their mid antics, forced to fall off. For now, at least.
Yep, for now. Just staves off for a couple of moments. And right now, it's just loading on in. It's just trying to see if they can find their way into this site. And right now, just having to find anything to work on. Cages are out. The wingman will still plant on the side here, but speaking of the side, Tayuno is able to find Vixia. Cainzera, though, right back in mid, right back in the comfort zone. Is able to find one. Skies finds the mirror matchup, finds the mirror headshot on the Bebe for right now, so that's gone. Viper's pit out, just to keep St. John Bosco inside of the pit, as well as Plano West out. There's going to be the fault line for right now, see if that gets anything for right now. 2 double peaks on either side. Form Bulgogi is able to take down Skies, but it's a 1v3 now, and Raizu will not be able to do anything else but await death inside of the pit. The lead cut in half from 2-1. It's 10-9. St. John Bosco on the way back.
And there it is, maybe. The edge that the Viper pick gives you. We didn't really get to see those pits in the first half because of that consistent back and forth. Now it's the perfect tool to prevent some of these flawless and fluid retakes we've seen from PWHS. Waste Mop also doing a good job navigating it there, so every attempt just to buy down that clock. And maybe even SJB starting to realize that markets is kind of the hot spot for Plano West. They don't really retake too much through Boba, so they can play more comfortably backside. But and that's something that's anything but comfortable is this A main. This is the 3rd or 4th time that PWHS has gone for this aggressive play, and this is the first time SJB has actually fought into it.
Yeah, SJB want to play a little bit more aggressively on their attacking side, but have to stave off because of all the utility from Breach and all. But now they know that that raise is gone. They can go ahead and use that neural theft to find where everybody is, and they know that nobody's on this A site, so A site taken for free. Walk right on in, plants. Welcome to A site, folks. Welcome to free plant for the wingman, and now the retake is on. Across several of the very least, this is going to be quick, and a lot of utility being used on him. But Sky's able to take down Raizu, and it's starting to look dire here for Plano West. 2 players, one at so low health. Cainzera's at 3 health, has the knife out as well, but the Stinger beats that as soon as you come out of the smoke. Skies, though, is able to take down Vortex, and it's only the Baby that is sitting in this corner of the box.
They're just baiting them into the Bucky.
Just baiting them right into the Bucky. The
oh
Bucky's
no,
there.
Skies!
The Bebe, though, falling low enough, and Sky's getting a 4K. First one of this map here. St. John Bosco brings it back to a tie at 10 apiece. Timeout coming from Plano West.
We saw what happened the last time a timeout was taken. They were able to end this half with an advantage with that 7-5. That lead now having crumbled. And it's so interesting SJB, right? Because Cainzera was that more aggressive player going for that entry. They get chipped down to 3 HP. You'd expect Vixia to pick up that select, but no, it's Skies that goes for the entry off the neural theft, right? I mean, if you can even call it an entry, like you mentioned, it was basically free real estate with PWHS trying to play retake off of these suboptimal weapons. If PWHS gambled that Rolling Thunder, I think there was a real possibility of getting that Thrifty. Now, though, instead trying to save it towards the end, towards that win condition on SJB's map pick. This is probably a hot point of this discussion is, all right, where are we going to play defensively to start the round to avoid things like Vixia with this showstopper? Then how are we going to prime ourselves and group up for the best retake off of this Rolling Thunder? Because Ryzu's been a glimmering defensive hold on the B site, but the retakes, again, are so hit or miss, it feels like.
Yeah, it feels... Especially if you're going, well, it's been hit or miss really on either side if you think about it. I mean, 7-5 at the end of the first half, and of course you have that right now going on a 5 versus 2, right? 5-2 in the second half here point-wise. So Plano West has to try to figure out a kind of formula, if you will, to take down this attacking side that is St. John Bosco right now, because this timeout stayed them off last time. It did wonders for them in that first half to make sure that St. John Bosco doesn't get any more heat. Doesn't work out this time around. Cainzera, though, already seeing that there's a rise. There's going to be a snake bite around the corner, and inside of the snake bite, Cainzera's got the trap laid. Reform Bugogi just looks at death straight in the snake eyes. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. I mean, Cainzera's just going all the way around A. That toxic screen gets Cainzera all the way to top mid. And, like, this Viper is just hunting, and now Vortex has no clue that Viper made it all the way to the top rope. The Baby's going to clear out too. But now it's just B. It's free real estate for right now, unless Tayuno can do something about it.
Tayuno's taking the swing, taking the leap, recognizing that there's more than they can chew. He's going to retreat here a little bit. I think the call again to be saving. And they cannot even make their way out. One re-swing. All it takes for Skies to finish things off. A player that's truly stepped up this half to stage this retake. Or sorry, this catch-up, I guess, this comeback for St. John Bosco. They now have the lead. Weapons, again, are dicey for Plano West. They deny the momentum turnaround from that timeout. And this feels like SJB pulling ahead for this final ride towards the finish line. At this point, we really haven't seen a change other than maybe these mid players for Plano West High School, but all they're going to do is find Cainzera. They're really the only player that's been lurking here consistently. And it's going to be the Rolling Thunder really fast off of very little information, and it's actually going to catch some of the Tiles players, but there was nobody deep enough to punish off of it.
Cainzera was the only one that got caught up inside of that Rolling Thunder for right now, but you're right. Little information still gets them the kill at the very least, though. Ryzu gets one back before going down to Moist Mob, so it's trades after trades here. Good news for Plano West, though. If you can find a corpse, you do have that neural theft available to you, and there it is. By the hands of the judge. You can figure out where the other two are, and you can spot that the two are in market right now. So here comes the team. That second tick gives them even more information because they know that they're on site here. So there goes the wingman out. Smoke is going to come out for right now. Dark cover clears out both market and main. But Tayuno gets down Salad Cat. And Tayuno will clean up house, getting rid of the last players. And the gamble with the high buys pays off. Plano West tying things up. Now this game is a 1-2. Is a win by 2.
At this point, it's going to be OT or a 13-11. And again, that 4 streak of rounds that SJB procured makes me think it's either SJB wins this round and wins this map, or we go to overtime. But for now, we'll see if PWHS can stage something with this. A little bit shaky by again. Guardian for Vortex and only a light shield as well, but their ultimate to patch up maybe the holes that it would provide. In the meantime, though, Sky is that neural theft was a ticket to the last round and ticket to the A site. But again, this aggressive playstyle from PWHS to clear A main. This round, though, the Rays not deep enough to punish off of that fault line, and the rest of SJB prepared to handle it. It's not a surprise any longer, and now they're following through to fight head-on, perhaps. But it's actually a fake leaving the Rays here. They're headed towards the B site where Kane's been lurking all along.
You still have the Cypher from Plano West of the Bebe right there, just holding on and making sure that there's any anchor in. They know that something's amiss here. Kane's going for the flank. But the Bebe right now saying, no, you're not it's not happening today. It's not happening this round. They'll still get 2 players inside of the site, though. The Omen and the Gecko are in. And there goes Moist Bomb trying to get the shot off and does so. Popping up, Spike is planted on A, 4v3 man advantage. The only ult you got on Plano West is from the shadows. Neural theft is available for this Cypher. Cypher not seeing any corpses whatsoever. The only corpse that you have here on B site is in the back of site, and you do not want to be crossing that right now. Players will go into the back site for right now. 3 players here crossing, 1 in market. That's the Omen right now. Taiyun, the only one inside of this market area, but reloads.
What?
And Moist Mop and Skies are going to run them down. 2 kills each on site. St. John Bosco goes to match point.
A round that feels like everything was working for Plano West, right? They deny the A hit. They get that first blood. They keep on top of the Kane's lurk through B thanks to Bebe, who's been insane there on the site. Even have so much chip damage off the SJB members, but just the flood in. I mean, knife out from Taiyuno, walking into their own dark cover and not expecting the SJB players to be that forward, which granted, I mean, you're in a post-plant situation. You'd expect them to be offside, but still, no preparation for that fact may have just cost them this first map.
Well, let's see if it does, because, I mean, there's still 1 round left to play here. Obviously, ultimate-wise, not looking very good. As St. John Bosco has the Cypher pick up a corpse here. It might just be a little off, but the Baby is able to find 1. Switches on over to A site anyways for this hit, but Skies and Vixie getting in, and there's the corpse they want. The neural theft is online, and now they know that it's free real estate here. The rest of the team coming back, either from top mid, or at least back site for right now. Moist Bomb teleporting up to the top side. We'll take that step. We'll take a look to see if anything happens here. Dark cover, or Paranoia, excuse me, not happening anything there. The Cypher just waiting for anything, and the Cypher, Skies getting rid of Taiyun. Oh, the showstopper is out. It will not matter. Skies gets the 3K, and St. John Bosco taken to the edge, taken to round number 24, but in the end, it will go to them. Their map pick, Sunset, 13-11.
A lot closer of an affair than we were expecting here between the number 2 and number 7 seed. West Plano making a name, or Plano West, for themselves here in the knockoff, in the playoff stage here. I mean, again, another challenging map here for SJB, but they pull it out in the end. A true team effort, right? Kane's keeps things close in the first half. Then the rest of the squad, like Moist Mop, like Skies, step up in the second half there, particularly in some of these post-plant situations where, again, it felt like there was no rhyme or reason for whether or not Plano West and their retakes were working out. It really came down to just, I feel like Taiyuno was a nice clutch factor. Ryzu, like I said, and decided to be great at the initial hold of the B site, but again, once they had to coordinate some sort of retake effort, that's where things started to get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, and instead of retakes, well, if you're St. John Bosco, you retake the lead. You take that entire series back in your hands. And now St. John Bosco winning on their map pick. But there's only another map to go potentially here, because St. John Bosco now has to go to Plano West pick. And if it's close as it was, Plano West might have the edge here, considering that this is their map pick on Split. And of course, if we go to map number 3, it all heads to the special map we like to call Ascent here.
Gosh.
But yeah, it'll be another Ascent game, I guess, where, by the way, we had our 1917 yesterday as well. You and I were on that, but that we could see that yet again. But we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will see game number 2, map number 2, come up between Split. St. John Bosco with the lead, looking to close this out. You're watching HSEL Nationals. We'll be right back.
Have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. You know, it's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team, featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform, and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators, and get ready for an amazing fall semester, brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The Gaming Concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle and high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, with I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this, invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today.
Welcome back, everybody, here inside of the booth. Clutch here alongside Zobi with you for the HSEL Nationals quarterfinals. Game number 1 between the number 2 seeded St. John Bosco. The Braves taking on the Wolves of Plano West right now. Bosco taking the game number 1 or map number 1 on Sunset. Final score 13-11 over there. Meanwhile, Plano West looking to see if they can strike one back. And now, Zobi, it's on their map pick. We head on over to Split. And after a very close map of Sunset, you feel like Plano West has given themselves maybe a little bit of a door opening, if you will, because this is their map pick. This is something that, I mean, they wanted this map after all the pick bans. This is the one they wanted. So maybe this is the door open to send us to game number 3. Or is this the one for Plano, or is this the one for Bosco to close the door on?
Which is so interesting that you frame it that way, that this is their one hope, because I'll play devil's advocate here and say it's not been a historically good map for them. They are 0-3 on this map, 2 10-13s and 1 7-13 throughout the group stage.
Oh, wow.
So as we get ready to jump into Agent Select, we'll get to see maybe a reason why, or maybe the comp they settled down on, because that's another thing with this map is they've tried out different comps. They've gone from a Raze, Cypher, Sky, Omen, Jet, to a Raze, Breach, Fade, Clove, Cypher. And there it is. The latter taking out, coming in. I mean, looks like we actually get a Clove from SJB as well. This is just interesting. Oh my goodness. They literally just like copy pasted the comp that Plano is running, and they're not running that comp again, which is so funny.
Yep, they're running copy paste, I guess, would be the name of it. But right now we get to see Clove. So you manifest it yet again for a second game in a row. So I'm very sure you're happy.
Glad I had to cast it.
Yep, you're glad to see it. And we saw that impact it had earlier on back on Lotus, where that Raze and Clove combination just absolutely dominated that fact and dominated that map there on Lotus to end that game for St. John Bosco against AESHS, but now we'll get to see if that makes a huge impact on this game here on Split. Again, like you said, it was their map pick, but it may not have the best record for them, so maybe this is the one that Plano, or rather that St. John Bosco, can go ahead and close the door on right now. They have had 2 2-0s in this entire weekend. They've had 1 2-1, and you saw that 2-1 earlier on. Is this the round that they get back into that 2-0 rhythm? So here we go. The round is out and about. And we're underway with game number 1. Try to find out what's happening. We're still on our screen.
You know, it's going to keep you guys questioning.
Yeah, it's gonna
I heard a double satchel in, so one of these raises is going ham. That's all I can say. And considering on the attack is SJB, I'm guessing SJB. But dust settles, it's 3 for 3, so it looks like we didn't miss much other than a plant on the A side.
Yeah, we didn't miss much. We missed what was trades on either side. 2v2, it is plan on ace side for St. John Bosco for right now, and it's going to be the attackers winning that very handily with the classic as well as the Clove, making St. 3 versus 0 on that man advantage. St. John Bosco off to the right start.
And I know you and Sam talked about the impact Skies on this Clove pick brought to the match on Lotus and how dominant they were. It was either Cainzera or Skies that was frag hungry. And I feel like with the performance we saw from Skies over on Sunset, that aggressive Cyphers, particularly that one round where they neural thefted and entry into the site, I could see this working out for them tenfold here to kind of propel themselves into that too. I mean, they've already taken the first pistol here, looking aggressively to slam again into the A side. Only the breach here to receive them with open arms and a fault line, but that's not going to be enough to hold down the fort. So a full rotation from PWHS on the way.
So full rotation now, but the Toxic Screen at the same time, you may think that they want to rotate out, but no, St. John Bosco wants to play aggressively, and Ryzu is stuck here in elbow. They're going to try to pinch it out. That fragment, it all means that Ryzu is just going to die around that corner. It's just a free plan down here, no initiator left to go except for that fade for Plano West right now. Skies is able to take care of Vortex. Frenzy, by the way, with that kill. But what's even more of a frenzy is Cainzera all the way in your back line. Good thing you had the baby right there. Classic right click is able to take care of that for right now. And still, the Spike whittling away on time. And the baby is actually giving themselves a chance. A weapon upgrade to the Stinger gives them a shot at this. Prowler's out. Prowler has to get shot away. There is a little bit of a seize, but that seize is only going to go to one side of the wall, not the other one. And while they're looking away, Skies is able to find the back. And the back shot lands up with a 2-0 lead, but it's very costly for St. John Bosco as Plano West gets 4.
Yeah, interesting there that Skies was able to raft through Heaven when Spike wasn't even planted for them. So again, heavy dependence on these aggressive plays, these aggressive space claims by Cainzera and Skies to hold down in that post plan. Like you mentioned it's read and handled by PWHS down to the last player. So you can see, instead of carrying over just what they can, Cainzera, full investment here. They plan on being that grand stand here for this squad. That last potential player standing if need be to get this round underway. We'll see what PWHS can do with their own rifles to work with. Obviously, Skies bulldog from the last round. The rest just buying what they can, and with the eliminated Phantom, that is not the way they want to start this save round.
Not at all. You never want your entry to be dead early on, but it's exactly what happened, and of all places in mid at the same time. So what's the call here from St. John Bosco? They've had themselves the Toxic Screen up A. They could very well use it to their advantage, or at the same time too, Fixer will pick up the Bulldog. Maybe a little bit of a weapon upgrade, if you will, on that point. And now, are they going to go up mid is the better question here. They've got 3 looking down, B, no. Oh, well, you have 1 looking up Heaven for right now. It's just a Jiggle Beak from the raise of Reform Bulgogi, but as of right now, I mean, your entry's gone. This is going to have to be a slow and steady game. You just got to find a pick here to give yourselves at least a go button. They know the 0 point. They find that 1 is maybe in that corner, that incendiary, or rather, they frag at the very least keeps them out. But the baby through the wall, through the corner of the wall, is able to get 2 on the Phantom. And now it's a 1v4. Skies is the only one left. Paranoia is there, but Paranoia is spotted out anyways. But through the smoke come the bullets. It's Reform Bulgogi getting the cleanup, and Plano West on the board here in the 3rd round.
Very nice rifle round denial of that force, but now you see the repercussions of it. Cainzera not able to buy, so a Judge, a double satchel alliance here perhaps to get that entry frag, which has already kind of eluded them thus far, maybe minus that pistol that we weren't there to witness. Beyond that, though, you mentioned there was no real entry last round once they fell, and that's why they tried just numbers. 3 players funneling into Heaven and deleted by Reformed Bulgogi. But now the Clove Skies, right, they have been that substitution entry. And with a not dead yet in their back pocket, they may be even more kind of bold in their maneuvers. But for now, the boldness from Cainzera held at bay. Yes, they destroyed the trap wire, but with a combination of utility here, still being held there. So again, it relies on Skies taking this space. Gonna go for the pinch here between the Judge and the defender spawn, and I think they have the timing, and nobody has the read for PWHS.
Skies is just nasty with it, and court's in session. All rise for the Judge of Cainzera. A flawless round with a full house of kills for the St. John Bosco Braves. What a round from them. Utility and all getting onto A site. And man, oh man, the St. John Bosco team wants to close the door. And we saw it right back on Ascent earlier on in their last game we saw on stream against SHS. Patriots on Ascent, they absolutely dominated half number 1. Where on their attacking side, they're looking to see if they can replicate something now with full rifles in hand, right? You got the rifles, you have the Guardian and only the Stinger on the side of Plano West. St. John Bosco can buy up a little bit. Where is this knife going? It's just going to see if anybody's mainly in mid and fence area. That's a really nice tot stat. Also finds out Reform Bulgogi is there. So at the same time, they're looking for free real estate. And guess what? A is just their kind of nice home to play on.
Yeah, again, not much retaliation. PWHS relying on these retakes. The difference here is that Skies has a lurk all the way through B, and Fade has a flank through sewers. So it's going to be a matter of which comes to a head first, and for now, I mean, just the plant itself has been denied on this site from Heaven. Now Skies finally replenishes those smokes. Cainzera breaks their ankles off of that showstopper, but it's worth it for the kill on to Teyuno. Now, using every ounce of utility just to hold back these screens players, but in the meantime, they cannot hold back Heaven. Skies a second late to bail them out. Vortex, the retaliation effort. It's still PWHS on the forefront, and they dump the Nightfall in. Maybe for not. Look at that, Skies, another 3K. I said their aggression might be what SJB needs. And they have delivered so far.
They have indeed delivered 6 kills already. 6 kills, no deaths except for that, or well, only death coming in round number 3. Otherwise, 11-1, like you mentioned here. And this is such a streak for the Clove. We talked earlier, right, about that Clove and Raze combination. Well, Cainzera and Skies are making sure that that combination is well known here at the Nationals. That if that Sky and Raze gets pulled out, man, or the Sky and Clove rather, I should say, gets pulled out whatsoever, man, you better be careful and watch out for that Clove domination. And right now, they want to say all systems go here again. Toxic Screen not even pulled up here. They're just going to run right on in, and Skies gives themselves a chance. We'll ult out and see if they can get that 1 kill. That 1 kill could very well come in elbow, but it's not going to happen anyways. Cainzera, though, will go ahead and run all the way through top mid. Skies gets the kill. It stays up, technically flawless, if you will, but St. John Bosco moves up 5-1.
I really thought for a second Cainzera was going to steal the kill needed for Skies to stay alive, but they're able to finish off the job alongside Cainzera, beat them to the punch on the, again, defenders just on the rotation alone, and that's, again, feels like that win condition to their ace site. If they rely on the players that are maintaining backside positions, PWHS uses that momentum out of Heaven, out of screens control. So this is a great adjustment, and now, Rise, you're probably talking about during this timeout, how can they counter that? They clearly cannot retake the A side at the moment with how Cainzera and Skies are playing. So do they need to lock down? Do they need to put the Cypher on the A side? Do they need to play more aggressive? Do they need like a Fade or a Breach Raze combination? Do they need Reform Bulgogi to get active? Showstopper, double Satchel in, for crying out loud, just to try and clear out A main. But I mean, for now, we don't even get indications as to where they wanted to go prior to this timeout. Everybody's still spawned. Maybe an adjustment of the Breach instead of playing solo on A headed towards mid. So maybe they're going to go for a mid fight and an early flank. There's so many options that haven't been tapped into. PWHS has just been cruising along, waiting for something to change, and it hasn't.
Yeah, this has to be a timeout where they got to figure out something right now. This is just timeout talking about what they can do against this ever so changing tempo of St. John Bosco, right? 1 minute, they're all systems go. The next, they're just being a little bit patient, trying to find that next pick, or trying to find that first pick. Even if you get that kill, you go back all the way up to round 3, where, yes, they got that first pick. It still looked a little dicey there anyways. Now for Plano West, they got to just find some kind of help for them. Got to find a round here to make this timeout any worth it at all. That was a timeout that happened in round 7 here. So really got to find the pressure. And already, again, Toxic Screen, Clove Smokes go up at the same time. This is free real estate. The only person you got to worry about is Vortex, though, on that Cypher. Gets the Trapwire trigger.
What did I say?
And the big difference here, called it out, Zobi does. A big difference to stave off the pressure on A main. Neural Theft is even going to get them more information. Pressure's on now. They get rid of the Bebe. Vortex gets rid of one more. And it's just up to the Clove. No ultimate at all. You're just hoping for something. You're praying for any frags whatsoever. It's not going to happen. It's a flawless round. Plano West uses their timeout to perfection.
And that 1v5, Skies no longer immortal. 13-3, a few more deaths to add to the tally, and exactly what we mentioned. If you cannot retake the A site, you have to live by the site, die by the site. And placing Vortex at the crux of that was just perfect. The coordination, like you mentioned, from Debebe Heaven to provide that additional layer of support. Nothing was slipping through the cracks that round. And I think that's why we're maybe seeing this diversification of players now. We're probably going to see Cainzera fight for mid control. Skies maybe baiting out towards B main with some of these ruses to form a ruse in itself. But what's interesting to me is PWHS takes that round and then they revert. Cypher's back on B, and it's so interesting that teams will do this after timeouts, because again, you expect some form of retaliation from SJB, maybe towards the B side, but even then, KaneZera unimpeded in this mid tirade.
And now they have 2 picks early on alongside of the Neural Theft, so this really could go either way. Now you have mid control at the same time. The Vents play is the call, and they're going to go all the way up towards A side, where there's only a Raze waiting for them. But do they know Raze there's already one in the back line already in spawn? No, they do not. For Bulgogi getting that kill. And through the corner of the wall, KaneZera, what are you doing to him? What are you doing? Vortex, let's get the kill into KaneZera, but it is up to the Cypher, stuck in spawn, inside a smoke.
Go for
and
the
Sky's
knife.
looking for the knife. No, we'll play a little bit more of a safe game with the bullets and all. Took a little bit of a spray, and really don't matter though. SJB 6-2, guaranteeing themselves at least the tie for the half.
What this feels like is SJB not making any of the same or similar mistakes that we saw over on Sunset, right? No dry swings out of smokes, using every ounce of utility sparingly where it's needed. Again, this duo of Skies and KaneZera coming back from the graves of Lotus to reap the rewards on split to ensure that PWHS has a 0-4 record at the end of the day if they claim this map. Their pick as well for Plano West. They chose this. Just devastating to think about, but again, still just the first half. We've seen miraculous 10-2 comebacks already in HSEL Nationals, but for now, they have to deal with a null command to rob them away of a Rolling Thunder retaliation. On top of that, a showstopper from KaneZera. They get the timing into heaven. The outpacing of the Prowler from Vortex. Everything is perfect for SJB on this exec, and they even have a Viper Spit if they want to use it, and they do.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough site to retake here, even.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. They don't know. They have no clue. It's going to line up. KaneZera, even through the fault line, is able to find one onto Ryzu. It's a 2v2 now. They'll get the plants off. Great flash out of the Viper's Pit. Salad Cat able to take care of Tayuno. And that Viper's Pit is daunting for the baby to try to figure out where everybody is. But the low health bars could also say otherwise right now. As the Viper falling low, KO falling low, the baby at 72 health. This is not a game of full health, and especially when you're walking into the Viper's Pit, all you have to do is put one bullet into the baby. And St. John Bosco gives themselves the guaranteed lead at the half. It is 7-2 in favor of the Braves.
And what a investment into that round, though. 3 ultimates for SJB and such a close affair. Like you mentioned, I think it was 40 HP and 4 HP. For those 2 players holding that crossfire, cowering, not knowing where the baby was coming from. But like you said, that decay at the end of the day, enough to get them past the finish line, maintain this lead, and guarantee it at the half. I did like that mid take, so it looks like we're going to see SJB try to replicate it here. This time, instead of KaneZera, it's going to be Skies alongside their Cypher. This time, Ryzu's there instead of on ramps, so trying to hold that at bay. You can see the response is to deposit the stinger from Tayuno as well, deeper undercover here.
Oh boy. No, you're gonna have.
No.
Oh god, the aftershock. Okay, all right, you get out of it for right now. But mid control, they're pushing up. That may not be great if Skies is just gonna do this for right now, or you even get to the overheal.
KaneZera.
And now KaneZera all the way up in vents is gonna catch Tayuno unaware of their position whatsoever. Satchels will go out just to throw it out. Fragment at the same time. Reform Bulgogi's only got a Bucky. But what's a Bucky to a Phantom headshot? It means absolutely nothing. KaneZera on the tear, jumps down from the staircase looking for another one. Vortex gets the Sheriff kill through the wall. Vixia, though, is able to find the final kill. St. John Bosco 8-2.
And again, it feels like PWHS are making these decisions, these trade-offs in terms of defensive holes for aggression. Like Ryzu, like I mentioned before, they're usually that ramps player. They play towards mid-vents, and yes, they have some semblance of control there. But in giving up that ramps space with nobody replacing it, no Cypher utility, no nothing, KaneZera takes advantage of that and flips the control that you thought you had over mid. Granted, obviously, Skies did a good job handling Ryzu, and Tayuno didn't want to stick around for the same fate, but this is the remedy that they now have, right? They have that Cypher alongside the Fade to hopefully replicate their success following that timeout that got them the second round. But again, aggression this time. Mid. Not gonna get any frags out of it. And again, this disengagement, trying to really just draw players in to take these fights, and it's working so far.
Great prowler there as well from Plano West. That fade from the baby, giving themselves at least a little bit more fire rate around the corner and some more information they can work with. It's now 5v4, the neural theft out at the same time, giving them a little information to work with, but they are so far back that they could rotate at any point here. As Plano West holding on to B for right now. Omen's looking down the sight lines here, no smokes anyways. And now they're going to throw out the dark cover. At the same time, Paint Shell's going to get thrown out here. We'll see if this works out in their favor. Down on B, Satchels will go. caneZero is able to find one on top in heaven. But they go down, they get sent down. Skies now also gets Vortex. 3v2, takeover of B side is good. Both players now backside. Where do they want to split here? Do they want to go 1-1 up in heaven and one down here in main? They have a trap wire, but Salad Cat will swing around. Right now, the flash, they know where the last player is. Around the corner comes Salad Cat for a third kill. SJB, 9-2 now. They have taken this site over. They have taken this map over of what was Plano West's pick.
Yeah, you mentioned that deliberation. How do we approach this retake? And the decision was stripped away from them, again, by the proactivity of St. John Bosco. Salad Cat there, off angle, takes that frag away, takes that decision away. And now, like you mentioned, takes this dominant lead into their own hands. 9-2, trying to breach that double digits before the first half even concludes. Why not bring it back to the site that started it all? A here, you have Not Dead Yet paired with a showstopper. And because of that, that's why we're seeing no chance for people to WHS to play aggressive to deny this site take. They know it would be a futile effort. And we've seen the retakes not work for them. And again, no hope of it working here. Already 2 players deleted. And caneZero full reign over heaven, cutting off the rotations. Skies isn't dead yet, and they are going to claim that last frag, claim the double digits here, side by side with caneZero. 10-2, what a turnaround from the 7-5 we saw at Plano West on Sunset.
10-2. Doesn't that remind you of something, folks? If you're a
no.
St. John Bosco fan, that was back on Ascent.
Really?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in round 1 of the Ascent against the Patriots of AESHS. So yeah, this is very reminiscent of what's going on as well. Well, we have
13-7 though, didn't it?
It went 13-7, so maybe the Plano West has some hope in them. But in the meanwhile, while we have a break here in halftime, you can elevate your student creativity with gaming concepts, interactive media. From digital graphics to web design, this dynamic course allows students to unleash their creativity across various forms of interactive media using industry standard tools and techniques. You can go ahead and empower your students to express themselves creatively in the digital landscape by visiting gamingconcepts.gg for more information. We go to the second half now, 10-2. St. John Bosco looking to close the door and advance on into the semifinals to play the winner of the 3 versus 6 matchup right now between Hebron Varsity and SLUH. But the winner of that 3 versus 6 is running right into an unstoppable force. St. John Bosco now on the defending end. And Plano West wants to play aggressively here. They want to go all out. They're just saying all systems go.
You can't be afraid. That's not how you get attack rounds, and for good reason, a 1-for-1 trade. And that is, or should have been, control over this side, but caneZero is still alive, kicking, fighting, and screaming as Vortex and Raizu take the Heaven players by storm. But now they're divided. Salad Cat an opportunity, but perfect timing out of Raizu to get the swing, to get the pistol, and that is so quick that our free cam didn't have time to capture it in all of its glory.
Oh man, it's just quick paced here. Plano West wants to give it right back to St. John Bosco. And in fact, for them, yet again, another split here. I mean, we saw this earlier on, just split pistol rounds on either end when St. John Bosco was playing against AESHS. This time around, same story, split up the pistol rounds. 1 for Plano West, 1 for St. John Bosco here on split. And of course, they split it back on Sunset at the same time. So who knows what Plano West has in store here. See what they decide to do. Fault line down the way. See if they can just press the green light again. It's a full rotation. Everybody's in mid now, so everybody's going to come up from mid heaven. It's going to allow them to play right on in. There's some paint shells inside of the smoke. Good spray through the smoke comes from Bugogi through the dark cover. And now another one gets the headshot onto Skies. It won't be a flawless round. It'll be nearly flawless, though, as it will be a round win and a spike planted. Plano West advancing on, cutting the lead down to 6.
Just night and day. I mean, don't get me wrong, PWHS was confident in the moves that they were making last half. It's just SJB was taking advantage of every single hole in that defense, and every fight that was getting taken, it was SJB in control of that momentum, likely because of that forward pressure from Zera and Skies. So rifles in hand now, and SJB looking like they again want to just stay out of the way that is this consistent freight train of Plano West. And it's intelligently so, because this time you're going to have a retake, yes, with numbers like last round, but you'll have that weapons advantage, hopefully. But in the meantime, a little bit of a depth play here. Vortex, instead of being alongside the team on the exit, going to go for the lurk, the backstab, so they cannot retake. But how are you alive, Vixa?
That's the question I want to ask. Okay, there we go. Through the dark cover again. Reform Bulgogi will go and spray through that. Moist Mop and Skies getting 2 back, but it's a 3v2 as a spike is now planted down. That's the first time they get a spike planted down, at least in the round this time. And again, it's all been on B site. They have had no answers for this for St. John Bosco so far, but the Braves only down 1 man this time around. And who else would it be but the 2 top fraggers of this team for right now. Skies gets one around the corner, cannot find a second one. It's all up to Skies right now. Has the overheal, does not have the ult to work with though. Anyways, it's only third round of the half here. Skies is gonna go around the corner, drops down, but they swing away. 2 different lines to look through. Tayuno and Skies. And again, Plano West gets another one back. That's 3 straight to start the second half.
Such a difficult angle to navigate there between the 2 players, Debebe and Vortex. Just again, like you said, B-site not working out for them. And the change I would love to see is go aggressive. Throw a paint shell, fight into Garage, because you know you have the mechanics behind this team. But now they don't have the weapons to facilitate that kind of move, so instead gonna go aggressive, maybe try to outpace a flank over well that solo player Vortex who's been fighting towards mid. But this round again, PWHS recognizing that they're giving a lot of opportunities for SJB to adjust. So what are they gonna do? Send 3 players in the mid here, and they're awarded a first blood and a neural dash. Skies, 1 HP in their life.
The big thing is no ult either, so it's not like you can go in and reset yourself. That's not the case this time around. There's the stinger. Oh, that's the wrong time to pull out the flash. That's the wrong time when the systems are go. Plano West is just going to take advantage of any utility you're just trying to pull out here. Spike is planted yet again. All 4 attacks here of their second half have been on B. Paranoia is going to come out. You can go run and right up, but all Skies needs is 1 bullet or just one win. Like, God, it only take you just need to blow on Skies and it's pretty much over for that Clove at this point. But Zera gets the headshot. There goes Skies. It's all up. So Zera on the raise. How about another headshot? Makes it a 1v2. Showstopper available. Not going to happen anyways. Reform Bulgogi's right there to stop any satchel kills. 10-6 now your score. Plano West with 4 straight in the second half.
And definitely Plano West, attack-sided team here. The adjustments were made by PWHS. They got a few rounds, enough to keep them in this, I guess. If you had a 10-2, that's enough. I would say that 10-2, it means no room for error, but at this point, they haven't made an error regardless. 4 rounds in a row, complete closeout, but SJB, we talked about this dynamic duo. They have Showstopper and Not Dead Yet online. Granted, Rolling Thunder, so again, SJB forced to play off-site, a little bit detached from this defense because they fear it. In place, though, Salad Cat does have the 0 point, but at this point, they are concussed. Again, the disengagement forced Zera ahead of the curve. They expected some more retaliation? There's no way.
I don't know what that... I mean, yeah, they used the Rolling Thunder, and then Zera used the Showstopper for nothing. I mean, that's... Oh boy, now Reform Bulgogi's going to go out there. There's the Showstopper. Maybe it fires towards Heaven. Probably is it, or to the side at the very least, because Zera's there, waiting there through the smoke. Yet again, Not Dead Yet. It's going to get activated here. Skies is in a tough situation to activate that, though. Vortex is on a tear. Last for the Clove is in mid, just running away. You don't want to get killed by this Clove. It's running out of time anyways, but it happens through the boxes. Skies is able to find that kill and stays up, making it into this a 3v2. Dark cover goes down. Skies is able to find another one to the right side through the wall. Moist Mop is able to get it. The retake is so good here from St. John Bosco, trying to end the 4-round streak. And their spike is being diffused. It's being stuck. There's no chance to get it. Reform Bulgogi through the smoke gets Moist Mop. Is there a frag? Yes, there is. It's too little, too late. St. John Bosco up 11-6 with a stuck defuse. Skies and Kane Zero, by the way, now combining for 48 kills total.
An insane top heaviness this matchup, but much needed for this kind of success. I mean, 2 rounds away from another 2-0 and an advancement to the semifinals. But at this point, that round really hinged on Skies being able to find that frag and stay alive off the ultimate. Vortex was the perfect threat, jumping around everywhere after exploiting that mid lack of communication almost. Vixia was the victim, but now without those ultimates in the mix, SJB are feeling more confident to fight for control over the B site outright, to deny those kind of executions. Sky's again the victim of heavy damage, but this time overhealed and active. 100 on the shield, so it looks a lot better than it is. Now Kane Zera, like you mentioned, these frag heavy players are hungry for more.
Hungry for more. Paint shells to the other side. Paint shells aren't going to find anything. Tayuno is able to get it, but the paint shells get revenge. Post-mortem kill for Kane Zera. That's 3, another 3 on the docket. That's total, by the way, between the two, crossing 50 kills total. And Skies will add on yet another one. St. John Bosco 1 round away from a semi-final appearance. And again, 53 total between Kane Zera and Skies as they total up for the entire team. It was a full house in that round.
Very, very nice there. Like we said, a change in the defensive approach, right? You didn't have the Cypher on the B site, so you have Moist Mop utilizing this one way that might not have hit that round, but the snake bites, all just to force them into that mid rotation, which is where that duo got active. Now, want to challenge towards B-Main again. The success from Moist Mop gets the Vipers put up, but in the meantime, you had a lurk actually from your duelist, or maybe a fake trying to be sold on the A site. But with them realizing they were the only one present, now it's a heavy rotation to be, correctly so called. Raizu trying to challenge Moist Mob, knowing they can cut off some of these rotations from the A site if they find this Viper, but they expected that to be the Viper, and now they take their trophy, they disengage, they keep the numbers advantage alive for now, and it's gonna be Tayuno to expand upon it as the plant goes through.
Plan goes through. And Plano West might have just given themselves in this game after killing that Viper spit down mid. And they have indeed done so. Skies goes down, nearly flawless except for the one lurker that got caught. You make the call, but it don't matter. Plano West able to score 1 back, down 5, but need to play perfect here. St. John Bosco having, up to that point, 6 match point opportunities. And you feel like right now, I mean, Plano West does have a timeout still in their bank. Do you try to use it now, or do you think, should we just, or is the thinking here just let it play out?
I think you let it play out, which is actually a team from HSEL Nationals that made me believe that, because you really need that to get over the final bump to overtime. So you're hoping to win 4 more and then use that. Or even when it's a close round, like you walk away with 1 player remaining and you have a sketchy buy. But for now, they're in control of the momentum, right? Stinger for Skies.
Oh boy. Oh, you're running into the gauntlet. You're running into everything. You're running into the Stinger. Every single bullet there. It's just a Cypher. A poor Cypher in sewers left to go. And there's the Neuro Theft. The chase is on. The hunt is on. The semifinals, just 1 Cypher kill away from this. You can peek there all you want, my friend, but it's only going to escape. It's only going to result in death unless Vortex can do the near impossible. It's not going to happen anyways. They tried. They fail. St. John Bosco advances on with a 2-0 series win. Semifinals appearance for the defending HSEL champions.
That was so scrappy that it almost slipped away. I mean, they dropped the KO. Fortunately, we get the kill from Vixia. If they didn't, right, you have a Clove whose timer's about to expire. Look at that. I mean, I got to see the replay on the Twitch feed, and just a surefire way to repeat that success. You said it before. They had a 10-2 on Ascent that ended 13-7, and now this also ends 13-7 victory. A 2-0 for SJB to advance to the semifinals. You know, following through on that national stage, kind of returned the grand finals that they want back-to-back titles in.
Yep, I mean, they are back. They want that trophy yet again. And they are well on their way. 2-0 series win. And of course, they continue what they had their streak earlier on. First 2 games they played in the group stages were both 2-0s. Their only mishap happened against the Patriots of AESHS. The only map that they have dropped in the entire weekend comes by the hands of the Patriots. But otherwise, they are right now a perfect, almost perfect 8-1 on maps thus far. So really, this is a tough team to get through at the moment. But we will see what happens in the rest of this, as seeing if we can get maybe an interview for the winning team at the moment. But right now, just this Bosco team advancing on. The Plano West team, though, eliminated. But what a season for them, getting into the HSEL Nationals in the first place. But that's a tough matchup going against the number 2 and your defending national champions. But what a season from them thus far. And at least they make an appearance at the Hy-Vee Arena.
For sure. I mean, like I said, going into the matchup 0-3 in the group stage, one of the lowest seeds here in the playoffs bracket, and still taking the previous champions to a 13-11 on map number 1 that you almost came out victorious in. That's a huge win in my book, and shows progression here. And again, I mean, I say that they were 0-3 in series, but the maps were consistently close. I know, especially when I was going over their split history, like 13-10s, like consistently double-digit matches, and it's just small mistakes, small moments. And I mean, especially on the defense on split, there was a lot of things that you can remedy with a few different starting setups. So I see promise in this squad, especially some of the firepower from players like Raford Bulgogi. Just a little bit more time to, gel and clean up some of the mistakes that we were seeing.
Oh, yeah, Plano West will go away from here. Still number 7 seed inside of the bracket, as well as, just entirely a great season overall for them just to get here. But St. John Bosco Braves, defending national champions, will head on over into the semifinals. But that's not the game you're going to see next. The game you are going to see next is 4 versus 5, which Sam and Zoe will take right after this break. We'll also see if we can get an interview there as well. You are watching the HSEL Nationals. Congratulations to St. John Bosco for moving into the semifinals, but we'll be right back.
The right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really, displays their passion for esports, because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tathew.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think, probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys. We practice a lot together. It takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success, is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2, they were juniors at the time, is like kind of cool as well, because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about, because no one really displays their passion for esports, because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this, a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the Collaborative Academic Social and Emotional Learning Standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes, all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school
And we're back with another post-game interview. I'm here with Mr. Moist Mop from Bellflower, California, John Bosco's very own. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Came out of the Plano West match and I'm feeling great.
Tell us about the Plano West match. Was there a pivotal moment that you felt that really allowed you to win this game?
Honestly, I think everybody came out great. I feel like Kane, Alex, Vix, Max, really great. They were playing great today.
Is there a team here that you really worried about, or is St. John Bosco kind of the ones to be worried about?
Honestly, we're not really worried about any team, but I think who we're looking forward to play and maybe worried about, if we're being honest, Redlands High School, that rivalry. So we'll see how that goes.
Absolutely. We can't wait to perhaps there may even be a repeat of last year. Who knows? Well, it was good talking to you today.
esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. It's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team, featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform, and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow gaming concepts educators, and get ready for an amazing fall semester, brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Denton, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The gaming concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97-98% of middle and high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools.
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful gaming concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements. They say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this. Invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, displays their passion for esports because, it's not really seen as cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tapu.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, we practice a lot together, it takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. We haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far, and I think that's just because of our dedication, hard work, teamwork, working together, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to, and I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there, so I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
Well, I know a lot of people that love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really displays their passion for esports because it's not really seen as cool in a sense, and I really think that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this, a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the collaborative academic, social, and emotional learning standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the mental health moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the mental health moments group, compared to no change in the non-mental health moments group. How's that for a power-up? Some students even shifted from abnormally low self-esteem scores to normal ranges. The message is loud and clear. Educators, healthcare providers, and adolescent advocates pay attention. Non-traditional educational instructions, like scholarly gaming, combined with mental health moments, can significantly improve students' well-being. And there you have it, a journey through the power of scholarly gaming and mental health moments. Remember, your self-esteem matters, and sometimes, all it takes is a little extra support to level up. Thanks for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep gaming, keep learning, And most importantly, keep believing in yourself.
I love it. Like, I know a lot of people from other schools that I talk to, they envy us in a sense because they wish they had an opportunity to be able to be with your friends and compete. Even talk to my parents, they're like, wow, I wish we had that when we were younger. So it's a cool opportunity for sure.
I would have probably never became friends with these people if I didn't join it. They're really cool. They're actually fun to hang out with.
We got the hang of it pretty quick, and yeah, Generation Esports is a pretty decent website, I will say. The queuing is easy, you can figure out what time you want to play, and it's all around just super fun talking with other people from other schools.
People love Generation Esports. As the world of esports continues to grow, whether you're a teacher, student, or coach, Generation Esports is here to deliver solutions for any of your gaming-based interests. Our services work together, from competitive opportunities with scholarships to our innovative gaming concepts curriculum. We aim to give schools a premium experience inside and outside of the classroom. But don't take our word for it. Hear it from our community.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together.
A lot of our students are looking for different things to get involved in, and what better way to get involved in something like esports.
We've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. There's the competitive side of things, there's the content creation, there's the hardware, there's the business side of things that's on there. There's something for everyone.
Esports is definitely the period to look forward to every day.
Esports has really changed it where students are now able to, who might have just got home and not had something to do, now they can stay after school, they can be engaged in something that makes them motivated to come to school.
I've been teaching the gaming concepts class here at Lyons High School this semester. The kids have responded really well to the curriculum. HSEL has provided invaluable opportunities for our students. They can compete in national esports leagues and tournaments, learn about esports careers and opportunities, and it's helped our club expand and grow. Esports is sometimes the one thing that keeps students engaged in school that would otherwise skip school or not do homework. Esports is still a new frontier, but you don't have to venture out alone. The Generation Esports team is here to deliver the perfect blend of education and competition. Schedule a call today to find out how we can bring the power of gaming to your classroom.
You can use Valor's training platform to bring professional esports into the classroom, and I'm going to show you how in 30 seconds. First up, let's choose the training camp that's right for me. Our platform is inclusive of all experience levels, so there's a range of choices. Here you can see a structured training roadmap. Let's start our first session. Now I can scaffold my esports teams using learning, quizzes, and training. See, wasn't even 30 seconds. You focus on play, we'll do the rest. Sign up for free today at valoresports.com and take your program to the next level.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I can't have the same skill as most of these kids do in 16 different games. You know, it's just not going to happen. So we find ways to be supportive as mentors, as tutors. Anything that the kids need is what we're doing to try to help them not just feel like we are there for them, but also we're promoting and we're building them up as human beings.
Hello, educators. Welcome back. Are you ready to take your scholastic gaming to the next level? Because we are. We know you've been loving the Gaming Concepts curriculum, but don't worry, that amazing content isn't going away, just moving. Starting this fall, we'll be transferring your Gaming Concepts learning experience to our brand new US-based platform, Blueprint. But what's Blueprint all about? Blueprint is a cut above the average learning software. It's packing some serious upgrades. The interface is user-friendly, so you won't have to spend ages figuring it out. The platform also has robust security measures to make sure that your important data stays safe. It's also the exclusive provider of the Gaming Concepts curriculum. Plus, we're making the migration process super smooth. Clear instructions and support will be right at your fingertips. But wait, there's more. Blueprint is a living platform. That means you'll get regular updates and fresh, new content to keep your esports curriculum at the cutting edge. We'll be making continuous improvements based on user feedback and emerging best practices to help educators stay ahead of the game. Blueprint will also house a library of free curriculum materials, which you can use to expand your own knowledge and share your passion for esports education with others. Blueprint is a game changer for educators, a platform focused on enhancing student engagement, motivation, and ultimately, academic success. This powerful platform is designed to make teaching easier, more collaborative, and way more exciting. So what are the next steps? Change can be scary, but don't worry, you're not flying solo. Generation Esports is going to be with you every step of the way to ensure a smooth transition. So keep an eye out for emails from the Generation Esports team featuring upcoming training videos to get you familiar with the platform and info on how to access Blueprint. Finally, be sure to share this video with your fellow Gaming Concepts educators and get ready for an amazing fall semester brought to you by Blueprint.
All of these different types of kids can come together and they work together, and it's just so fun to see them winning together. So my name is Lori Burney. I'm with Geyer High School and from Denton, Texas, so part of Denton ISD. There is a future in it. You can go to school and get a scholarship with it. You can go into so many different areas and aspects of esports, leads to game design, computer science fields, and I just think that it's pretty limitless, what they could do. And it's our job as the adults and the educators to kind of, help guide them through, these different avenues that they want to go through and explore. Now our district has passed a bond where they're actually going to put $500,000 towards building esport labs in all of our 5 zones. So we're really excited about that and how they're going to build it out. And that may never have happened had this group not have persisted and kept at it to continue to play and put Geyer, Texas or Den, Texas on the map. Me coming from the outside, not ever playing Rocket League, but taking the time to sit back and learn and absorb as much as I could, it wasn't hard for me to see all of the different aspects that transcend, just beyond, esports in general. It goes across every plane.
If you are not looking at new ways of engaging learners, you're becoming stagnant yourself as a teacher.
The reason this works in schools is because if you give kids what they love, they will do it in your school.
The Gaming Concept curriculum is that for video games. It's saying video games are here. They've been here for 30 years, but now it is broadly used. 97–98% of middle to high school students play video games of some sort, and how can we bring that structure to that world and use it to our advantage for engagement and innovation inside of schools?
Gaming Concepts gave me the opportunity to bring career exploration. It gave me an opportunity to provide college exploration in a way that none of the programs that I do now. These types of games will provide those students with an eagerness to be at school.
Tired of looking for tutorials on YouTube that are designed to keep you watching instead of actually learning and practicing? Well, look no more. Here at Valor, we prioritize only relevant information so you can apply it in-game instantly. Sign up free today at valoresports.com.
Hi, my name is Jaden Gorham. I'm from Hebron High School just outside Dallas, Texas. I teach chemistry and I started the esports program at our school. I've had the privilege of getting to implement gaming concepts into the curriculum just this past semester. And now it's evolved into this elective where we actually had over 170 kids sign up for it in this next coming year. And so, kids are, lining up to try to take this elective.
Gaming Concepts is an innovative curriculum that blends the excitement of competitive gaming with STEM and educational objectives to foster a strong sense of belonging among students. Schools using Gaming Concepts reported an increase in attendance of up to 10%, alongside an overall rise in self-esteem by 8.3%, and nearly 82% of students expressed they had never participated in any extracurricular activity before Gaming Concepts. Written by educators, for educators, Gaming Concepts features 5 unique courses distinctly tailored for middle school and high school students passionate about this growing industry. Bring the power of esports into the classroom, and you'll find just how impactful Gaming Concepts can be for your school.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
It is good to be back here for our final match of the evening at HSEL Nationals presented by Oakley. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me is Zobi, and now we get rid of the pretenses of no one being eliminated anymore. The seeding is done, and now we go into the quarterfinals where we already saw one team, Plano West, getting knocked out by St. John Bosco. There is one more team tonight happening on stream that is going to be suffering the same fate. It is either going to be Adlai East Stevenson High School or Mira Mesa. Zobi, a lot of pressure now mounting.
Yes, and during the break and off stream as well, we did get the results of our other matchup. Our number 1 seed coming in, the Redlands Terriers will be advancing to the semifinals alongside St. John Bosco. Like you said, the results of that on-stream match prior to today. But we're jumping over to those middle matchups, those kind of closer affairs. Like you mentioned, our number 4 versus number 5 seed, Mira Mesa versus Adlai Stevenson High School. And I'm excited for this matchup. This is the closest that we are going to get, hopefully. Granted, the last two were 2-0s, but they were also, some double-digit 13-11 games. So this really, I have no way to call which way this is going to go in my mind, Sam.
Yeah, right. Especially with how we've been seeing these two teams playing and also some of the opponents that they've gone up against. Now, to be fair, all right, Adlai did give some trouble to St. John Bosco, taking a map off of this juggernaut of a team, the only team to have been able to do that so far. So a little bit of a step up and a little bit of a pep in their step because of that. Let's also not forget that Hebron High Varsity is also a massive team that Mira Mesa was able to stand up against and also take a map off of them. So both of these teams are no strangers, right, to having tough engagements and being able to deal with something like this. And so we're going back to what you said. It really is kind of that what could happen here stage. We don't really know because of the pedigree that we're getting out of here and whether or not Mira Mesa is going to pull out some of those more unconventional compositions that we've seen, or if maybe they've learned their lesson and now is the time to take it seriously. We'll find out. But once we take a look at our maps for sure, we'll get an even better picture and a better idea. It all starts off on Ascent into Split, if we need to, ending on Sunset.
Like you mentioned, a time to figure things out, figure each other out, but a dire one at that. Elimination on the line here between these two squads in the quarterfinals. And you mentioned kind of this map pool and Ascent, we've seen MMHS kind of come into their own developments, kind of reverting to a composition of old after running that triple Sentinel to try and disrupt Hebron High School Varsity, and it just did not work out. But they look a lot more stable with this newer composition that's a version of the meta, but Tapomi obviously being more confident on the Astra over the Omen. So as we get here into the Ascent Agents Life, that's exactly what you're going to see. Kobe Bomi, though.
Wait.
We've seen the ISO baits. We haven't really seen them commit. Yeah. And it's like either they go with the stock standard jet or they go with one of these out-of-the-box duelists. And there it is, just the bait. And it's going to be met toe for toe by the Patriots with the stock standard. So really that only difference, the Astra versus the Omen, as we get ready to jump into this game.
Yeah, that Astra versus Omen is going to be a big talking point going into this map time and time again. You obviously get a lot of stalling potential and really massive post-plant utility that comes from the agent of Astra. What you also do miss out on is the capabilities of that Omen, right? Being able to TP into different areas of the site, onto high ground positions. And that's also discounting the fact of the missing paranoia, which is pretty useful as that one little extra flash in the pocket for a team to be able to initiate on site and maybe save some of those more valuable KO flashes. But when you get just that little bit closer, or maybe being able to bail yourself out in different ways. So Tapomi's got a lot riding on their shoulders to be able to show us how an Astra can maybe change the narrative of Ascent, change the narrative of an Omen.
Getting ready to jump into the action here. At Astra, in my mind, more favored on the defense. That's sadly going to be the second half of this game. Because of that, no real direct hit here. A little bit more reserve, trying to exploit mid. This alarm bot utility, but their spawns to reinforce here potentially. A little bit trade speeded to the jet instead, going to tease that fight instead of the killjoy. So this utility maintains its threat on the B site main front. But that's all it was, a threat. They deposit this Killjoy for a late round lurk, and they go back to hopefully end the third contact and a perfect shot start to follow up. Good damage is a stall left to execute weakness, perhaps, or even just start the finished job the Killjoy utility would have achieved.
Mira Mesa hasn't even seen a single hint of their opponent, but the utility is doing enough work against them that already, I mean, Tapomi is under half HP now, and finally Kobe Bomi is going to make that initial point of firing. It does get the headshot onto Fire Pumpkins. Mookie's going to trade it right back around, still holding in tree, needs to go for the reload, and back away. Rex is going to sacrifice their life, and they are chewing right through the rest of them. Jordan Clarkson at 22 HP, couple of couple of jump clicks. The luck has still been deposited in this mid position. Up on the high ground, turret is going to go out. Jordan Clarkson's 22 HP and needs to save the day in a 1v2 where luck may have the timing on them if they go quick enough. They hear the ringing of the turret. Jordan Clarkson has the final one, but not looking behind them. Their luck was a bird in the sky. The MHS starts by on round number 1.
And it's amazing how, like I said, that setup in the early stages of the round, getting luck towards bottom mid, destroying that alarm bot, is what got that round's win under the belt, right? They go for that late flank. They trust in it to buy enough time, even if they lose their life, for them to get that final frag. You know, turret obviously going to be used to collect information, hoping that both players are on site. So the last place you would check is behind you. Weapons now on line here, so they can maybe go for a more direct sight hit, but they're waiting for that kind of eco strategy out of left field. In this round, it was building out of mid, a 3 stack, but some hesitancy here not to follow up on it. Correctly so, maybe. Kobe Bomi already out of that tailwind. Jordan Clarkson already tagged down as well, forced to retreat, and their utility taken offline. This should be the go button, and it is. Green light from Mira Mesa into the B site.
You're having a headache in the morning. Give it up here for Adelaide. They are not done with the weaponry that they have. A Thrifty is going to come to fruition. And it's a 1-1 affair between these two teams where Mira Mesa, they wanted to go quick. Maybe they should have slowed down for a second there.
Just close out, even though it was a nice execution. And we've seen some Thrifty for Thrifty affairs already today, so the fact that already we get one to tie things up 1 apiece. But I will say, one of the most prominent deaglers I've seen in this HSEL Nationals has been Luck. They've got one, and hopefully Luck on their side as well. We'll see what happens here with this mid-fight. Mookie maybe on a receiving end of a lot of pressure here. Alarm bot their only real protection, their only solace, so an intelligent move to lead things to the player with the Vandal. Jordan Clarkson been off on a tear already. Granted, fell short on the pistol clutch. Now, Fire Pumpkins gets this element of surprise here out of tree. The smoke had faded and they didn't replenish it in time.
It doesn't feel like there's any more surprise here for Fire Pumpkins. They've lost that veil of cover. And now it just comes down to raw, pure mechanical skill. Finding out where the final player is. A quick peek back through. Bang, hit him through the wall bang. And it finally ends up in the headshot for Fire Pumpkins. Converting that to the 4K. ESHS. Wow.
Yep, keeping that stability, right, out of the round that they converted. And I like how they navigated that. I mean, they didn't expect to win that round, so they get the rifles online. And I was nervous to see if MMHS would be able to pick one up or not. But just the cohesion between Fire Pumpkins and Snipe there to keep it out of their hands. And buy enough time for them in the mid front to come in, to develop. And Patriots sail onwards. This is going to be the first rifle round, though, for Mira Mesa. We'll see. They've already adequately challenged the KO utility, so not a true look at how many players lurk beyond, but with the Initiator utility, that Sova coming in, it's a pretty good inclination, and that's why we see the rotation of the Jet of the Killjoy to pick up that slack from where Mookie once was.
Couple of shots from Mookie. Up here on Heaven. But it's still the MMHS taking their time to get onto the site. Meanwhile, Kobe Bomi is at 77 HP and 3 shields. No more of that anymore. 65 to go before they meet their end. And a rotation has been called. Get away from A. Especially now that a lot of players have been leaned back over towards here. You're going to be listening for the footsteps and primed with the recon bolt up in the air. That's what happens when you have that. It's going to be the Speed Demon Odin. We're looking at Komi Bomi, however. Make sure that things are equalized back out. Tapomi's stuck in a really awkward place in that corner. And Speed Demon can just continue to spray through. But now the Sheriff, seeing if maybe they can catch Tapomi out with their retreat to get away from there. It's just not meant to be. While all of this is happening on B, fast rotate back to A, and get the spike planted there.
Again, that global utility for the Astra coming in clutch. They're low HP, they can stay away from the fight, but still aid from afar. Nebula up towards heaven, grab well on the spike. So all of this is going to be MMHS trying to delay for this win condition. Unfortunately, Flood coming in, 4 players all through heaven. Just take the dive and hope for the best.
And you're stopping their vision being seen with the Cloudburst. Tapomi is in a 1v3 with the same amount of HP that they have here. They're going to draw them in with the gravity well, but really at that point, it's just all delay tactics as Speed Demon picks up another 4K for this team. First one done by none other than Fire Pumpkins themselves, and now done and accomplished here by Speed Demon. Adlai is putting the pressure on to Mira Mesa. It's now 3-1.
And again, like you mentioned, Speed Demon opening up the round. And I liked the recognition from the Patriots to know this was going to be a pivot to tree to the A site. And it was interesting to see that they didn't try to cut off that rotation. They let it happen, and then they were confident, comfortable in the retake. And I mentioned before, Mira Mesa really just had to more so buy enough time for Tapomi, and that just clearly wasn't the case. No crossfire set up, just hoping the numbers in hell would be enough, and it buckled down. It wasn't enough. AESHS, again, money, healthy. On the other side of things, though, Blade's really the only saving grace here, and that's not a song that's been sung.
Lord. No, it's a siren song when you walk over towards Fire Pumpkins. It was also close to getting rid of Peach Season. They skirt by on 21 HP. If they can't get out of here, right? Otherwise, just keep scaling up inside of mid and let the rest of your team start following through and see how Snipe is poised to strike. Second entering into their sightlines is actually going to be luck to fall from them. Easy cleanup here for this KO. An impressive force continues once more from Adelaide.
Very well done. You know, you dropped the pistol, but flawless ever since. And again, it falls back onto this difficulty of when this Odin and this operator come online, how are you going to get out of that pit? Mookie, a little bit more silent so far. I think when they were in that game that we had seen against SJB, they were a menace on the Reyna. Now with the Jet, an operator in hand, should be back to fragging sorts, but unfortunately this round doesn't look like the Marauders are going to be headed to their domain. Again, going for this mid-default into an execution point. They go to tree, then perhaps Mookie will get their opportunity.
It's a possibility. Possibility is starting to become slimmer and slimmer odds of that actually happening. Aldron's going to spawn out the turret and hit him with a recon bolt. You know exactly where that turret's going to be if you're Peach Season. You get rid of it fast and effectively. Try to draw some of that attention over, but it's still Speed Demon. Komi Bomi dashed right into an Odin player. You're going to feel that one in the morning if you're this Jet. And for Mira Mesa, you're also going to be feeling the rippling effects of a team that is starting to falter right in front of you. Tapomi's at 11 HP. Speed Demon is so crisp on the understanding of where to put these Odin wallbang shots. But more importantly, Tapomi is still alive, and they countered with a pickoff of one of their own. She left Peach Season in a really awkward position again at this logs area. Tapomi has to back away, try to play for the spike plant. Peach Season left behind, may be able to catch someone. They cannot be found out here. They cannot be spotted.
I'm getting flashbacks with those wallbangs from Speed Demon.
Oh yeah, right.
To an Ascent. Get some chip damage, but Peach Season unwavering here, still going for this flank potential. It's like the pistol replicated, right? You go for that backstab. Tapomi again plays their win condition of this utility. This round though, Mookie ahead of it, trying not to over-analyze, over-focus. My concern here is now they have the Hunter Shuri online. So they're gonna drop that. Mookie barely getting away with their life here again. They didn't go for any clearance. So Tapomi in safe hands. They are just going to swing and finish the job. A great 3K, a great rebound off of that rotation over towards the A site. Just the confidence after that initial exec fails. I mean, this team has the clutch gene. I want to see them get a little bit tighter in their protocols on these tried and true executions, because that's the name of the game. That's the bread and butter, I feel like, of Ascent and what makes a strong attack-sided team.
No, and I couldn't agree more. That round was won off of the back of Peach Season initially grabbing Jordan Clarkson, and Tapomi being fortunate enough that Speed Demon did not get the elimination on them. And because of that, AESHS wasn't expecting them to go for that re-swing to clear out with another headshot. And then it just kept going forward from there. And then the whole crux was the whole play of Peach Season being left behind at logs and not being found out. It was so important for them to have happened there. Kobe Bomi flies over the top of the gates. Here's the operator shot. Rather than playing into it, plays away from it. Have to be careful of fire pumpkins here. It was close for Kobe Bomi, but Tapomi is able to bail them out. Now going right back over to Mookie. Like I said, they don't want to play into it. Mookie's going to get back over there fast, but Rex is going to get rid of the operator shots. Tapomi continues their very scary streak on this Astro so far, and Cosmic dividing up this site.
Again, just the accessibility it's bringing in these post-plant scenarios. Unfortunately, just ahead of the Cosmic divide. They'll follow in Peach Season. The other half is Duo. The clutch last round has struck again to put us now one round separating these two teams already on Ascent. But AESHS, that early streak of rounds, keeps a bye, keeps that Odin operator combination. And with these ultimates as well, they haven't really unleashed their true potential. MMHS, though, does have that lockdown online, has the idea of the gears turning for this to execute. Only player that can play spoiler now would be Snipe with this A main aggression. We've seen it before. They pop a null command, but deny any prospects of the execution, especially if he gets information. So that knife getting destroyed is essential because you don't know the killjoys here instead of lurking.
Whole team put together, built together. Knife is going to go in, but no one on the actual site itself. For luck, using this lockdown, could expend the Hunter's Fury to try and get rid of it here. But the flip side, Speed Demon is all the way over on this B site with that Odin. Typical plays that they like to do. Instead, wanting to hold on to it, using it for a much more beneficial time period for themselves. The turret goes up. On the other side of the smoke right here as the KO Molly goes in the stairway, stopping them from going in, and it corrals Fire Pumpkins into an area. Kobe Bomi's able to land the headshot. Now finally Jordan Clarkson is going to use their own lockdown, but in a horrific turn of events, the knife is going to go in and falter inside of their ultimate though, so it's not the end of the world. Mookie has yet again another operator. It's a technical 1v2 that could turn into a 1v3 if Peach Season can't stop them in time. Eventually they do falter. Apparently my caster math failed for me right here because it is technically that 2v1. Mookie's going to go for the defuse, but of course it is just an operator. Foamy over on the other side. Mookie wanted to save. Not happening today.
And Mira Mesa is so aware of, like I said, that ultimate potential for AESHS, right? You saw Kobe Bomi pressuring that Nebula. You saw that fragment from Rex, all to just deny that space to buy down the clock so that they wouldn't have the full timer to capitalize off of that lockdown. They still go for the dive. They invest that. They invest in ult command and come away with nothing just because of those delayed tactics. Granted, that player Peach Season from main keeping their cool, addressing Speed Demon and Mookie was just the perfect completionist of that play. Now, they're expecting maybe some retaliation, some change up from AESHS since they were so confident for that retake, respecting the opposing lockdown, and it failed. So they think they have to get more proactive here. So slower approach, waiting out that A main pressure here, waiting for any mid pressure. Neither going to come. Instead, just angles being held. Only the blades really were sent exploring in the first place.
For Mira Mesa, now that they've managed to tie up Ascent, they're waiting to see if any missteps or misplays is going to happen from Adlai, or if they're going to be crazy enough to try and peek out here and go for some of those more risky pushes that we sometimes get out of this team. They do know that the blades are somewhere out in the world of Ascent. And when it's in the hands of Mookie, who so far has been able to hit some pretty insane shots, you really do have to give respect where it's due. Fire Pumpkins, location revealed by the Recon Bolt, pushing them back in a wave. Cloud Burst is going to go up, but it's right there that Mookie runs into luck. And it isn't luck at the end of the day, it is pure skill. He's going to see them through with the 2 headshots and a spike that can be planted.
And MMHS's swan song, very hard for AESHS to get back into. No ultimates to work with, no weapons to work with, and now they even have pressure building, mounting out a tree. Jordan Clarkson, their guardian, only good for 1 before Peach season the Slayer finishes things off. And MMHS has flipped this map on its head, reclaiming the lead for that 4-round streak. And yeah, Mookie pumping the brakes here a little bit, saying something is wrong. Clearly, the adjustments MMHS have made have worked.
And it's all been on the fly, right, Zobi?
Yeah.
This was a team that was 1-4. Now they cobbled together 4 rounds in a row and have not only tied but surpassed their opponent of Adlai, the higher seed, just by 1. And this is kind of what we were hoping for and expecting out of the number 4 versus the number 5 seed. That these close rounds that are coming together and the on-the-fly adaptations that they need to make. We really do have to tip our hats over to Tapomi on that Astra. Was kind of the question mark, right? Are they going to be able to do anything that Omen already does, it feels like, better? The reason why this Omen is that standard stock pick for Ascent. For so far, as far as I care, it does feel like Tapomi has a little bit of that answer. A really phenomenal post-plant situations that have been won off the back of their gravity wells multiple times now in this map alone.
And I agree with you. I think that's the difference between these two, is that Omen more is supposed to facilitate Mookie to take fights, but with this operator, they really aren't taking that dive. This round, that might be a little bit of a difference here, trying to pick out mid early, because they realize that that could be their fault, as they're giving too much access, too many options over to Marauders, so they can choose where they go in the late round. So they're trying to challenge it outright, but again, here's this Astra, this Nebula, this counter spray from Tiles, so they've lost control over mid again. And these pressure points start to build, and MMHS keeps all their options on the table.
And it sounded like some of the noise was going back over towards Tree, and Mookie had the timing almost there, but they got pushed back. Speed Demon is going to go back to their regular home base of Boathouse. In goes the gravity well. They are not leaving this chance. Speed Demon stuck in the corner of the Cloudburst. Please, someone look behind you in the corner. Komi Bomi. Know how to keep me at the edge of my seat. Now you're going to put a spike on the ground because of that. Komi Bomi, back over, wants to push out even further. 61 HP that this player is going forth with, as Rex gets another. Tapomi getting rid of the operator. A lot less pressure that is mounting onto MMHS. And at the drop of a hat, this half for MMHS is now at 6. Regardless of what happens here, they can smile at what is Zobi, a defense-sided map.
Yeah, it feels like things just went from bad to worse, right? That was supposed to be your turnaround. And I feel like what MMHS did during that timeout was figure out how to crack open that B-side defense. They previously had not been able to get past Speed Demon without it being catastrophic. In that round, they overwhelm and then still get proactive after the fact. So Komi Bomi entries, deals with them, and then is a menace towards CT off of that Hunter's Fury from Peach season. So now, again, you have to change something up, and on the Zico round, it was a dash play off of the Paranoia, but unfortunately, Luck is ready. But are they ready for the rest of the team?
They're almost ready there. Oh, someone's not looking. Someone's not checking to make sure that Tree is protected. Komi Bomi coming in there like a hurricane off the back of that Blaze Storm. Down to look behind them, picking up that nice shiny Vandal. It's Speed Demon.
They have their knife out.
Yeah, they got their knife out. They finally do whip out the gun. Komi Bomi not landing the kunais that they need to. No more to be given over to them, and they're not doing it with a stinking Vandal. They're going to style on them with the Sheriff. MMHS, Mira Mesa. On the 7th round accomplished so far. One more to go in this half.
And it's on AESHS's map pick here as well. Like I said, no triple sentinel here. That's going to make your attack side difficult. have the information. They feel like they finally are able to pinpoint some of the strong suits from the Patriots, like Speed Demons and Anchor on the B side. And you can see ESHS getting desperate. Gears turning, trying to pull out these strategies on a whim. Again, this 3-stack to fight towards mid, thinking that's the crux of the issue. And while that may be true, they can't counter it regardless.
Give it a break, homie bomy. They've just been on a tear. So be honestly, and Peach Season forced out, needs to take that fight against the Ninth. Fortunately, a little too frazzled to be able to execute properly on that actual attack itself. Gomi goes back around. Someone was waiting for them. The market door no longer a factor in this equation. Gomi's still going to be there. They saw the paranoia coming through, rather the smoke itself, and that's a capitalization if they have ever seen one. Now things are starting to fall apart. The string is being pulled and things are unraveling. Thankfully for Rex, they have a degree in knitting apparently, because they may just have cobbled together something again in some form of stability for this team. Jordan Clarkson comes right in, an earthquake to shatter any hopes. An MMHS 8-4 first half, as it is now 7-5.
And there it is, one more for the stat line for Speed Demon to end out the half, but 7-5, a great kind of request there after 4 of those rounds came so early on, and then there was the denial, that 6-round streak. But regardless, I will say, Jackson Clarkson top of the leaderboard, that's a new look for this team, right? Feels like it's often them towards the bottom. Yeah, not bad per se, but just more stable than Spotlight in nature. And they have just gotten 3-piece after 3-piece during these fundamental rounds that could make or break when we get later into this second half. But for now, we'll see if MMHS can, number 1, win their second pistol of the series, and number 2, if they're going to get thriftied again. But for now, looks like we might have an early A fight here. Komi Bomi, you may have been on a heater last round, but will that carry over?
Thankfully, no, we're not getting any too much of a crazy jet play out of them to take a 1v4 against the almost entirety of Adlai. And because of the smoke going up and the sort of lacking of the utility department, doesn't really want to go inside of that A just yet. Said the call has been made to take their chances on B, but it's KJ utility that you're going to have to chew through. Not only that, you do have Peach Season there that may cause some chaos, and also Luck is inside of that boathouse. So if you can get past the KJ utility, you can control most of the site, but you still do have to get rid of the KJ that's actually hiding out on the site itself. Finally, it's going to happen. Peach Season doesn't even see them because of how that recon bolt was placed. Whip out the knife. They go in. Whoa, my lord, Luck. Doing it all by themselves. Sending Adlai packing. And now Mookie has to see a victory in a 1v4. Not today.
And while Speed Demon may have been the demon on the B site, there is a new sheriff in town, Luck, the Sentinel actually, obviously, gonna be holding down the fort. Like I said, they're pistoling a little bit lethal compared to the rest of the squad, and it shows. Does just enough to wait for the reinforcements. They close out that pistol. They get those weapons online here. So again, 2 for 2 pistols, and they are hoping to remedy the mistakes of that last half and not give away this force buy. So heavier investments out of particularly that Bulldog. Mookie, interestingly enough, going for the Deagle, so may be getting that hero rifle online the following round. We'll have to wait and see.
Get that thrifty again. That's the biggest objective that Adelaide needs to succeed in right now. A map of Ascent that's slowly spiraling out of their control. Your own map pick. Rex? Oof, okay. All right, there we go. Mookie. A brilliant first blood. But the train still needs to keep rolling, and they're not even able to pick up the weapon either. Jordan Clarkson is still poking and prodding in mid. With their team that chance to actually get in there. It will be seen by the turret. A small smidge amount of damage being done to it, and a smidge amount of damage being returned from it. Lux posted up in the Ares. They did it once before with a classic in Boathouse. didn't have as many opponents or targets to go up against. Good news for them, though. They still have enough HP to be able to survive. Here's the recon bolt. See, they're going. It's 20 bullets in the Aries. Flick back over. Fire pumpkins. It's the classic headshot tap. Now they're coming back around for a Komi Bomi. Spectre. Spectacular. MMHS denies a Thrifty.
Looking scary there for a second after the Mookie first blood. The repivot on to be a red. A retake, well handled with those better weapons by MMHS. So nice bonus to carry over, mainly because they did have 2 players that really didn't buy into that round. So now, gonna be leaning towards the hopes of a 3rd round closeout to get to double digits already here on map 1 of Ascent, but we'll see what the strategy here is. 0 point out to confirm there's no aggro push on an anti-eco from Mira Mesa, but slowly, surely, Komi Bomi luring them into a sense of security. Then they swing, then they strike. The question is, will they clear out the corner where the Omen is? And they only have a Marshal to do so. That's tap damage. That's huge, and they get out with their life.
I can't believe they actually managed to get out of there like that.
Oh.
These are always the powers of a jet. Enough damage had been done to Komi Bomi that Mookie's wallbang headshot is able to clear them out. But again, you're talking about some of the chip damage that Komi Bomi left behind. All the shots onto the Fire Pumpkin's Omen is going to be good enough to send them suffering that same exact fate. Gonna have to be careful here. Long range engagement is being taken, and it's just peek back and forth, right? You wanted to take these fights if someone's outpacing you. Try not to feed too much into them, but ESHS is feeding massively right now. A buffet in front of their faces. Speed Demon gets the plant, leaving it all on the shoulders of luck. It needs to be on their side right now.
In areas at this point, you want to do some economy damage to this first rifle round for MMHS. Isolating successfully here, but that's a player that I think didn't have a rifle in hand that can be recovered. Now, the rest of AESHS, so that's our quota for throwing away our weapons. We're going to keep this as semi-flawless as possible, and now you might be able to recover that weapon if you are luck. So at least a silver lining takeaway here, but no, they're looking for more exit frags. Hatter just died of the spike and sure can get that lockdown. Yeah, no time for a ninja defuse. Hoping somebody stuck around to find out, but all they're going to find is their demise to the spike. And it will be the Patriots to fend off Mira Mesa from that double digits. Unfortunately, though, that was the 3rd round bonus for them. So economy is still in good sorts. They get this Odin and this operator. Komi Bomi said, Mookie, it's my turn to teach you how to use this weapon. And Peach Season similar, trying to meet Speed Demon. I mean, they just have pure trust right now on Peach Season that there's not even a Killjoy there. The Killjoy's on A. They know that AESHS likes to abuse tree here. They're also trying to keep the Astra safe as well, so their utility is more of a factor on retake than a hard shutout. So a lot of different changes to this defense out of Mira Mesa.
Ew, I'm a little bit scared if you're luck, but back turn to them.
Oh.
It's going to allow them to eliminate Mook, but a quick cleanup of the rest of this site is going to get them in there. Komi Bomi looking around a little bit. Ooh, I saw that shorty for a second. I go for the break of the door. That was almost a moment that could have been capitalized on. They didn't get blinded by the paranoia, but Peach Season did. Doesn't really matter, though, if you're spraying and holding down the trigger of the Odin. Keep an eye on Hell, making sure that, well, if Speed Demon does come out, they walk into the operator shot itself. They got, yeah, exactly. They got the lineups primed and ready to go, but it's already at the half of the defuse. And Komi Bomi saw just enough of the pixels of Jordan Clarkson to shoot through the wall and get the kill. MMHS in the double digits.
And yeah, yawn from Peach Season here. Like we said, they're winning the rounds that they should be winning this half. Pistol follow-up, their first rifle round, all following suit. So they keep the weapons, they keep the lead, and extend it to double digits. Now they've locked out online off of, again, luck and the frags that they have been able to find this half alone. So all of these alignments happening, and in my mind, this is an important round for AESHS. They lose this, they are broke. And you're basically handing on a silver platter that map point on your map pick over to the Marauders.
on a sojourn in mid, using their operator to get rid of the turret. Close it up in the default position to protect the attacking flank going towards B by the KJ. Now you're hearing that operator shot goes out. This may actually pull the team back over here, because you may be thinking in your mind that Komi Bomi is going to pull away. No, they've actually readjusted onto tree. The recon dart from the owl drone is good enough to send them packing once more. Tapomi's going to do a couple of jump peeks to see how far out they've gone into mid. It's time and time again has proven SHS don't have enough information. They get a little bit more trepidatious about where they want to go. And that's how things are about to end up here on B. KO knife going in, laid out by the Molly.
They still don't even know that the Sova with an Odin's back there, so you're pinged out. There's the wallbang. Not even from the Odin, but from Rex. Jordan Clarkson, though, breaking their wrist. Rex, Kobe will be both handled, and suddenly there's a glimmer of hope. It's 3-on-3, and the cavalry has arrived, though. For MMHS, Tapomi has arrived.
That was
patience. And
patience.
the 3K is perfect retaliation, yeah, off of that patience.
Tapomi was lining up the shot. They were making sure that they did not miss it. And you're talking about wrist breaking, right? I'm sure Tapomi also had their wrist broken. I don't know what's happening here on the stage, but it's a stark show of force from MMHS to throw everything back into the face of Adlai. You want to try and match us? You want to try and beat our tempo? You're going to have to go faster than that. And again, it's AESHS taking so long to get things happening that at that 30 seconds that happened, the KO Molly was able to stall them out long enough that, like you said, the cavalry was able to get there from the rest of Mira Mesa to save that round. And I have no other expectations that we are going to be seeing match point very soon here, Zobi.
It would have to be Mookie, a hero play with the Blades. They do have their own lockdown for this A side exec, but you have Null Command, you have Cosmic Dye, you have everything for retake if you're MMHS. And look, the perfect 0 point, or the Null Command coming in, strips you of your blades, and that hope has been dashed. Unfortunately though, the rest of the team retaliates, and Snipe suddenly opens up this possibility for a Thrifty.
Okay, all right, you're making me eat my words here, Adlai. Yeah. Okay, with that, expectations are being thrown into the trash can. The only expectation that Komi is setting for themselves right now is to save that operator. High-value weaponry that you don't want to fall into the hands of the enemy, and especially not wanting to give them any more ult orbs if you don't have to. Play for those exit frags, play for your life. But for this go-around, it looked like things were going topsy-turvy, especially when you lose out your jet so early on from Mookie. Okay. All right, Fire Bumpkins had their back turned. I don't know what they were looking at, Zobi, but they were looking at something.
I don't want to say it's a DC, but that teammate ain't moving. But for now, I'll have to wait and see. I mean, that round was just so peculiar. I mean, I would love to see a replay because it felt like in an instant, MMHS was dropping like flies on that site execution. And because of that, what should have been a surefire map point puts Adlai East Stevenson High School right back into things. They only used that Blaze Storm, and it really didn't even make the impact. It was players like Snipe and that Guardian that were forced up. Now, though, I feel like they have the momentum in their hands. The 3-stack correctly chosen, though, by Mira Mesa. Fortunately, Jordan Clarkson this time has a retaliation effort off of their Odin, and his MMHS with the sub-optimal buy. Minus a saved operator from Bomi Bomi, and the recall smoke is perfect!
Good God, that level of trust in your teammate that you have to have if you are Komi Bomi, and the level of trust not only in them, but yourself to land that shot and get away with your life. Get out of here. For real, this is high school esports. This is high school Valorant, Zobi. That is well practiced.
And again, neither squad dipping into these ult reserves this round. You talked about that late round execution falling flat because it gave time over for the rotation where one fragment plays spoiler. I think we're about to see the same thing happen here again. This time, though, Hunter Shuri try and rob them of that same outcome, right? And it's gonna force the agenda, force Mookie into the entry. And while they're still alive and kicking, so is Luck with a judge, and now the upgrade. 20 seconds and counting left. Luck, it's all on your shoulders, and Fire Pumpkin has dropped you. So now with the covering fire, a plant should be safeguarded.
Not possible here. Surely not possible. They're gonna go for the reload. Gives Peach Season just enough time. I don't know if they meant to pick up the operator. Maybe they did. They knew that the Odin didn't have any ammo inside of it, but to eventually get go up there, Peach Season! Nerves of steel. They are not going to break. They had 7 HP. Zobi, 7. It had only taken one more bullet to have gotten rid of them. That is not gonna happen, not today. Premier Mesa is a match point.
Well done there. Again, just so cohesive, waiting for the rotations to come through. Buying down the clock. That's the second time that has happened. That's those 2 victories that disrupted momentum that could have been built by the Patriots. Is these failed B-side execs when the clock pressure has mounted. While it's out of hero plays like Luck. A clutch from Peach Season. He gets the job done, and you are 1 round away from stealing your opponent's map pick here on Ascent. But AESHS, I said speed on the exec for B was the issue. So what are they gonna do? Turn up the dial to 100. The issue, Peach Season prepared for it. We've seen this dart before. It's catastrophic for the spray down. This time, though, they have info at least. But look at the retaliation. Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury.
Just to help Luck.
Just give them a fighting chance that they're going to be looking for here inside a boathouse, knowing that they're surrounded on all sides. Has to go for a fight somewhere and maybe take someone out, but he couldn't do that. It was just way too overwhelming numbers that they had to go up against, and Speed Demon set up in a very familiar position inside of that boathouse. It is a 2v4, the spike ticking away at their feet. Rex has no utility to throw out. There is no pop flash here. As the KO knife does come back online, it's really not going to be good enough for them to do anything off the back of that. Maybe a decision from this team to just save what you have and look towards hopefully better wins to sail into for the next round. But
no, this was the plan.
Okay. It's not a bad plan.
The plan was exit frags. AESHS isn't out of the woods just yet, right? So finding these players, getting that additional rifle out of their hands, is going to cost them and give MMHS hopefully an opportunity. But yeah, you mentioned it before, the operator in Kobe Bomi's hands. You want to keep that. It's been a core part of this defense. And they can buy a teammate if they wanted to. Looks like the full save, right? They have a few more, strikes before they're out of here. Before we head to overtime. So just the safe call made. Maybe you can help your teammates get a stinger or 2. Or you can get yourself a full shield so that you stay alive longer. Look at this. They want to replicate that fast B hit, but this is the first time I think Komi Bomi's posted on this angle at the rip.
Hit with the paranoia. Needs to go back over to the other side. Quick enough. Almost took a bullet for their troubles. Blinded now, hitting with every single thing. Peach Season. Whoa, Peach Season. We're playing Kovacs at this point. Komi Bomi's going to enter into the kill feed in a Peach Season 3K. Mira Mesa High School. Map number 1, 13-8 on Ascent.
With that, they go 1-0 in this series, remedying that negative record on Ascent. Now neutral 2 for 2 in HSEL Nationals. Like I said, that triple sentinel, overcooked, trying to pursue a victory against Hebron varsity during the group stage. That are hiding their true intents of the mastery this Azure composition brought, the stability in the post plants, the stability to the defense. And then sprinkle in some hero plays, whether it be from Komi Bomi or Peach Season. I felt like every player had their shining moment on this squad, which is insane. And I mean, AESHS as well had their shining moments. They had their adjustments that got rounds on the board. It just was never quite enough. There never was that streak beyond the first half success that ended things at that 7-5. And it was a great second half there for the Marauders.
It really was. It was something that just kept going and going and going. And when you have a 7-5 first half on your attack side Ascent, that really does set yourself up even more so when it comes to the mental boon that you have, knowing that this map leans heavily favored towards the defense. And so Mira Mesa just kept running away with it. And at no point did it ever feel like they were ever out of control. Maybe at the early initial stages, right, where it was like 4-1, and you're thinking to yourself, all right, Adlai is the higher seed. I mean, it's fourth seed versus the number 5th seed, so it's not like too crazy, but you know, they do have that little bit of a higher seed. They have that little bit of an edge. So these are some of the expected outcomes that we're getting. And this is kind of a minor upset that we got from Mira Mesa, because this wasn't a close match, right? This wasn't a 36 round Ascent. This was clean cut 20 rounds of Valorant. A really strong statement to send, especially when you're in the quarterfinals, and where if you lose one more map, if you're Adlai, you are out of here. You're done. You are eliminated.
And I posed this question early on when we were discussing that Ascent matchup, where we were saying, would you rather, you know, have a 13-7 victory or a 19-17 victory on Ascent? You know, one shows that maybe you're more dominant, but one other one, you get more reps in. And like you mentioned, this isn't a 36-round victory. It's a statement. 13-8. So I think their loss on that map prepared them. You know, they learned a lot about how they play this map. I'm sure when you're going at it round after round, you learn how to make these micro adjustments without having the luxury of timeouts necessarily. And this time they walk away victorious. And I also want to remind you that this is luck coming back to play Ascent. It was Alex 1 subbing in the last time we saw Ascent on the mainstream. So they did a great job getting back into the swing of things and getting this team up in the series. But now we're about to head over to Split, a map that, I mean, is chosen by the Marauders for a reason. 2-0 on this map versus for the Patriots. We have yet to see it at the HSEL Nationals. And is it for a reason? We'll have to find out, Sam.
We really are going to have to find out. But like you said, Split is up on the docket. Hopefully, the reason why we haven't seen it from Adlai is because they're just demons on it, right? They just figure it's an easy win. Why do that to our opponents? Because if it's not, it is going to be the end of the road for them. Mira Mesa just needs to give one final push. It will be a 2-0 victory here in the quarterfinals, getting to go on into the semis. But we are going to take a small break before we determine the fate of these teams. We'll be right back.
Welcome to HSEL Nationals 2024, presented by Oakley. HSEL Nationals is coming to Midwest Fest June 7 through 9, and you can grab tickets right now. Here's just a sample of what you can expect by attending. 1, the best high school esports student athletes in the nation battling it out over 3 days to see who becomes the undisputed national champion. 2, an Apex Legends tournament featuring the best schools from HSEL and anyone brave enough to stand against them. 3, Supernova Retro Arcade. 4, dance your heart out and feel the rhythm, because Casey Bemini is bringing your favorite rhythm games here to Midwest Fest. And last but not least, giveaways. Just by attending Midwest Fest, you'll be entered into one of HCL National's numerous giveaways. And you can increase your entries by completing various objectives around the festival. All of these things and so much more are what you can expect by attending HCL Nationals at Midwest Fest. It all goes down June 7th through the 9th, live in Kansas City. Join us and see for yourself who will lift the trident.
I learn a lot from the kids. I kind of let them run things. I let them set their own captains and set their own practice schedules, and I will check in periodically to see how they're doing to offer guidance and ideas. I'm Brandon Bishop. I'm an educator, first and foremost. I'm a teacher. I teach social studies, history. As a kid, I grew up with like the console wars, so like PlayStation 2, we got one for Christmas, and that's kind of how I got into gaming. So yeah, I think the biggest skill that gaming can teach, especially with this at this level, is communication and cooperation. Watching the kids play and communicate, I learn a lot more, and so I can kind of see what things are working for them, what things don't. These kids are playing games on their own all the time, and they spend a lot of time on it. So I want them to harness that and turn it to something that can be used for like school pride. Like, look at these cool jerseys you can get. You win a game and you get on the morning announcements, they say your name and say you guys are winning, and the school gets to learn about your accomplishments. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for inviting us down. I think we had some kids that were on the fence about being in the esports club, but getting them here, getting them to wear the school uniform, getting them to see what the company is like, I think that's going to spread. When they go back to school, they're going to talk to their friends. So this is a great opportunity. So you should definitely continue to do stuff like this, invite schools down to see firsthand what the benefits can be.
It's game on. Introducing Rising Champions. This summer school course features 20 ready-to-go lessons from day one. Utilizing the Blueprint digital learning platform, you're able to fully customize your experience. You can either use our preloaded lessons or add your own. Encourage your students to have fun while learning technical skills like 2D and 3D animation, computer maintenance, social media design, esports career building, and much more. Summer is about having fun. So sign up for Rising Champions today. They say the right tools can get any job done. We agree. Introducing Blueprint, the platform for educators built by educators. Blueprint is user-friendly, featuring drag-and-drop scheduling tools and a robust gradebook. Designed for the scholastic world, Blueprint empowers educators to create powerful course content. Plus, Blueprint is the exclusive provider of the popular Gaming Concepts curriculum. Learn more about how to gain access to Blueprint today.
I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about.
HSEL Nationals has been giving us the best of Valorant this weekend so far, and it's only the quarterfinals. Welcome back, everyone. If you're out there in Kansas City at the Hy-Vee Arena, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me is Zobi as we continue our matchup between the two competitors of AESHS, Adlai East Stevenson High School versus Mira Mesa, where Mira Mesa just knocked a map of Ascent away from AESHS and now split where, hey, guess what? Mira Mesa has been looking pretty dominant on. We've gotten a lot of different looks out of them too with this map. Has so far been undefeated in this Nationals championship.
For sure. The Patriots trying to target a weak spot, maybe a trauma moment of 36 rounds of Ascent, PTSD flashbacks to yesterday. But that only forged them in fire here for this victory. 13-8 to steal away their map pick to set them up for a potential 2-0. And technically an upset since they are the number 5 seed coming in against the Patriots as the number 4 seed. And I'm not going to lie to you, you mentioned it. We had two different looks from the Marauders on this map. We had the spicy triple sentinel of the Reyna, ISO, and Raze, and then we had the more tame double duelist. Would I say triple sentinel? That's the Ascent. Sorry, triple duelist. And then we had the double duelist of the Reyna and the Jet, where they maybe wanted a little bit more control, a little bit more stability. So they did bring in a Cypher, and they had that reversion as well for Komi Bomi back to their tried and true Jet main. But we said it, Komi Bomi was kind of cold on the ISO, and that might be what they need to bring an unexpected agent into an unexpected matchup. Like we said before, AESHS has not played this map on LAN yet this weekend.
And I mean, you look back over on Ascent at how Komi Bomi was playing, far and away some of the most impact that they had on that map with 6 first bloods, being able to open it up time and time again, but not trailing too far behind them, funnily enough, is luck. right? With 4 first blood. So a total of 10 that goes over to the Mira Mesa Marauders. Already, though, everything is locked in. We are shying away, Zobi. We are shying away from the triple duelist. But you know what? I don't blame them, right? You're cooking up something good yesterday. But at the same time, you don't want to get burnt because you need to get rid of Adlai. Even though you beat them convincingly, you cannot give them any more space to work with here. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Adlai is giving us a more standard stock split composition.
Yeah, a meta of old though, right? The double duelist also coming out, but it's a raised jet. And what's interesting to me, right, is those aggressive initiators, Snipe and Peach Season, are who are kind of swapping over to that secondary duelist. Now, for me though, if I look at a head-to-head between Snipe and Peach Season, I think there's a clear victor just based on map 1 solely in my mind. That's Peach Season. So maybe this is either an opportunity for Snipe to step up to the plate, to play more of that fragability that they hope to achieve, versus maybe when you're on that KO, you kind of savor your life a little bit more because you know that null command, that 0 point are very precious for retakes. But we'll see exactly how their split macro strategy comes in to form here very, very soon. But they have swapped sides as well from map 1 over on Ascent. So Mira Mesa going to be starting out on the defense, AESHS on that attack, and we'll see if the meta of old or this new Reyna and this Astra or Mira Mesa will get the job done into.
ASHS, Mira Mesa High School, map number 2 split, starting now. What are we planning on cooking here? This attack. Well, that's already looking good so far. Jordan Clarkson, the first blood of this entire map. It's none other than Peach Season themselves. Like ship sailing in the... Wait, no way. Did they miss each other? I could have sworn Jordan Clarkson would have seen them, but somehow Komi Bomi turns around just in the nick of time to return the favor back over to them. So what was the first blood has been taken away, and what was the numbers advantage has been put right back to its rightful position if you're Mira Mesa. It's a 4v4, but B-side is taken, and a spike is now on there.
4v4 though. Not much utility for the pistol round to lead into, so they're just going to favor numbers, but it's ring around the rosy for both of these squads, and just barely beating them to the punch, and the adjustment backside recognizing this as well. Both sides out of bullets, the reloads coming through, the paranoia to follow suit, and that might just be the determining factor. Komi Bomi, hearts for luck. Is it enough love to get the job done? And it is!
Wow,
what
Komi.
a 4K to get the job started.
Our observer was talking yesterday about their ISO performance, calling their aim robotic of all things.
Oh my goodness.
That looked like they are... This is the model that AI programs are going to be looking at, right? The aim that is going to be an example for. Komi Bomi was so careful at every single one of those approaches, dicing it up perfectly and isolating the 1v1s. Where had Speed Demon maybe swung out when Fire Pumpkins when they fell off? Who knows what could have happened there. But regardless, a 4 kill streak here for Komi Bomi. It brings him into the first pistol round for Mira Mesa High School. A great way to start what could be their final map.
And yeah, what a statement pistol round to say the least here. Komi Bomi again in the hot seat, this time with the Marshall. Unfortunately, only some chip damage off of the Calmer. Sky at least can't get a heal here, and Peach Season to pick up the slack again. This dynamic double duelist on par now for a flawless execution. Komi Bomi gets regrowthed into full fighting spirits. Fortunately, Mookie will deny that prospect of a flawless. No weapon recovered though, because Luck has picked up the slack. And at this point, rotations met. They've kind of pinpointed where the rest of the Patriots are. Even if they head back towards this A site, they haven't addressed Peach Season, who was the one that really made this situation as dire as it is in the second round.
Dire Straits, and you're gonna go back into the jaws of the beast. Peach Season, recognizing that maybe a little too far out in the open for the dismiss to really gain any advantage. It's on Mookie though. Mookie's right there, the tip of the spear, but the spear is splintered and fractured. Close gains here. Get back over, work towards the A's. Peach Season switches to the classic, but Speed Demon's headshot denies them their opportunity to make that happen. Speed Demon is hanging on by a thread. It's life support for this player. Up in the air, Komi Bomi. Komi Bomi. Komi Bomi. a knife kill. What is that? The second one that we've had on stream this entire weekend. It wasn't even it wasn't a flank. It was right in their face.
Was Komi the one that got the knife as well the last time? I know they were on Neon, but was it their Neon or the opposing Neon? I think it was their Neon. I'll have to fact check that later on, but regardless, another knife here. And that does put them up 2-0. Not as cleanly as they could have hoped for, but still 2 Spectres to walk away with. The rest forcing up what they can to keep it by. Rifle round for the Patriots, a chance to get back on table. Peach season, though, not cleared out just yet. They had the timing, but the frag won't follow, unfortunately. I mean, every player dropping like flies, get your regrowth and raise. It's almost like that rain that never happened.
It's all coming together for Adlai E. Stevenson. Snipe looking at heaven. Once those cages go away, they need to make sure that no one's going to pop out through there and surprise the team, but instead, it's going to be directly to their left, down on the ground below. Tapomi's not going to be able to go too much further than that. As flashy as Tapomi is on the Sheriff, there's only so much you could do when 3 more players are left alive. And for poor Luck, alone and by themselves, 70 HP, he elected to go for some of these exit frags. Just like that, any chances and dreams have been dashed. AESHS finally gets their first round on the board.
Komi though, off of that 4-piece, gets the 4th round operator of their dreams to try and spell some nightmares for the Patriots. But in the meantime, they're going to circumvent that by heading to the base B site. But they might be headed into their counterpart, the other duelist in this lobby, who has an Empress online if things get troublesome. For now, though, we'll see if they can handle 5 players. There isn't even a lurk through mid just yet. Peach season, a lot on your shoulders here, and that Guiding Light proactive is just what they need. My question's gonna be, how do they clear out this trapwire? And it looks like it's just a paint shell. Beautifully timed alongside this paranoia. This entry is so flawless, and Luck's still alive because of the support from the Astra.
That is gonna help them out so much here, especially with the survival of Luck. Oh, that's a jump scare and a half. I would have jumped out of my seat, that much for sure. Komi is finally going to rotate back over, but it's an operator. Only so much you can do, and you see the tip of the barrel. You're going to go over to the other side with the TP, make sure that they're alive and safe. Snipe cleans up this round for AESHS, and tying it up 2-2. Nice, neat bow.
And again, just the cleanness of that entry. Hard to dispute. Luck does their best, but in the end gets overwhelmed. First rifle round goes in favor of AESHS. Restarts the economy cycle here for the Marauders. Do have some ults to lean into, like the Blades, if they see a glimmer of hope here, but with this A site, there's 4 players stacked and rearing, ready to go. This could be done with 1 showstopper, but they don't expect to use it. They should know this is a save round, but now they know where the Blades are. Concussed, there's the showstopper to try and trade it out, but it's actually Speed Demon to spare them. The only frag found, though, a surprise element from Peach season, but that gun does not pack the same punch. A 1v4 now. Luck saying, what just happened?
What just happened indeed? It was a barrage of utility that was sent their way in tandem with the showstopper ultimate, and the only casualty suffered by AESHS is their Raze. Luck is going to get rid of Tripwire, but again, he's only a Sheriff against nothing but Vandals and a very angry Adlai E. That is going to be a 3rd round for them, and also a nice lead that they have regained for themselves. That hasn't happened for quite some time, not since the map. Early goings of the map on Ascent.
At this point, they've tamed the beast that was Mira Mesa out of the momentum of that clutch. Out of these pistol victories, these statement rounds, but again, the scoreline telling the true story at the moment. AESHS, another streak similar to what we saw over on Ascent. This go around though, another buy up for Mira Mesa. Komi trying to get proactive here. Tailwind up and at the ready, but timer expires. Again, these internal clocks for the Patriots ticking away. Unfortunately, the second coming Speed Demon. They're just trying to bait them so that the Omen could swing from a close angle. We'll see, the flick is there. The aim labs. Only the shoulder checked And I get out unscathed here, but that's enough information now for the rotation to come through for the remaining Marauders. They just had to hold on long enough.
Waiting. But Komi caught out by the Seekers. It's going to be blinded for Snipe to get rid of them. And now this Jet is able to pack some firepower of their own from the fallen mirror on the ground. But I think we might be having some issues for luck. No, never mind. They're moving around. Okay. They're just going to chill out and spawn. It's all good. Now we had small technical issues, but they would rather save their firepower and their weaponry and not give anything else over to the side of AESHS. Those are some of the more ults for either Mookie or Jordan Clarkson, even more in the way of the economy.
And also, if they were trying to go for some exit frags, seek them out through the defender spawn, could have found some impact, but yeah. Again, flawless from the Patriots. This B-side entry has been one to be reckoned with, and the right solution is what the Marauders are trying, you know? Get aggressive into B main. That operator's not being given the time of day. And this is where I, again, liked their triple duelist composition because it checked all the boxes. Now, I would have been okay with this ISO jet substitution, but what the Raze brings is just pure crowd control, right?
Yes.
You can disrespect an operator angle, you can disrespect positioning, but you can't disrespect his paint shell. Like, at the end of the day, you're gonna die if you stay there. And without that, they really don't pose a threat that AESHS thinks is owed any ounce of respect here. So they've been taking space fluidly. It looks like the answer is just to get out of the way for the Marauders. Let them have the B-site play and numbers retaker. Again, I think I mentioned this prior, but I'm surprised that their opponent hadn't done, which is go for an early flank. That's what the double duelist is gonna do, but then again, there's a trap wire, so they're gonna hear the updraft or no, it's been broken. Rex, though, in the hot seat here. Cages, Nebula, all to get them to edge closer and closer, and there it is.
Playing to the spike, a little too low.
Ooh.
Now Kobe Bomi is able to take some of that revenge back over towards the enemy. Spike still hasn't even been planted. Tabomi is going to put down another player, suffering a fate of their own. Luck is feeling crisp with the headshots.
Oh, what did I
and just
say?
like that, it's picturesque, thrifty round here for Mira Mesa High. Stopping some of that roll from AESHS. That's been 4 in a row so far. A little bit of a reminder of how that went on Ascent, right? They got 4 in a row, and then where Mira Mesa started the comeback.
And I said it on Ascent, Luck, a menace with the Deagle, but also just the creativity there from Mira Mesa. I said it before, you can't hold down the B site. Your flood retakes aren't working when you have numbers and weapons. So what do? You complicate things. You make it a double front. You pull the attention away so they cannot take these duels together. And it works out for the Marauders. Now, operator, Call Me Bobby back online. Blood pumping after that round has been won. After they hungrily find the frags alongside Peach Season on the flank. Fortunately, second wave of utility comes in, so they rely on that Astra again. Great stall utility, always from Tapomi, even if they aren't in the frag montage. Now, I like the Peaches and Jiggle Peaks because it's all a bait for Rex, hoping they don't clear out this angle.
Yeah, and they're just trying to cause as much noise as they can. Maybe a couple of shots here. Yep, there it is. And the trap plays work. They've
Beautiful.
been sneaky enough. They pulled the attention away, and now Pop Flash over the top. Rex is a menace on the battlefield in tandem with Peach Season. Flawless round for MMHS. And however you wanted to right the ship, it is going to be just like that, because now it is a tied map once more, 4-4. And you got to imagine too, if especially for AESHS, where Komi Bomi got that early initial first blood, I would imagine they were thinking to themselves, surely Komi Bomi's not going to be here again on B when we push into it, right?
Right? But you mentioned the mirroring Ascent, and now we quite literally have. They were tied 4-4 on Ascent as well. It ended, reminder though, a 7-5 favoring Mira Mesa, and now, again, operator in the right place at the right time. Rex though, perfect distraction here. Guiding light and all from screens to deny the site taking. Now the spray down through the Nebula. Everything is picturesque in terms of coordination between this team. The Speed Demon, the Lurk up Rams, the last one standing. 1v4.
No spike. Right on the other side, Tapomi. Coming up eventually. Gonna be Luck. The Speed Demon is taking the same playbook some of these ciphers have been doing. There's a lot of time on the clock too. There'll be a minute left, 1 minute. So if MMHS maybe gets a little antsy, they could feed Speed Demon some of those kills. And give them some of the 1v1s, but it doesn't feel like Mira Mesa wants to fall into that trap just yet. Speed Demon is going to find a new home inside of Vince, where hopefully they're going to be able to stay their way through it. Nope, it's time to venture outside of home and look for greener pastures. Some of these exit frags up on the high ground. Luck jumps in and like a bunny rabbit. Speed Demon has been hopped on. MMHS is back in the lead.
I think this is about where we saw Mookie hold a ripcord, take a timeout for the squad, but with the buys not syncing up to that storyline, we'll probably see it delayed for another round at minimum here. Maybe an effort to close out the half the best they can if they lose this rifle round, but again, key ultimates coming online for both squads here. Cosmic Divide for retake. Peach Season able to hold their own here. B main with an Empress. Really no execution ultimate for AESHS. Just the blades to try and facilitate if need be. And Komi Bomi, you're lucky to be alive.
Oh, very lucky to be alive. Needing to expend almost every single piece of jet utility to make it happen. The Peach Season was tucked away in the corner and like a sneaky little assassin in the dark gets one of their own. On the high ground, Komi Bomi is going to do the same exact thing, but this time with a little bit more aplomb. And the worst case cataclysmic scenario for AESHS. They don't have a spike. And where that spike is, Komi Bomi is also.
A very creative way to clear past the Cosmic Divide here. But I agree. I said before that you can disrespect the operator. You don't have to give it the fights, but I mean, when the spike is down, you only have one option, fighting to be main, and that fight is going to go in Komi Bomi's favor. Speed Demon, the first to breach that threshold. Now, recognizing that that isn't the tried and true avenue, you had exploration elsewhere like There'd Be Heaven, but at that point, Topomi has that box checked as well. She delivers the fatal blow, the flawless round to get that 6th round on the board. Call it that safe net of at least a tied score line. And look at this, they're forcing again on the side of the Patriots. They're going to force until the end of this half and see what is able to stick.
I'm surprised they also haven't called a timeout yet.
Yep. I would have expected it right
thing.
now, I think.
Exactly. That is the perfect moment where a timeout would have come in really handy. Because they need to make sure this is the round. They need to make sure this one is going to be won. You see how the camera was set up too? Because they want to make sure that Komi Bomi is not there with the operator. Instead, Peach Season was the one caught in 4K. It's the entire team though, and the guiding light on A side is going to confirm that there's no lurkers up here through A, or at the very least, any ones that were close. Peach Season sees a lot of them coming in their direction. Luck is going to have the first blood traded out immediately by Mookie. On the other side, Peach Season gets the dismiss and has safe harbor inside of the smoke to play with their team. It's a 3v3 though, and a Peach Season that is hurting right now. Found and caught by the neural theft, seeing exactly where they are, even with that knowledge in their brains, Topomi and Komi Bomi. Their names rhyme, and so is their sync up in the kill feed. MMHS 7-4. And it looked like things were going crazy there for a second, but MMHS is so good at riding this ship when things look dire.
For sure. And again, it comes down to some of this Astra utility timing. I mean, that smoke phase allowed them to take not one, but 2 fights simultaneously. They win out both so firmly in their advantage. Even though Lears kind of helped Luck at least get some chip damage off of Mookie, albeit they lose the fight. So just great coordination in these micro plays. But now, what?
I don't know anymore.
They're double satching across! That had to be by pixels!
I can't imagine
the
reaction time from Komi Bomi. These are high schoolers after all, right? So we're probably talking like, I don't know, 100 millisecond reaction time going on there. And like you said, it had to have been no more than a pixel. So the ability to have recognition like that. Fire Pumpkins is in control of the spike, which is good for the Omen to have, especially for the Into the Shadows that ultimate that hasn't quite been used just yet. And also, let's be real here, all right, Peach Season, you've been holding on to that Empress for a little while. Just go ahead and pop it, buddy.
Last
it's a fun
now
round.
or never. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the last round. It's also about to get that nice little buff where it doesn't ever go away in a round now too. Yeah, that's gonna be That's going to be fun to see.
If they hit
Okay,
another
Komi
one,
Bomi.
I would have cried.
Yeah, I would have cried too. Komi Bomi. If that had happened, I would need them to link their Aim Labs playlist or something. They're going to go right out, full speed ahead, taking and abusing the advantage of their knives. And then the rest of MMHS is going to cause overwhelming sheer force. As Zobi, this is an 8-4 first half, surpassing what they did on Ascent.
And at this point, MMHS is flawless on pistols in the series so far. So why not add a fourth? It's gonna have to be a pretty decent comeback here for the Patriots. Starting with this pistol round. And I said it before, this composition for the Marauders, even though it isn't the meta, it still is so well-rounded, ticking all the boxes, the requirements that a composition brings. And that also works for them on the attack. Only thing that it is missing, like I said, is that crowd control of damage utility. Maybe some post-plant utility other than that that grab well, but we'll see how that works out, especially because I feel like they're going to take more fights before the play even goes through. Evidence being this heavy mid-fight already out the gate on the pistol round.
It really is, and you're spamming a lot of shots on the smoke here inside of Vince. Komi Bomi's gonna run inside of there. It's a run and gun maneuver that somehow sees a headshot for them. It's back and forth inside of Vince. Rex with the right click, continuing to do it. Switch it over to the other new classic that was on the ground. That's gonna cost them their life. Thankfully, Tapomi was there to avenge their teammate. And as the spike is going to be planted eventually on the A site, Luck is going to plant it for Heaven. They got to be so careful. They got to be so careful. They got to go over to the other side. Speed Demon. Thought they had the headshot over on the wall, but now they do eventually get there. And it's going to be Tapomi, who basically has no HP. Clear that corner. Wait a minute. This might be a timing game that we have going on here. It's Tapomi playing with their gravity well, hearing the defuse of the spike, but Speed Demon knows that. They can't get caught in there, nor can they be pinged out by the vulnerabilities of this. They're looking towards Heaven, but it's all gonna be on the ground. Tapomi makes it look so easy. Mira Mesa High School. All pistols, all the time.
And that's just mind games at that point. It's planted for Heaven. You expect them to be Heaven, especially after that grab. Well, that security policy has been tapped into. Attack you from the side. You said it, they look comfortable, they look confident. I mean, they've had a few of those post-plant scenarios over on Ascent, and we saw how their team plays around this Astra utility so well. It's why I missed her in the mainstream pro scene metas. But now, one round off from double digits, the confidence imbued even into their buy. Vandal for Komi Bomi. But look at this, a pop play out aggressively. Those are some stingers, and they aren't hitting their shots. This force could fall flat for the Patriots.
They synced up too, giving Komi Bomi the collat kill. That's even more disastrous of a scenario that could have happened there. Komi Bomi gets regrowth back up to full health, just as if nothing almost happened. Ooh, almost got. I'm surprised they didn't get caught inside the tripwire. It looked like they stepped into it, but I guess not far enough for the actual trigger to happen. Up the high ground, Fire Pump is going to assassinate Rex, but even at long range, this Spectre sings, turning another player into a Spectre themselves. MMHS. It's into the 10th round. It is 10-4. And finally, we're going to get the timeout. But again, you know, we're talking about this, Obi. That should have been, at the very least, 3 or 4 more rounds previous.
I agree. It feels a bit late. I feel like they even should have taken it last round before they kind of bought in and gambled their savings away on a Stinger Force. It didn't really feel like they had a plan concocted around it. And because of that, now look, they're in dire straits. They lose this eco round. That's 11. And I mean, this is a bonus as well for the Marauders, so they should have a buy up next round. Granted, they invest a little bit heavier into that buy up. Noticeably Komi Bomi, obviously, with the Vandal that they initially had, but Rex actually considering forcing into this round. Maybe because Komi Bomi will be able to buy them next round even if they lose their life, but I feel like the Marauders are looking to go flawless from here on out. Carry over these heavier weapons. I mean, AESHS, full Deagles. What are you going to do with them? I mean, you have to gamble stack and go aggressive at this point, right?
That's what I would imagine. You got to play it together as a team and hope that you've picked the right site to stop MMHS. But this is crazy, right? You look at Komi Bomi. They are loaded with cash across the board. And they're packing the firepower to follow up through with it as well, that they got to hold on to from the previous round. Unpunished, uncontested, undeterred. Mira Mesa High School, though, even with the stinger force that they weathered in the previous round, still going to give the due respect that Adlai has earned throughout these quarterfinals and throughout the HSEL Nationals. Snipe is going to get a bit of a peek view on what's happening in there before finally dashing into the Asher smoke that was left behind. Speed Demon is going to put up some attack of their own with that Sheriff, but as the spike gets planted, Tapomi's inside of Vince. If this lurk play to fruition in the way that they're looking for, could be massive for MMHS.
And at this point, that's just a textbook Ash to lurk off the global utility. I don't know if it'll buy enough time, though, especially with the long-range stinger. Rex in the hot seat, playing around the nebula, left as a parting gift from Tapomi, and it might just be enough to get the job done. A silver lining has faded. Guiding Light, though, back online. Seekers as well, if they want to bully the last remaining players. Right-click RNG on their side, but will the kill, will the round?
Just playing Ring Around the Rosie. They're dancing back and forth on the screen. Speed Demon has no chance. There was no chance. Zobi.
Nah.
What did
Not
we
like
just
that.
witness?
I mean, you don't have to take the fight as long as you get the objective. That's Valorant for you. And bails them out of what would have been a thrifty for the Patriots. And a conversion out of that timeout. I mean, we are coming in to their 10th round in a row that the Marauders would win if they take this rifle round. And that would be the final nail in the coffin. Look at the economy. The Patriots would be broke if they lose this rifle round. That's why I'm even more concerned that they are looking for fights here over towards mid. You lose that fight, you get overwhelmed by players like we're seeing out of MMHS with these Seekers, and it is over. Proceed with caution, and you are not.
Komi Bomi took a couple of shots to finally land the headshot, but when it does happen, it is beautiful. Now, just need to get topped back up to full health, 30 HP, knowing exactly where the final cipher. Whoa, Speed Demon. Okay. If this was ever a time to be able to right the wrongs of the past, it is now. I know Speed Demon is angry. I know Speed Demon is furious. Peach Season is going to put down the Lear. Now the information has been gathered. The final player to give them the ace. Speed Demon not getting it today. At least for Adlai, they do get the round.
And you said they were angry. I mean, they were made a mockery of by Rex in the last round. So all that anger channeled into a 4K to keep the Patriots in the HSEL Nationals. Reminder that Marauders are up 1-0. So this will be a swift closeout. And now they've reset the economy. They've given themselves an extra lifeline. A 1-up here, but that damage can still be dealt down the line. So they got to keep it up here. Again, very, very little room for error from this team now. Proceeding. That gamble pays off. I mean, I don't think it was a gamble. Their gamble didn't pay off. It really was just Speed Demon bailing them out. Being that lone shark, I guess.
They were all in mid for just a second, but scared away enough by some of the flashbang and some of the utility that were coming their way. Komi Bomi eat some of the paint shells that landed right at their feet. Not quite dangerous straight just yet. You still have a majority of your health, but not having those shields is definitely going to be felt. The way that this Cypher utility is going to be laid up, you either need to make sure that you're going over it appropriately to not get caught out by Speed Demon, who, well, is back up on the name of Demon. Just like that, easy peasy. At the very least, before Komi Bomi did fall, they managed to grab another of the pickoff. Speed Demon's not able to capitalize off the back of that tripwire just yet. Even though they do get Peach Season, it is traded immediately by Tapomi. They're looking to grab some of these better weapons, but denied the opportunity from that by Snipe. Luck needs to play their hand just a little earlier than they wanted to equalize the numbers back around, pick up the Phantom, but it's always that weapon animation that makes things so frustrating to try and fight back with. If you're Adlai, thanking your lucky stars, as you're now in a 6-11. It's getting a little bit closer.
Round after round. That's all you can do. Take it one step at a time. And again, like I said, room for error low, but so is there now denial. of rounds. 2 now, out facing. It was a 13-8 closeout from Mira Mesa on that first match of Ascent. Again, they got this kind of slump that they overcame towards the end. So we'll see if it's a similar development, but for now, a bye round coming out from Mira Mesa. They do have Empress and that Cosmic Divide. We talked about that hesitancy to use it prior. They rip it to execute into a site. It could facilitate things, but for now, it's just scale up off the Trailblazer. And they didn't like how many frags they gave away in those mid-fights prior for the Patriots, so they just completely left it open. Instead, hold access points to the site. Fire Pumpkins and Vents, for example. A Raptors angle held on the B site. In the meantime, all this information from the B main scale-up is huge. They should be prepared for this A hit, this A split that's about to come in.
Looking ready for it. We get some information. You can see here by the smoke that was put up, Bomi is going to eventually falter in mid. As the return answer has been put forth in kind once more. Still some smidge of damage being done towards the side of AESHS, rather than going inside of the site itself or going into Vince where they meet the two duelists that are left there. They're playing towards the hands of Speed Demon, who thinks that the two players would actually return back over. Speed Demon eventually goes, sees that someone is there. They pop up the cage and the tripwire is going to be denied, but two players breathing down your neck is going to make things so hard. Rex does eventually have to plant the spike. Speed Demon knows that someone is on the other side of this screen and pushed out by the pain shell. Spomi is going to fall. Rex, alone player standing, had to have been an ace to save the day here for the team. They couldn't don the mantle, they couldn't dot the cape, they couldn't stop the Mookie 4K. Adlai East Stevenson High School has our 7th round accomplished.
At this point, MMHS, do you take a timeout? I think you have 2 in the bank, so you can cash one out now while you're still ahead. No? Take that time just to breathe, to think. I think they did use their timeouts in the series we witnessed early on in the group stage. And now it's high stakes. This is when you should be taking things with caution. I know you're confident. That's evident in your play style and antics, but this gap slowly decreasing.
And that happened in the previous series, right? Between St. John Bosco and Plano? Where Plano was so close at 11 rounds, but fumbled it at the very end. There we go, though. Trailblazer went up through mid, didn't see a dang thing. So he leaned back over towards picking up the spike and giving Komi Bomi a chance to continue their expedition over towards B. So far, this team hasn't been met with any early initial resistances on the site itself. Rather, it all takes place inside of mid. I can't believe this call that's happening right now. They might actually be able to sneak their way onto B. Mookie's going to sense that something's wrong here and go back to anchor the site. But at this point, they're already up there. Komi Bomi, very thankful that in the middle of this, Mookie was looking to use their Hank shell rather than having their weapon out. So they still get to stay alive. Snipe is the only one on site for the moment, but the rest of the team is going to be there. Komi Bomi has to fight back and does manage to put a double kill up on the board, but Snipe is there for the return fire trade. It's a really bad positioning here for Luck at a box that's going to be shot through. And now for peak season, monumental burden of a 2v1.
And at this point, this is the perfect time, I'd say, for an Empress. A 1v2 clutch. This is Reyna's specialty, but at this point, the clock's up against you. You didn't make a decision, and at this point, this high-low has made that decision for you. No chance to navigate around. Snipe, finally in the spotlight this map, it feels like, for the Patriots. Stepping up when they need them to. A 3K on the round here. Now they have ults on their side. It's kind of another thing about this composition for MMHS. No real initiation ultimates, like a Rolling Thunder, like a Showstopper. Only those Seekers, but that's met toe for toe by the Patriots composition as well.
That was so close to the lurk play, the distraction play rather, that pulled them away. Had that been accomplished by MMHS, may have worked. I think they got a little too excited and a little over-eager that Snipe was able to see them rather than playing quietly and letting that distraction pay off towards something. But regardless, we're looking at a new round for them and hopefully new horizons for them to gain something. We do jump up in the air, but Kobe Bomi sees the knives flying their way, is not going to rattle their senses, rather still lands the headshot that they need to. Gets rid of Snipe, a mirror that has been broken. See the Trailblazer going in through mid once more. Now there's a tripwire set up in heaven, and that's going to help protect the player who's up there and hopefully
What is this cam?
help them convert it into a kill. Listen, this is
I've never seen this.
I've never seen this cam before either. And that's actually...
High schoolers teaching me something.
That's actually a place that is so valuable too, because literally no one would know that it's there. But fortunately for Fire Pumpkins, they didn't know that Rex was there. This is where Mookie has to step in and take up the arms for their fallen comrade. As Peach Season grabs another one on the board, rather than fighting against luck, it's time to abuse the clock.
Oh, for sure.
Rotate towards A. Okay, I thought we were about to re-hit B
look
from
at how,
CT.
Look at how deep Komi Bomi was through their spawn, so they knew that A site was clear. Versus you have no idea what's happening backside, and you know the Cypher utility was there from the spy cam's pings, or at least the little nerf where you can hear it spying on you. So now, I mean, MMHS has near guaranteed themselves map and series point here. Speed Demon, I think, has made the call to save. I mean, you wouldn't even get to A-site with enough time to really make a move, and even when you do, you have to go through double duelist. The layers of Astro Post Plant utility. Very, very important round for MMHS to finally rein things in and reach that final map series point.
That's not to take away anything that Speed Demon's been doing so far, right? They're 15 and 14, but Kobe Bomi's putting up some pretty crazy numbers of themselves. Something that, you know, I would expect from a player in high school like Kane Zera from St. John Bosco. But Kobe Bomi's making it look just as easy at 26 and 10. That is a considerable score line for your duelist, and one that you would easily expect them to be able to do. Especially considering that we're, like, what, 20 rounds in now? We're on the 21st. One round away from match and series point. Adlai at very strong risk of being eliminated from HSEL Nationals. This is where we see if the team crumples, turns into a diamond.
You can see that pressure now for the Marauders. This was a 8-4 half. Now 12-8 still now 4 rounds separating these two teams at the final precipice, final battle perhaps on the A site, challenging Speed Demon in their domain. We've seen how it's gone before, 4K in recent memory, but a dash over disrespects every single trap wire. It doesn't matter though. Cage out, they can delete both duelists, and Neural Theft isn't enough for the response from Luck into Pomi. These two players, the last standing, have to clutch out a 2v3. Spike gets plant to come through. You do have a showstopper. That's going to get ripped as well. You don't want to play a post plant against Topomi, and now they're out of the picture. So Luck, ring around the Rosie, activated a 1v2.
Oh, inside the Boombot is going to hit Luck. It's a 27 HP game that we're playing, but Snipe doesn't even care about your HP if it's going to be a headshot. Like I said, AESHS, if there was ever a time your backs are against the wall, it is now. You got to pull out every single stop, push away from it, and to push back the MMHS victory. Because now the only hope is an overtime victory.
3 more strikes, and you're out of regulation for the Marauders. Economy again, kind of disrupted out of that victory from AESHS as well. Versus we've seen it, they're going to buy everything they can every round like it's their last. Surprised here that they don't necessarily save MMHS. This Emperor's still in hand. Let it rip entry. You might surprise yourself. I've done it before Peach Season. And I don't even play Reyna that often.
Have they even popped Empress once this entire time?
So.
It's a 6-point ultimate, Zoe. That's what kills me about Reyna players. I'm going to be honest.
I mean, for some people, it throws them off, that increased firing rate. But just the repetitive dismiss and overheal is what I think can really elevate their situation and their self-sustainability on these entries. But
no, I couldn't agree more. And that's the whole thing about it, right? Is that even if you do die, right, you only take 6 more kills or picking up a few orbs to make that happen. Oh, Kobe Bomi thought that site was cleaned out. Jordan Clarkson was still posted up in the back of that site, and they're gone and out of here. At the very least, you're going to hope that your teammate's going to be able to equalize the numbers across the board, but so far that is not happening as Adlai is turned up to 11. Now they're about to be turned up to round number 10 if they can, at the very least, go up against Tapomi and Peach Season. It's looking like they're absolutely going to make that possible. Tapomi only has the Guardian ready to go. It was close.
I would have been just devastated, yeah.
I was believing there for a second, okay, Zobi? I was holding out hope for Tapomi. But now hope is starting to dwindle because there it is. AESHS now in the double digits. Only 2 more to go.
And again, this is part of that final, I think, call it a save. So likely AESHS going to reach that 11th unless we end this quarterfinals on a thrifty, which I don't know why, but for me, that would be Mira Mesa at their finest. And I feel like a fitting end for them if they are going to 2-0 this series. But Snipe, holding out the sniper. We'll see what it can do here on the defense. Posted up towards B main. Unfortunately, the mid fight, the name of the game for the Marauders here. Trying to overwhelm Speed Demon, who really has been the thorn in their side. So they hear the cage. They say, let's steer away, perhaps. Only one. Enough confidence to challenge it. Maybe Komi Bomi here. Maybe reframing themselves for this B split. But that operator still lying in the surprise. Has not moved an inch from this B main angle. Trailblazer, I don't even know if it's going to get deep enough to spot it out, but they shoot it to rob it of additional information, and that means cats in the bag. We are going to A. And my concerns, Sam.
Yeah.
A? There's no site for this time. That's been their only, I feel like, win con on denying A main space. So I'm nervous. We know the post plans on A side are clean for MMHS.
Ooh.
Better weapons, though.
Yeah, they do have to get through Mookie, and I think that's kind of the reason why they feel they cannot have the Cypher on that site, but this may be the mistake that costs them the game right here.
Tapomi!
Wait a minute, Tapomi. Tapomi, you are so sneaky. Like a knife in the dark. They get the 1. Speed Demon flicks around fast enough to be able to take them out. What are you looking at there, buddy?
Give me the Vandal, you're 5 HP!
what are you looking at there, buddy? I know you want that Vandal. I know you're right. I know your heart is yearning for it. No, I didn't quite get it over there. Now they may be able to actually pick up. Just pop the Empress Peach Season. Just pop it.
Please.
Go for it. Oh, no. All right. Well, Peach Season, you still get to hold on to that Empress for another round. But I don't know. That was close for Speed Demon. Could have ended up in a different situation entirely. It may have ended in another one if Peach Season was able to get a better weapon. Do get the timeout.
Finally?
From Tapomi.
When it's your last opportunity. And, I mean, Tapomi, like I said, they are the stability element here. They're always that last linchpin of a win con. So them taking it here is fitting for this squad. But the fact that it's number 1, we talked about Peach Season and this Empress. They don't pop it in the 1v1. Also the pain there, the pleading for luck to hand over the Vandal, and they hold on to it. They at least get their 1, but with that trade of the 5 HP, you're going to be seeing that Demon, or you're going to see Speed Demon, who's 4K again, even when they rotated for the retake on A, is what has placed AESHS, the Patriots, in this position, 1 away from overtime in do or die single elimination quarterfinals. What a series. What a map.
What a map indeed. Adelaide not giving up even when the odds are stacked so heavily against them, right? They got 4 in a row, lost the 1, and then another 3. So this time out from MMHS, when they do take them, has been kind of decisive in helping them to gain another round on the board. They have 3 ultimates to work with. A Cosmic Divide, a Neural Theft, and an Empress that I think they've had since like round 4. You know, they somehow transplanted into the second half. But eventually here, something has got to give. Whether it's the will of MMHS or Adelaide's chances of staying in HSEL Nationals. It's all going to hinge on this moment, on if we can go into overtime. The players leaning inside of mid going to start pushing out. No one's going to meet them there. The Astra smoke It's going to deny vision inside events, and Komi Bomi sees an opportunity here to go for the sky left behind from Jordan Clarkson, but you see the brilliance of that one-way from the jet that gave Jordan Clarkson the opportunity to stand against Komi Bomi. AESHS is back, working together as a unit and as a team.
That first blood's huge. Komi Bomi. Again, maybe that's been the difference. They've been isolated and dealt with accordingly these last few rounds that have staged this comeback for AESHS. Peach season, though, again, confident even without the Empress. Now comes the execution point, but there's still 2 players on this site. Snipe, reinforced with the other duelists at their side. The trade follows suit, and suddenly the advantage is in MMH's S hands. And although the Empress was never popped this half, every other ultimate can be invested. Neural Theft, Seekers, Cosmic Divide, it's all coming together in the 1v3.
Speed Demon.
Timeout. You can't save this round.
Speed Demon. What do you got for us, buddy? The miracle needs to happen now. Hey, SHS, all of the dreams on the shoulders of this Cypher. A Neural Theft is going to find out and figure out exactly where they are. But you got to look in so many different directions for a 1v3, and you have no utility to get in there. It's time to take the shots. It's time to take the firepower back into them. But you walk into all 3 of Mira Mesa High School, winning out in the series 2-0 on split 13-11 and knocking Adlai E. Stevenson High School out of HSEL Nationals.
And I think the best way to sum up the Marauders MMHS is just chaos theory in practice. From their playstyle to their energy to just their appearance now in the semifinals, along expectantly the other top 3 returning teams. We'll see how those games went later on when the day concludes, or whether or not, I guess, Hebron will join them against SLU. But it has been just a treat of a series. Allow Keegan, actually, they thought that AESHS and their stability, this core strength, was going to get them through this. They liked what they saw, the promise against St. John Bosco. And like I said, just this chaos cannot be contained, Sam.
No, it can't be contained. Mira Mesa strong-arming their way through both maps of Ascent and Split, and a timeout that was so pivotal to get their heads back on straight. A chance and an opportunity for the coach to speak to them and to get them right back on track for the victory. And it was right there at the very beginning moments, because they even lost out in the first blood. They lost Komi Bomi, but the rest of the team was able to step up and fill those shoes left behind from their star duelist to see victory where it was kind of a dark, eerie nature going on for this team. And so an upset here happening already in the quarterfinals. Mira Mesa knocking down the higher seed of AESHS and sending themselves into the semifinals, where I believe they will
going
be
against the Redlands.
Oh, you've got
And I'm getting flashbacks, Sam. You didn't have to be there for this. 36 rounds of Ascent, and we're getting these 2 teams as a rematch for the semifinals.
I can't believe it. That is a story in and of itself. And if these 2 teams choose Ascent again, all I know is that I'm going to be like,
I hope it's the first ban. I hope it's the first ban on the list.
Yeah, we got to pack snacks for that. I got to tell my family I'll see them next year. HL Nationals 2024, more like HL Nationals 2025 at that point. But anyways,
they need to graduate, Sam. Come on.
Yeah, they gotta graduate, but they're not gonna be.
You gotta go to college.
We're in round number 375 and still going for it. But anyways, all jokes aside, congratulations to Mira Mesa. An amazing accomplishment from them, and now they get to go into the semifinals. For this school, I'm sure, and how this program has been going, a very big smile across the face of these players, and eagerly something that they get looking forward to tomorrow. But also a massive congratulations as well to AESHS for making it this far into HSEL Nationals, and for showing us exactly what they're made of and the improvements that they can possibly make going into the next year, Zobi.
For sure. I mean, a squad that put up a great fight. Like we said, we saw some stability. We saw some great plays from these standouts like Mookie, like even I feel like the clutches on Lotus for Fire Pumpkins were really, really strong against St. John Bosco as well. So again, it's just not enough from the chaos that Mira Mesa brought. I mean, they've been chaotic since their debut with that triple duelist. Triple Sentinel will forever be on our mind, even in our casting journeys moving forward, Sam, from HSEL Nationals. It's just, again, hard to deal with a little bit, but I do know that we get to hear a little bit from this chaotic squad, Sam. And while that is our last match of the day, it's not the end of the coverage. So as we say goodbye, we are actually, I'm not saying goodbye, but temporarily say goodbye. We are going to throw over to the Hy-Vee Arena to learn a little bit more about Mira Mesa and how they made that victory possible.
And we're back with another post-game interview, the last one of the night for Valorant. We're here with Kobe from Mira Mesa.
Hi. Great, actually. Feels great to win.
Yeah, now you're excited because you made it to the knockout stage of things. And from what I'm told, you're going to be playing against the Redlands Terriers. How does it feel to go against the very same team that you had that record-breaking overtime game with?
Well, the day we went against them with the record overtime, we weren't really prepared. We were like running on 4 hours of sleep, but now we're ready to go.
So what's the battle strategy going in now that you have some experience against the Terriers already?
I have no strategy. I just run it down and click heads.
Oh, okay. Well, there you have it. That's his plan. Well, it's been good talking to you. We're excited to see how you guys do tomorrow.
Okay. So we got the understanding that Mira Mesa has the unheard of sleep buff. That is a big difference maker for this team, obviously, because they definitely, Zobi, felt so much more locked in. And also last night, too, you go 36 rounds of Valorant, that would break even the most strongest of wills. And we've had the conversation, right, of what would you rather win, a 1917 or a 13-7? Well, even if you win the 1917, you still had to go through it. And at that point, they had to play through another match. And that is just so much when you're already tired, when you've already exhausted everything, and you're going up against opponents who are Redlands, right? They're fresh. They were second place in the national champions last year. And so maybe now they get to sleep. They get a little bit more rest tonight. They close things out early. Who knows how tomorrow is going to pan out for either one of those teams.
And all I'm hearing from this is that it scares me a bit more because that means Mira Mesa wasn't even at full power and they were going for 36 rounds. And on Ascent too, like that is already my purgatory when I'm casting that map. I can't imagine being trapped in it for that long. And again, it makes me curious to see if maybe the Redlands will be the ones to ban it out tomorrow. But we'll have to wait and see. I don't think we have an update yet from the other side of the semifinals either, sadly. But it is going to be Hebron Varsity versus SLU. And the winner of that will be going up against our returning champions of St. John Bosco. So keep an eye, on that Generation Esports bracket to see what that semifinals will be. And I'm just excited for either of those matchups, I feel like SLU, maybe a sleeper, a dark horse in this event. If they move forward, it'd be a huge challenge up to the champs. If not, we get a head-to-head previous reigning champions battle on that side of the bracket, right? So great storylines all around for any of these matches going into the semifinals tomorrow.
I know it's been a wild 2 days of HSEL Valorant here at the Nationals, and it's all going to come to that head tomorrow between all of our teams that are left in the semifinals, and one will be crowned the grand champion. In fact, there's going to be a lot of games happening tomorrow. We're going to have the Brawlhalla Grand Finals along with the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Finals into the Rocket League semis into the grands, and of course, ending it all off with the Valorant Grand Finals. So tomorrow has so much action going on across the board that you need to hit the follow button right now to get notifications so that way you don't miss a single bit of the action. Of course, we also do want to say a big thank you to our sponsors, that being Intel, Valor, and Oakley, for their amazing contributions towards making this stream possible, to Generation Esports, and of course to HSEL. Massive thank you to all of them, and a massive thank you to you for watching the stream, without whom none of this would be possible. So thank you all so much. We will see all of you on tomorrow's broadcast.
cool in a sense.
My name is Trey Curtis.
My name is Jordan Langford.
My gamer tag is Tathew.
My gamer tag is Swizz.
But what got me into gaming is the Wii, I think probably. My parents got me a Wii when I was really young. Played like Wii Sports, Super Mario.
Definitely my older brother, watching him play, you know, hearing about other kids in my school playing games. So yeah, that's really how I got into gaming.
I don't really do any like extracurricular things. I take like AP classes and honors classes, but besides that, I don't really do anything extracurricular. So having like esports, like something I like to do a lot, I think it's just really cool, especially like being able to do it with friends and things like that.
I love the guys, you know, we practice a lot together, you know, it takes a lot of chemistry to make a team work. You know, we haven't lost a game in the regular season yet, and the 3 tournaments we've played in so far. And I think that's just because of our, you know, dedication, hard work, teamwork, you know, working together, you know, working things out when they don't exactly go how we plan them to. And I think that's a really good piece to our success is our chemistry.
I guess I wasn't really too talkative in school and stuff. Meeting like 2 that were juniors at the time is like kind of cool as well because they added me to their group on Discord, and so like I kind of talked with a few people there. So I guess kind of brought me out of my own friend group a bit and like just talk to other people.
So I know a lot of people that, you know, love the game at my school. I mean, I play with a lot of them, but I imagine there are many more that I just don't know about because no one really, you know, displays their passion for esports because, you know, it's not really seen as cool in a sense. And I really think that that can be put away, that stereotype.
Hello there, gamers and mental health enthusiasts. Today, we're diving into a groundbreaking study that explores the intersection of scholarly gaming and mental health education and how it can impact the self-esteem of adolescents. Picture this, a world where scholarly gaming isn't just about mastering technology-based career skills or dominating the world of video game business. No, it's a world where gaming becomes a gateway to improving mental health. 3 visionary educators and a school-based health intervention expert came together to create a curriculum that aligns with academic guidelines from the International Society for Technology Education. This curriculum spans 40 lessons, delivered over 14 weeks with a minimum of 120 minutes per week. But here's the twist. 83 schools were invited to participate, but they were divided into 2 groups, those with mental health moments and those without. The non-mental health moment group got the scholarly gaming curriculum alone, while the mental health moment group got an extra layer of education. Mental health moments were embedded into 27 lessons, integrating concepts from the PERMA framework and the Collaborative Academic Social and Emotional Learning Standards, otherwise known as CASEL. Now, let's meet our players. 471 participants from both groups, with almost 75% in high school, many experiencing scholarly gaming for the first time. A majority were male, and the racial diversity was broad. At the start, the average self-esteem score was 17.9, with 22.1% reporting low self-esteem. But hold on, the game's just beginning. As the study progressed, it revealed some fascinating results. While 57.7% of participants with low self-esteem at the beginning reported average self-esteem post-intervention, the Mental Health Moments group stole the spotlight. Self-esteem scores improved by 8.3% in the Mental Health Moments group, compared to no change in the non-Mental Health Moments group. How's that for a power-up?